And of course, apparently I didn't connect everything. But properties. Yeah. There you go. Let's go.
They burning the country down with their progressiveness. It started with changing what gender is, then graduated to your racist if you think that your life matters and your skin don't have melanin. They don't want peace, they want skeletons. They want men to pretend that they're feminine. They don't want an election, they got so offended by freedom that they just try killing the president. I used to think that the woke were misguided, but now I can see that they're evil. Twitter is angry that Trump isn't dead. You know who got shot? Innocent people. Thought y'all were tolerant, thought we were equals. I thought you valued how everyone feels. Then why are y'all celebrating an attempted assassination like you're part of Antifa? Thank God the left can't aim. Thank God the right don't riot. Welcome to the home of the brave. Freedom ain't afraid of violence. You wish you was dying? Bitch, you missed. Thank God the left can't aim. Why can't we just shoot straight? Y'all are going insane. Bitch, you missed. There's no one else you can blame. Tried to lock him up in a cage. Now you trying to kill what you hate. Bitch, you missed. Told us trust the science, but it never made sense to me. Why would we put all our trust in the enemy? Millions of people are hooked on amphetamines. They're making billions on untested remedies. Borders are open to people with felonies. Biden can't stop them, he don't have the energy. Y'all want to kill the man trying to fight for a better tomorrow by making him Kennedy? I tried to give y'all a chance, like maybe the left isn't nuts. I was wrong, cause y'all are exactly as crazy as every conservative person I know said you were all along. Wanna protest, go hard. Wanna burn flags, go off. But y'all are so triggered that you're pulling triggers at presidents. Y'all the terrorists when you're armed. Thank God the left can't aim. Thank God the right don't riot. Welcome to the home of the brave. Freedom ain't afraid of violence. You wish you was dying? Bitch, you missed. Thank God the left can't aim. Why can't we just shoot straight? Y'all are going insane. Bitch, you missed. There's no one else you can blame. Tried to lock him up in a cage. Now you trying to kill what you hate. Bitch, you missed.
All right. Just wanted to show you that, guys. Because fuck them. Fuck them all. Let's get to actually doing this here.
We don't know exactly what was going on. There's another possibility, which is maybe, it could turn out that he had, and this is one of the things that's in suspicious activity, that the National Suspicious Activity Reporting Initiative, or NSI, National SAR Initiative, as we call it, one of the things we're looking for is he pretending to be somebody who's not? Is he putting on some sort of facade where he was pretending to be somebody who belonged in that facility, maybe pretending to be an employee of that facility or somebody else? This is all speculation now, but these are all things the FBI is going to be looking at because they're trying to figure out what happened. And of course, Secret Service is also trying to figure out what was the gap in their planning, what was the gap in their security plan, if you will, across the board, their scheme, that he was somehow able to get in there. Now, if he was trying to go through one of the main entrances where they have magnetometers, where they do security screening, and he turned away and found his way to that building, okay, that's that. I'm starting as an intelligence officer, as an analyst, I would start to say, okay, maybe this wasn't completely planned. Maybe he was planning to do something, but his plan A, if you will, went sideways. And so did he have a plan B, or was he just scrambling to find a gap where he could find a position, a vantage point where he could take a shot? These are all things that they will be exploring. They're going to work through a number of hypotheses and see what fits. And then they'll be looking at all the evidence and everything else to find out what's going on. And by the way, I would not be surprised. Rarely does somebody look there. Nobody, I've very, very rarely seen anybody ramp themselves up to such a situation where they would do what's essentially a suicide mission to take out somebody of this status, knowing the consequences of what will happen the moment they pull that trigger. Rarely does somebody ramp themselves up just by themselves. they were probably talking to someone, more likely than not, probably talking to them online. Could have been an in-person thing, but that's what they're going to try and figure out. And by the way, if they're talking to somebody who ramped them up to do something like this, then the next question is anybody else out there who's equally ramped up that is inclined to do something similar? And that's part of the whole FBI investigation. By the way, that's also something, when I say the FBI is investigating, don't think they're doing this in a silo without the Secret Service being involved. They're working in a joint operations center. They're trying to put this whole thing together. You know, they're preserving the evidentiary chain, the integrity of the investigation at the same time as they're uncovering things. They're having to make adjustments in security as they find out more information.
I'm definitely
to
trying
close
to just,
any other gaps out there to prevent something else from happening.
Yeah, there's a very, very good point. I do have more questions for you, Hal, but I do want to put up just some of this video as well, as I believe we just saw Trump potentially a motorcade on the way to the RNC right now. Just a little bit ago, you can see those different vehicles moving through kind of this area, and I don't see the beast as of yet, but we're still just watching this, monitoring. And I also want to put up this tweet from Grady Trimble talking about this post from the former president, talking about, based on yesterday's terrible events, he says, I was going to delay my trip to Wisconsin, the Republican National Convention, by 2 days, but have to just declare that I cannot allow, quote, a shooter or potential assassin to force just change to scheduling or anything else. Therefore, I will be leaving for Milwaukee today as scheduled. Thank you, DJT, there from the former president, talking about how he's going to depart for this. And you mentioned maybe some of the protocols in place, the heightened security there in Milwaukee for this. You mentioned kind of the yellow zone, the red zone, and how it might expand out. And since this just happened yesterday and we have such a high-profile event, maybe how do they implement some new protocols? Can they go through training in just a short amount of time? And maybe can you discuss a little bit of the roles of the different individuals there around a person like the president, the former president, in what they do in a moment like that, and how maybe much they are trained for this moment?
Well, the Secret Service themselves, they're not going to go through any training. They're fully trained, and they may implement some changes in tactics or something to respond to whatever happens. So, however, you might see some things happening, some classroom training or field training with those who are augmenting the security thing. For example, there could be this weekend, for example, some additional training they're doing with local law enforcement or private security on site in Milwaukee, saying, hey, look, we've just looked at this. I know we've talked about this, but we need to put a little bit more emphasis on this particular thing, because this is kind of what we think we saw in Pennsylvania. And so they might focus on that. They're also going to be reviewing the entire plan to look at any gaps. Look, there is no perfect security. I don't care what you do. That is an illusion. There was never perfect security. Every security plan, you have to make assumptions. Every security plan, to a certain degree, you have to make compromises. You know, you don't have unlimited resources, whether that's in personnel, equipment, technology, whatever it is. There are always limitations on what you can do. However, with the amount of focus, attention on this, they're going to have more resources. With more resources, you can really modify your plan to make it much more robust. So you have an area that was kind of covered pretty good, and you go, you know what? Now we got more personnel. We're going to cover that area really good in ways that we weren't going to cover before. And they may be looking at other buildings. They may push out that perimeter. And of course, this was a sniper situation. So they're looking at a lot of other sniper things, and they may take precautions with this that are similar to what you might see, say, in Washington, D.C. with the sitting president. You might see some of those things. By the way, I have worked with Secret Service when they're protecting individuals. I have seen that motorcade more than once, with the president stuff. And I can tell you, just looking at the motorcade that drove by, I can see one or two changes. All right. I won't get into the specifics, but I can see that they've added some things that maybe a former president wouldn't necessarily have, but they have upgunned it. And there was some discussion. So I shouldn't use that term. Sorry. That has a different, somebody's going to say, what is he talking about? They have improved it. Okay. That was a military term. Sorry about that. But they have improved the motorcade assemblage to include some things that they probably didn't have in it yesterday. And that tells me a few things, that there is a very quick, rapid review process going on. And with that, they're making adjustments literally at a very quick pace.
Yeah, it's so very interesting to kind of see it through your eyes and kind of discern maybe some of those protocols and changes in place. And of course, they don't want maybe all these people out there in the public to know necessarily about the security protocols in place. So that is very, very interesting. All right, Hal, I do want to put up just this shot as well. I believe this is Trump Force One, soon to be departing there for southeastern Wisconsin and Milwaukee. We're also learning more information, Hal, right now. This a tweet there from the New York Times talking about the FBI officials. They just had a briefing call with reporters. Attorney General Merrick Garland, the FBI Director Christopher Wray, both spoke. The FBI officials say they have no reason to believe this individual was a part of a larger plot. They say, quote, at this time, the information we have indicates that the shooter acted alone. There are currently no public safety concerns at present. And that's kind of what we maybe assumed. We don't want to make assumptions or any judgments, but coming from those two individuals, Merrick Garland and Christopher Wray, what do we make of those comments? And is this kind of lining up with what we saw
due to
over the last few hours?
Amongst other corrupt agencies?
You know, there was a going-in assumption that this was probably a lone wolf. All right.
They're trying to say
as we define that he may have acted alone, but I always caution everybody, don't jump to that conclusion. We don't know yet.
Of Merrick Garland is by his word.
What this tells me is they've gone in, they've talked to, they've interviewed a lot of people. They've talked to his friends, they've talked to his family, they've looked at his online profile, they've looked at everything, social media, everything else out there, and they have a pretty good idea of what his motive is at this point, how he did his planning, everything else going on, and they wouldn't come out publicly and say that because, frankly, the consequences of saying something like that and it turns out they're wrong would be pretty catastrophic, as you can well imagine. It'd be pretty bad for the FBI. It'd be pretty bad for certainly for the Department of Justice if they were to say that immediately and it turns out there was other things going on. So that tells me that they've done a pretty thorough job. It also tells me that it probably wasn't that complex a thing that they had to look at. They may have got to his place and looked at his phone, looked at his, his laptop, everything else he has, and they were able to put a picture together pretty quickly as far as what that is. The other thing too is, along with the investigation, there also is a need to assure or reassure the public that there is no further threat, or if there is a further threat, to warn the public so that they're prepared for it. And this is part of that process. Everybody wants to know, is this something bigger? Is there more coming? Should we be getting prepared? Should there be other things happening? And so they want to address that as quickly as possible. That's part of strategic communication. They want to get that out there as fast as possible, but it's got to be correct. They don't want to jump to conclusions. That's why last night they were very, they knew who the shooter. They were pretty sure. There were two of them up on that. Let me just put it this way. At the press conference, I have no doubt they absolutely knew who this was. All right, but they couldn't say that, and they kind of alluded to the fact that they kind of knew who it was, but they couldn't say it yet. All right, and they may have had a pretty good idea of what his motivation was, what he was doing, but they weren't talking about that. But it tells you how fast this thing was probably moving, that they were gathering this information. What they're doing is they're being very, very careful not to jump to conclusions and not to make overarching statements that they don't know for sure if that's correct. And so they've held off a bit. I mean, literally, if you look at this, we're not 24 hours into this, but we're going
to mute that.
For the viewer, this is extremely shocking, right? Like, we don't see this level of attack towards any of our political leaders, or in this case, the former president. But for the Secret Service, you have to understand that this is something that they practice thousands and thousands of hours for, this exact moment. As we saw, everything was textbook in the way that they reacted. They actioned off of the sound of a threat. In this case, what they perceived was some sort of gunfire, coming from what is believed to be the right of the former president. If you looked at the moment that you heard that the instant sound of what was believed to be gunfire, those Secret Service agents rushed in and did exactly what they are trained to do, which is to put maximum attention to the protectee and minimum attention to the problem, right? But that working shift that's around the president or the former president, they need to react very quickly, make him safe. And the way that they're doing it is exactly what we saw. They put their bodies in between the former president and the perceived threat, so they would actually absorb any secondary, type of, rounds that may come into the president. They do a rapid assessment. The president's on the ground. He has agents that are on top of him. They're quickly trying to assess his current state. Was he hit? What is going on? All the while, they are getting information from agents that are outside of that inner circle around what is going on. Where is the perceived threat coming from? What is the next course of action? We actually can hear some of the audio. They obviously got some indication that they can move the president, that it's safe to move the president, or the risk is minimized somehow. You heard them call out some of the audio, the commands out loud to each other, so they work in unison, removing that the protectee, in this case the former president, off the X, off of that attack location, into a safer location, which in this case was the armored vehicle. From there, the detail leader and other members of the Secret Service do another assessment of the president's health, making sure that there's no immediate concern. Again, was he shot, or is there any secondary wounds? Anything that they do not see visibly at that moment. They are going through that rapid assessment immediately while the motorcade is departing. And again, Wolf, I cannot stress this enough. All of the actions that you see by the Secret Service are coordinated. They think about this type of attack all the time. They know how to react. They have primary and secondary modes of transportation out of that site. There's calls being made around whether or not they need medical attention, or they're going to go to a safe house or back to an aircraft to depart the area. So all of what you're seeing is very dynamic, but this is what the Secret Service does the best, and we just saw that happen live on television.
Okay.
Right after the attack at the Route 91 concert, I had a meeting with one of the top, the person who was like probably the biggest security manager that was involved with that thing. And we talked about counter sniper issues. All right. This was a sniper issue. All right. The sniper thing is a little bit different because a lot of times when you're looking at the crowd and stuff, you're thinking small arms, you're thinking somebody in the crowd, you're looking down and you're thinking of everybody at eye level and stuff that you're looking out on in a crowd. Sniper's a little bit different because you have a third dimension, if you will. You got, they got height, they're shooting down. Well, there's another thing that comes from up high, and it's something that we're seeing all over the world, which is drones. And drones are revolutionizing warfare. They're revolutionizing terrorism.
Now? Hold on.
In our own hemisphere, we saw a president who was attacked with drones as an assassination plot. That was President Maduro down in Venezuela years ago.
Oh, okay, I get it.
And that was years ago when the drones were less sophisticated.
I was about to
so
say,
they have got to be looking at a variety of other ways, a variety of other vectors, if you will, that a would-be attacker or attackers might use. And I would imagine with the sniper, with the sniper thing where you're looking down on them, they're probably doing what we did was in that discussion. We talked about snipers and within 10 minutes, we were talking about drones. And that is because the vulnerability of drones. I know it may sound strange, but in terms of attack profiles and stuff, there were similarities there in terms of what we're thinking about. So that is something that they'll probably be re-looking at with Milwaukee, which is, okay, what is our threat to other things? Not just a sniper, not just somebody trying to get in there with a weapon or trying to put a bomb in there or something like that. But what about more exotic? I don't think it's particularly exotic, but some people would say more exotic things like drones. And then looking at a variety of ways that those drones could get in there, not just flying, but there's drones that drive, that crawl, that do all sorts of stuff. So they're going to be looking at a variety of other things and maybe ratcheting that up a little bit higher on the list of things that they have to prepare for and maybe modify their plan to address.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Of course, the forum there in Milwaukee is an enclosed arena, so it's a little bit different, very different than what happened at Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday at the rally. But that is very interesting, talking about drones, and there's usually kind of a perimeter, kind of an aerial 3D scape around different venues there for high-profile events like the RNC. So that is very, very interesting. All right, Hal. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Your information, your insight is so very great. So thank you again. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break.
All right. Thank you, Andy.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to continue on with our coverage here on Live Now from Fox. As the former President Donald Trump is heading to southeastern Wisconsin for this, the RNC, beginning a little bit later on. We'll have full coverage of that as security is very much tightened after the assassination attempt yesterday.
I'm not going to be able to turn it off on this one. All right, if you're in a commercial break,
what do our political leaders, Juliet, need to do now in order to address this current political climate?
So, I mean, it's basically that we have to stop talking in terms of annihilation, right? I mean, this is that's a zero-sum game. I have been consistent, and it's difficult to talk about this now because there was an assassination attempt, but consistent in that the divisions that we have, which are natural, part of our democracy, historic, cannot be extended to violence. And in other words, that cannot be a natural extension of our politics. I'm just quoting the FBI.
Bitches, y'all were sitting there telling them to get fucking violent not too long ago.
Exceptionally challenging times.
You can't sit there and say,
"Oh, in particular,
no,
judges,
we've always been saying don't be
secretaries of
violent."
state,
Absolutely fucking not.
In terms of right-wing focus on them, and then as we've seen with the Supreme Court, Congress, and now former President Trump, of violence against them. This sort of permissiveness that has become part of the way we talk as a nation. It's not sustainable as a democracy. I'm going to be entirely clear here. We have got to stop this permissiveness of the use of language, because even if the speaker doesn't mean it, clearly people are hearing it as a permission structure. And so that, look, I agree with Chief Ramsey, like, something went terribly wrong in terms of communication, in terms of planning, in terms of all sorts of aspects of law enforcement.
The newscast is drowning you out when you talk.
You can't have a security perimeter to cover our democracy. It's just not possible.
Mic not?
And we have to really address that as well.
Yeah, good point. Chief Ramsey, there's currently a lot of criticism, as you well know, of law enforcement in regards to this incident. We have heard reports from witnesses that they actually tried to warn officers that there was a gunman on the roof not that far away. What do you make of that?
Well, that's why you have to have a thorough and complete investigation and get all the facts out there. I was disturbed that yesterday when the Secret Service was not represented.
Okay, what about now, Polar Bear?
I mean,
are we good?
Listen, I've been in tough situations, having run 2 police
that sounds
departments.
incredibly loud on that, too.
But that means it's more important for you to be out there during those times than in other times. I mean, bad news does not get better with age. That's a fact. And so even if it's bad, you've got to get it out there, because if you don't, then it just gets worse. And so it is what it is. Everybody doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure out there was a breakdown in security. The question now is, how did it happen? What actually happened? Who's responsible for what? And it's not so much finger pointing, it's just fixing a systemic issue that obviously exists. At least it did yesterday.
Yeah, the chief makes an important point, Juliet, and I'm anxious to get your thoughts. Yesterday, when we saw that news conference, that briefing on what happened, we heard from the FBI, we heard from Pennsylvania State Police, from local police over there in Butler, Pennsylvania. But the The Secret Service was not there, and clearly they didn't answer any questions. We are told, Juliet, that there will be a Secret Service briefing coming up this hour in Milwaukee. We're going to be having live coverage of that. I'm anxious to hear what they have to say. But why didn't they show up, and why aren't they talking at least until now?
It wasn't good that they didn't show up. They probably didn't want to take questions. They might not know the answers to some of the questions. The fundamental question right now is who established and approved of the security perimeter? Because I've seen this movie where someone, a sniper wants to kill someone famous or a VIP or a politician, and they're going to do it from the roof. And the thing that's sort of shocking to me is that the Secret Service knew enough to have a counter sniper, but didn't seem to protect the building. So some calculation is being made that's not in any sort of basic planning, security planning, is not making sense rationally. You wouldn't have a counter sniper unless you expected a sniper threat. If that's the case, why are you not protecting the building? So it's not good that there's this breakdown in terms of communication. I think they're going to review.
You have a point.
I think President Biden was absolutely right that
but
it has
I think
to be
you're
an
covering
outside
your ass.
review. You cannot have the Secret Service, who has had systemic issues. This is unfortunate, but an issue that they really need to have someone from the outside come in and get this agency to be able to be as good as it needs us, as we need it to be. I mean, we need it to be better than it performed, and that's actually a wish. I mean, it's not a criticism; it's a wish.
Yeah, the stakes clearly are enormous. Julia Kayam, Chief Ramsey, to both of you, I want you to stand by.
Now, I do have a question of my own, though. Okay, there were two snipers up there looking in that direction constantly. Nobody saw that, hey, there's somebody crawling on a roof. They have a weapon on them. Oh, shit, they're setting that weapon up and pointing in this direction. And you didn't say, fuck it, I'm pulling the trigger anyway. I'll take the backlash afterwards. Other than that, why was there nobody on that roof anyway? You're talking about almost 180-degree field of view where there was very little obstruction whatsoever. Only 2 trees in the field across the street from the building that shooter was at. Almost fucking 180 degrees unobstructed. And you're going to tell me you didn't even think to put somebody there? Why? Now, according to the dude in the red hat who was actually calling it out, he's like, yeah, I saw somebody climbing up there with a rifle. We were calling him for like 2-3 minutes saying, hey, they got this climber up here. They're doing this. They got a rifle. Something's going down over here. And they were just like, another fucking team had to come from that they were, another team that was close to them had to come over to end the shooter on the roof. What?
We're going to want your thoughts after this upcoming Secret Service briefing that we'll have live coverage of right here on CNN. Also coming up, we're following all of the other dramatic news involving this assassination attempt. Lots going on right now. We'll be right back.
He held him down for a long time. They didn't just escort him fast off that stage. I guess
I'm not signing into your shitty ass website there. 10 minutes.
so. I think that was reassuring. Yeah, the fight. I guess it's. I don't know if it's a battle cry. I just took it as like a big sigh of relief. Okay. He's bleeding, but I thought maybe it was just I thought maybe it was a nick on the ear. And I didn't know where the blood came right here, but I guess it must have been running down. But the picture that people were showing, he's closer to the steps, and there's definitely a lot more blood than when they first lifted him up. He did not have that much blood on his ear or his face when I first saw him.
Aaron, thank you very much for joining us. The way that you're able to recall that in such detail is it's impressive. It's also obviously a searing moment.
it was very memorable, and I'm comparing it now. I was in second grade when President Kennedy was shot in a Catholic school in Pittsburgh, and we all had to get on our knees and pray for the president. So it was a little bit like a reminiscence came back that, man, this is, but you know, I saw his blood. I didn't just see a picture of the blood. I saw President Trump's blood on his face and down his ear.
Yeah. And now you're
Just
an adult.
trying to deal with it.
Now you're an adult.
Yeah, now I'm an adult, and wow, yeah. Probably still a little bit of shock, but getting to feel better and better.
Yeah, we live in a scary moment. Aaron, thank you very much for joining us, and I do hope that I do hope you're okay. After the break, my next guest served 10 years with the Secret Service. We're going to go to her. We're also still waiting on a Secret Service briefing at the RNC that's supposed to begin at 4:30. Don't go anywhere.
The cockroach, resilient creature.
I'm probably pretty sure I can find something like that better.
Very
Some better feed
interesting
than your
because we
bullshit.
see kind of the moment happening, and much like everyone else in that crowd, they do not know what's going on, but they have the training in place. And when you terms of maybe the lapse in what happened, in your eyes, maybe where does that stem from? Is it training or is it somewhere else?
You know, I think it's all of the above, right? First of all, you know, it's inconceivable.
And I will read this on in full.
When we have the technology that we have, especially Secret Service, right? Where they would have the capability of social media sweeps. They would have intel locally as to, you know, anyone expressed any desire to hurt the former president. The radiuses that are in place in order to protect that central element, in this case, the former president as well. How could it be that this individual was able to climb all the way up to that rooftop without really being detected? And even those that actually saw him and reported it to law enforcement, that nothing was done. I mean, I realize it's a matter of seconds, but in this particular instances, they are trained to respond right away. And I mean, it's inconceivable to me as a criminologist of 27 years of experience that I just cannot understand how that could happen in the 21st century with the technology that we have in place and with the systems that are in place in order to secure, in this case, the presumptive Republican nominee and likely the future president of the United States.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Those mere seconds, they could make all the difference there at something like this. And I do want to ask you about the United States Secret Service, as well as we're seeing from this press conference coming up here in just a little bit. What changes now? How much more emphasis will they put on making sure those seconds don't happen, those moments don't happen? Maybe is there something that is sent out to the group? Is there additional training over the last day or so? Is anything changed? What changes?
My sense of it is, Andy, that they're going to try to pool the best and the most talented people from across the United States in the U.S. Secret Service entity and put them at the convention. And what that means is they're going to bring those years of experience. The communication is going to have to be direct. Obviously, when you have seconds to be able to relay intelligence of what they perceive to be a threat, there has to be someone on the receiving end that gathers that information and alerts those individuals that are there. And so my sense of it is that they're not going to gamble, anything at this point, and that they're going to also be asking for not only local law enforcement support, but then the other federal agencies, i.e. the FBI, United States Marshals, and various others that are going to be in a position to help out.
Yeah, that is very, very interesting as well. And you mentioned just kind of maybe learning from that moment yesterday, less than 24 hours as well. And speaking as you have so much experience, nearly 3 decades as a criminologist, is there any other point in time, a historical context point, that they also learned from a certain moment, a certain incident? Is there anything else that you kind of look back on and see that the Secret Service has learned from that? Can you put that maybe a historical lens on this?
Sure. I mean, when we look back at the Reagan, incident where they attempted to kill, the president of the United States at that time, a great deal of learning took place, right? So, for instance, the idea of carrying the president's blood inside the beast, inside the vehicle that takes the president to and from, in order to be able to have a positive transfusion of that blood. The idea of coverage in the inner circle, in that what we call the inner perimeter, where the protectee is essentially surrounded by the best of the best, where there is very limited access to that individual in those instances. Thirdly, the efficacy in being able to have a place to go to in case of an emergency, which in this case, as we saw yesterday, in spite of the failures that took place, Secret Service moved right away. In less than 3 seconds, they were really on top of the president's body trying to shield him. And then they escorted him to the beast or to the SUV that actually had him in place to evacuate him from the area. And they had already a local hospital on alert. All of those things were learned at the time of the Reagan incident, and even prior to that, unfortunately, to the death of JFK, right? So these have been landmark instances. And obviously, there are thousands of times that Secret Service successfully protects the President of the United States and other dignitaries, but all it takes is one time for things to go wrong for us to be able to look back and learn from those lessons in order to apply them next time.
Yeah, that is a very good point. We're just watching the motorcade there potentially go to the airport as he will be wheels up to Milwaukee very, very soon. And let's just talk about the motorcade because you also mentioned it, maybe carrying the president's blood, different protocols in place. Can you kind of give us a sense of maybe how many cars there are in this? Can you give me some sense of how
I got
that
it up
has
on the
progressed
screen
the
here. Thanks,
motorcade
man.
in and of itself as we just kind of watched it momentarily ago?
Yeah, so typically, former presidents have already a required security that Secret Service will offer for the rest of their lives. And typically when the soon-to-be former president steps down, the security is rather enlarged, right? And it sort of fades away a little bit as time progresses. The idea is that those direct threats that they may have had at the time of their administration are going to somehow, go away or perhaps ease to some degree. But Secret Service protection is in place until the very death of the former president. So in this particular case, we have a double layer of security. You have the former President Trump as a former president of the United States in terms of the security that would already be in place for him. And then you have a presumptive nominee of the Republican Party who, has about a 50% chance, perhaps larger, of becoming the next president of the United States. And so as a result of that, that protection layer overextends itself. In terms of numbers, I can't give you a specific number of vehicles because that does change by situations. But what I can tell you, though, is after yesterday, former President Trump is going to be protected almost at the same level as the president of the United States today, because there will not be any more chances or any more proximity to danger that anyone is going to want to take or undertake in the months to come.
All right, that is a very good point as well, and a question I do want to get to. And I just want to note that we're going to watch this press conference hopefully very, very soon. So I will apologize in advance if I do cut you off, Dr. Alex de Carmen, because we're going to go to that momentarily. But let me just continue with this conversation. And you mentioned how after an individual, a president, leaves the White House, their security details continue to be in place as well. And we're also learning that potentially RFK Jr., another candidate for president, will have security detail to make sure everyone is safe. How common, how unusual is that? And maybe what do those security details look like, even though someone is not in office?
Yeah, so essentially in the case of RFK, the idea behind it is that if we have people now that are going to be inspired from what they saw yesterday, are going to go after other individuals that may be running for office, whether it's tangible or not, that they become president of the United States, right, is irrelevant. And so I think it's a good idea, obviously, to offer that kind of protection. And as far as what that entails, it typically does entail some degree of intelligence forecasting in terms of what they're going to be, having the immediate access to United States Secret Service agents that are going to be surrounding the person, being able to use metal detectors when accessing the facility where they're going to be. So there are certain protocols that are going to absolutely be in place for RFK and for other individuals that are going to be running for office, because we don't want to take the chance that this is going to happen to any of them, right? This is an attack on our democracy. It's an attack on the First Amendment. And obviously anyone that is an American, regardless of political affiliation, will understand and really underscore the importance of making sure that our democracy is protected at all times. And in this case, we have someone who is likely going to be the president of the United States who deserves and needs that protection at all times.
Yeah, and of course, we heard from President Biden just a little bit ago talking about how they're going to reassess or look into some of those security protocols in place for the former president over this next campaign. I do want to put up a tweet right now from the current President Joe Biden saying there's no place in America for violence or any violence. An assassination attempt is contrary to everything we stand for.
Oh no,
As a nation,
sir!
It's not
You
America, and we
just
cannot
fucking a
allow
week ago,
this to happen. But we're also
you said
learning
put a
more
fucking
information
target
about
on him.
the potential
No,
shooter.
we ain't playing that
Yesterday,
game.
this report as they had a briefing with reporters, the FBI Director Christopher Wray, Merrick Garland, the FBI officials say they have no reason to believe this individual was a part of a larger plot. At this time, the information we have indicates the shooter acted alone. There are currently no public safety concerns at present. And when we heard that from certainly that individual, Christopher Wray, the FBI, Merrick Garland as well, and we heard from Hal Kemper saying it would be catastrophic if they are wrong, so they may have held on to this information until they really could confirm it. What do we learn from that, and what do you make of potentially this individual acting alone?
You know, it's interesting to know, right? And it's good to know that there are not any foreign actors or any other entities attached to him. But regardless of that, you know, somebody's dead, right? You know, some innocent person that showed up to exercise their First Amendment is dead. A couple of people are injured, and our former president was almost killed. If it had not been for a fragment of probably a centimeter that he would have moved to a certain direction, he would have been dead by now. So it's all great to know that. But at the same time, the idea is are there going to be another? Is there going to be another individual that's going to be a lone wolfer that's going to be by themselves without an affiliation that is going to likely try to replicate this instance? And so, in my industry of security and law enforcement, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it does matter in the context of an investigation, but it doesn't really matter in the context of prevention, whether or not this person is acting alone or is acting with another 3 people. The bottom line is it cannot happen again.
Yeah, and in terms of maybe what is most important, what matters, like you kind of mentioned that as well, what other information are you looking for this investigation to learn? What other information do you want to know about this individual for that prevention kind of aspect of this?
What the hell?
Yeah, you know, we as criminologists oftentimes contend the question of what went on in this person's head, right? How do they radicalize themselves to believe that they were doing something on behalf of someone or an ideology, perhaps? Whether this person will have connections with outside entities or not, regardless, this person planned this event. It's pretty clear that this individual was familiar with the area, that understood that having a certain height advantage to where the former president was going to be helpful in his crime. And then thirdly, that the person actually understood that there was going to be some degree of outside perimeter type of security and found out a way in order to be able to violate that. So I would say to you that that's all it takes, right? It takes somebody with the ability, desire, and capability to be able to do something like this, to carry it out. And so for me, it would be interesting to know, for instance, how did he have access to his parents' guns? You know, did his parents know anything?
Huh?
His cell phone.
Yes,
so
sir?
it'll be interesting
Okay.
to find out what they find out in Quantico in terms of whether or not there is some information there that helps us understand his mindset and what he was planning and how far ahead he planned for this event to take place.
Yeah, that is some of the other information that we did learn from that call about the father was the owner of that weapon, but also the phone going to the lab. Also on social media, no really indication of any mental health issues with this individual. So that is just preliminary information. I did want to ask you, because we're also learning that the 20-year-old fired, and there's some speculation that the shooter might be affiliated with the military, but the military pushing back on that. Major General Patrick Ryder saying we have confirmed with each of the military service branches that there is no military service affiliation for the suspect with the name or date of birth in any branch, active or reserve component in their respective bases. What do we make maybe of that detail, that this individual was not connected to the military at least?
It's interesting, but every time that we see somebody that almost effectively shoots at somebody else in a case like this, we always wonder whether or not they had prior formal training in the military. The bottom line, though, is whether or not the guy had any exposure to being able to shoot. And in this case, I would predict that living in the countryside, being able to have access to guns, he probably had some degree of familiarity with being able to shoot at a target, right? Interesting that he chose an AR-15 as opposed to a long-range rifle, which leads me to conclude that perhaps the person went with whatever he had access to as opposed to being able to purchase illegally another weapon of choice that would have been perhaps more enabling for him. But regardless, though, you know, he knew what he was doing. He knew how to
Or
pull
he
the trigger. He
bought
knew
an
how to load up a weapon. He
AR-15
knew
because you
what
keep
the
saying they're
advantage
like
point was
weapons
going to
of
be. And whether or
war,
not he had formal
and
training or not, bottom line is he knew
he
exactly what
used
he
it
was up
for
to.
you to
Yeah,
do your
there's
gun
a
grab shit.
very good point as well. All right, Dr.
Maybe.
Alex Del Carmen, anything else? Because it looks like this press conference is getting going. Anything else that we haven't touched on yet that you might want to know before I let you go?
You know, again, Andy, I just, you know, when you and I get together and have these conversations, and typically as a criminologist, it's not about a really positive story. But I would say that what is great about it is the fact that there were really a lot of good Americans yesterday that stood on the side of danger and protected our former president. And sadly, even though somebody died and some other people were hurt, it is also great to know that not more people died as a result of that, right? So we have to take that into consideration, and hopefully democracy will prevail over a lot of these things. And we're certainly going to make sure that and ensure that our designees to the political office are going to be protected for years to come. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time. We're waiting on this, but we'll let you go. Thank you again for joining us. As always, great insight from you there at Tarleton University.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's just pop up this shot one more time there of this press conference coming up momentarily from the United States Secret Service in Wisconsin ahead of this Republican National Convention. We did see people kind of stepping up to the podium here momentarily, as you did see them give the mic check at this live picture ahead of the Republican National Convention. So we're learning some new information about this from that kind of briefing that took place with Christopher Wray and others. So it looks like it might be a kind of a 5-minute warning right now. So that will be a perfect timing. Let's slide away for a 2-minute break. We'll get this coming up after this.
To make any money by keeping you healthy? Dr. Chino?
No, sir, they do not.
Dr. El Sayed?
Yeah, I'll say as a public health official, this is a place of mass frustration because in theory we should, but we've made Medicare the insurer of last resort rather than the insurer that should cover you your whole life. Benefit. So there's really no incentive for them to invest up front in keeping you healthy, but rather they're being subsidized over the long term.
Okay.
And so that prevention is not happening.
Yeah, we were listening to this one yesterday. We didn't finish it, but
Senator Hassan?
we got to
Thank
the.
you, and thank you.
We got about
to you, Mr.
halfway
Chair, for the
through
hearing
before we got the
ranking
information
member,
about Trump.
Thank you for the
switched over
hearing,
to
and thank you
off-label.
for your courtesy just now. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. I really just have 2 questions, and I want to start with Dr. Ippolito.
No, this is
one of the many factors driving health.
Health providers and policy researchers testify on medical debt. They were running this up until this point. They're doing it live, but it's supposed to come on at 4:35. It's already past that point, but they're playing this until they cut to the other one.
Dr. Ippolito, can you talk about some of the root causes that are driving these higher healthcare costs and unfair billing practices?
Well, I'll stick with the example that you started with. One of the big challenges that we face right now is consolidation on the provider side, on the insurer side, throughout the system. You bring up a great example where we have a number of policies on the books that encourage lots of consolidation in the provider side. And what that allows people to do is both take advantage of rules in Medicare to charge higher prices and in the commercial market charge higher prices to anybody who walks through the door. So the combination of those 2 things clearly contributes to high health costs, and it surely contributes to medical debt.
And what are your suggestions about ways to curb these trends so we can protect patients from these unfair facility fees?
I mean, on this side specifically, site-neutral payment seems like number one.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Messick, I wanted just to touch with you on something you discuss in your testimony. Many of your patients that come into the emergency room, you say, are fearful of incurring medical debt. Can you speak to the impact of medical debt on a patient's decision to seek care, particularly early care?
Absolutely. I mentioned in my testimony about a patient with late-stage cancer who could have been treated early if she had showed up but feared for the costs. I also want to mention patients who come to the ED and we find that they are at risk for very serious conditions, heart attack, stroke, but we don't have that diagnosis yet. And we need them to stay for more testing, just overnight, just for more testing. This conversation comes up all the time and they always ask, how much is it going to cost? I don't know the answer, but it'll cost them something. And oftentimes they don't stay and we don't get that diagnosis that could save their lives.
I appreciate that. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Cassidy.
Senator Cassidy.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to comment on some things and then I'll ask some questions. Going to that patient again, by golly, Brigham is a 340B disproportionate share nonprofit hospital. There should be some allowance for someone, and Massachusetts is a Medicaid for expansion state. We've got programs out there. Dr. Chino, we're a little bit like one hospital is $300 and another's $30,000. Price transparency doesn't work. That's how it does work. I'm going to go to the hospital that's $300. If I'm the employer, I'm going to find the deal which is cheaper. And so that's actually how price transparency is supposed to work. It's not a flaw. It is kind of how it was designed. I also want to point out for the patient coming to the emergency room, one of my doctors down here at the left, my left, spoke of, well, you're in a coma, how do you know? But the No Surprises Act says that if you go to any emergency room with an emergency, that's going to be treated as a in-network expense. So Congress is attempting to address that. We can't just do something, we actually have to think. Dr. Bai, I just looked up a paper, and I'm not sure I got the paper that Dr. Messick referred to, but a meta-analysis of the impact of high deductibles, because that's been kind of the conversation here. And it pointed out that the health outcomes are the same between high deductibles, low deductibles, and a couple other things.
These
but
motherfuckers need to get in front of that fucking microphone. You got a lot to fucking answer for.
Is lower in those with high deductible. I go back to 340B. If hospitals were passing on the 340B price to the patient who is financially stressed, then a policy initiative by Congress would actually be making a difference. But it's not being implemented.
Right now, there's no requirement that 340B hospitals have to pass on the savings to patients. That's
So
why
if we had such a requirement, then in this meta-analysis, we would address the only finding that was found as a true negative, that patients are unlikely to initiate, or less likely to initiate and continue.
That's correct. That will directly help patients.
And there was a statement earlier implying that somehow not-for-profit hospitals are better at this than the private equity. I'll point out that every bad incident we've talked about today has been a non-for-profit hospital not passing on savings from 340B or fulfilling the obligations that they receive for being a tax-exempt facility and in some cases a disproportionate share hospital. I'm not sure it's a failure of public policy, it's a failure of the implementation of public policy.
If I may also add, there's billions of dollars in tax exemption value. Remember, nonprofit hospitals don't pay tax, but also they receive tax deductible contributions. They receive a lower cost of borrowing because of the interest tax.
So as a 501c3, both the contribution they receive and the capital gains upon their corpus are also tax-free.
That's correct, yeah. So there's not just tax value itself, but there's also other derivative values.
So let me ask you also, because
this is actually where we got the news and started up fucking
that can both preserve the ability or the incentive for someone to be a shopper for her own financial health as well as her physical health, but also protect her from having a large out-of-pocket. Can you briefly comment on that?
Absolutely. We need to unleash the potential of HSA, health savings account. And you have a bill, Senator Cassidy, to allow HSAs to cover primary care and direct primary care. That is great, but I think we should go beyond that. Let us say HSA cover more and more non-major but routine services. Remember, insurance is supposed to only cover major events, right? That's why we don't have oil change. We don't have wiper replacement covered by car insurance. Otherwise, insurance premium will be very expensive and being marketed out of the market. But then because of government regulation, right now we have insurance covers everything and does not allow patients to benefit.
Dr. Ippolito, your testimony is very interesting. That somehow the credit score of patients, even though it's no longer counted against them, but the overall financial health of somebody, even if you subtract out the medical debt, often does not change.
But I will tell you, in terms of Milwaukee here, there don't seem to be major concerns. Most folks are, just trying to focus on getting flying into Milwaukee and getting to where they should be. So I think we're going to have an excellent convention. The message is going to be consistent, and that's how to make America great again by nominating Donald Trump.
There are going to be a lot of people coming from all over the country who are hearing about what happened in Pennsylvania. They're going to be in Milwaukee. What do you really want them to know ahead of this convention in light of the shooting with Mr. Trump?
That Milwaukee is, we're going to be in a safe situation here in Milwaukee, not only here in the convention hall area, but at the hotels around in the communities. The Republican National Committee, the convention committees have worked very, very hard. This is probably one of the most secure areas on the face of the planet right now. We have thousands of law enforcement agencies from all over the state and all over the Midwest here, and I think they're doing a great job. I really do.
What did the campaign tell you today? Have you talked to the campaign directly? What have they told you about how Mr. Trump is doing and why they still want to go through with this convention?
Mr. Trump is doing just fine. He's doing well. He's obviously been through a lot in the last 24 hours, but he's doing well. His thoughts are, of course, are focused on the victims as well, as we all are today. But we will proceed with the convention, and we will do it on time. There's no announced changes today. Frankly, I don't anticipate anything. I think the week will go smoothly.
Sure. In what ways did you ramp up? In what ways did you ramp up security, and how many people did you add in the wake of the shooting?
Yeah, I'm not in charge of that, so I can't speak to that. What I will tell you is there is so much security and so much law enforcement presence in downtown Milwaukee and the region already that I feel safe. I've had an office in Milwaukee for years.
All right,
and,
just listening into this update there from the Wisconsin GOP as we're following it here. Let's take you right now out to the United States Secret Service as they just popped up. They just stepped to the podium here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in.
What we're going to have for this event. This is a collaboration between federal, state, local, but beyond just from a law enforcement community, this is a collaboration between our elected leaders from both local, state, and also national. But also we have engaged community. We have workings with our community members in regards to ensuring the safety of this event. While we cannot talk about the operational plans, I can say from the CEO of the Milwaukee Police Department, this local police
Why are you
department
still
here,
watching this
I'm very
C-SPAN?
comfortable in
Why
regards
have
to
you
the
not
plans
flipped the fuck over
that we
yet?
have made together. Not in silos, not
This is
where we
shitty
just
as
kind of,
fucking... Oh.
kind of going over peruse.
I was wondering where that was coming from. Hold on, my bad.
Together. As you can see, in regards to my fire side, also from the county side, in regards to the type of collaboration. The collaboration is real. As the mayor said, this is a
assassination of former President Trump. We'll have live coverage here on C-SPAN when the news conference gets underway. You can also watch live on C-SPAN now.
It's already underway. What the?
Or online
Why are
at
you so shitty?
cspan.org.
Welcome back. We're joined now by Craig Gilbert with Marquette University Law.
Are you kidding me? It's going on right now, and you motherfuckers are just whatever.
national special security event. Can't get any higher than that in regards to that particular type of designation. And so I just want to reassure not only our community, the greater community, those involved at the convention, but also in our city. We got this. We got this. Thank you.
The fuck was that supposed to mean?
With that, we're going to move into a brief Q&A. Please just place a hand up. We'll call on you. Please wait your turn. One question, one follow-up. Name your name and outlet beforehand. And we'll get through as many as we can before we have to head out here, okay? So we're going to start right here, down the left, black t-shirt.
Shimon Ropez from CNN Secret Service. I don't understand why it is that you had one of the most significant events in the Secret Service's history occurred yesterday, and no one from the Secret Service has publicly decided to take questions about what happened. And the FBI today openly giving us an on-the-record briefing about their investigation, but yet we still have not heard from anyone from the Secret Service about what happened, about what the agency knew, about the lead-up. into the event concerning security. And I just don't understand how anyone would think that that's okay.
So my role in the Secret Service is the RNC coordinator, so that is my purview. Any questions regarding yesterday's event can be directed to our public affairs office out of DC.
Right, I understand that, but this is the first time that anyone from the Secret Service has publicly even spoken to the media since this happened. There was a press conference last night that the Secret Service was not at. State officials and gave guidance there, but yet the Secret Service has been absent as a result of that. It just raises all sorts of questions about why the Secret Service is now looking to answer questions.
So again, I'm the Secret Service's RNC coordinator, so I can speak to the RNC security planning. I'd refer any questions regarding yesterday's incident to our DC Public Affairs Office.
Yes, ma'am. Mark Meredith of Fox News. I'm curious, obviously you don't want to talk about what happened in Pennsylvania. Have you had to change your security posture at all here? And if so, how? Is it a small percent change? Is it looking at over everything once again? And then the follow-up question would be, just in terms of resources, I know you mentioned 18 months has been going into this. Do you feel like you've had all the resources you needed to get to this point today, or do you feel like more could also be done?
So as Mayor Johnson and Chief mentioned, this is a national special security event. That designation is the highest level of security designation that the federal government can determine. So we are confident in these security plans that are in place for this event, and we're ready to go. It's been an 18-month process. We've worked together over that 18 months to develop operational security plans for any and all aspects of security related to this event.
But did it change within the last, has any change been made in the last 24 hours?
We're not anticipating any changes to our operational security plans for this event.
Thank you.
Right here in the front in the orange dress. Oh, hi. Mary Spacusa with Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers told us a little bit ago that he is calling for the Secret Service to ban firearms, guns in the soft perimeter, not just in Fiserv Forum. Is that something that the Secret Service is considering or is doing?
I have not had any conversations regarding that, so I can't speak to that.
Okay. He said that he had requested the Secret Service. Do you know if that request was actually made at this point? Or?
I have not had any conversations regarding that, so I can't speak to that.
Is the Secret Service currently anticipating or currently planning to expand the perimeter?
We're not anticipating any changes to our current security perimeter plan.
Including allowing firearms into the soft perimeter as it is right now?
Anything in the soft perimeter is outside of our federal jurisdiction.
But why should former President Trump, his family, and the convention goers have confidence in the U.S. Secret Service to secure this site here over the next 4 days after his life was nearly taken yesterday in Pennsylvania?
So this event has been designated as a national special security event, which is the highest level of security for an event that can be designated by the government. So this is a whole of government approach. We've had an extensive planning process to include many organizations building out the operational security plans for any and all aspects of security related to this event.
Have you had the resources you need?
Yes, we are fully prepared and have a comprehensive security plan in place, and we're ready to go.
Caitlin Huey-Burns, CBS News. Why are you not expanding the perimeter?
So we're confident in the current plan that we have. It is based off of technical assessments, protective intelligence, and we are continuously monitoring information related to the event. So we're confident in the plans that we have, and we're moving forward with those plans.
And
so again, the Secret Service inner perimeter is our primary jurisdiction. So I would defer any questions related to outside of that zone to my partners here on the stage.
So one of the things I've understood in regards to the inner perimeter, it's the largest inner perimeter that has been part of the convention, to my understanding. Maybe I have to get that clarified. And so that is one important point to be able to understand in regards to what that level of security about what the inner perimeter looks like. In regards to the ability to carry a firearm outside of the inner perimeter, again, our state law allows for the particular right to carry a firearm. We as a city cannot legislate out of that, and I don't know if our mayor wants to speak on that anymore in regards to that. And so for we, in regards to our law enforcement aspect, we have to operate within those guidelines. Unless it's something that is against state law.
So it's the CIA, NSA, and Homeland
Second Amendment right. You carry your firearm.
The government has been waging war on the people for a long fucking time
and so
now.
that is a, again,
I'm going to be honest with
issue
you.
that we have to navigate.
What you just
and,
witnessed,
I will say this, and I've said this many times, as that is your right, please exercise your right in a responsible manner. please ensure that the behaviors that we would like to see for those with that responsibility aligns with that responsibility. The Milwaukee Police Department will not tolerate any particular behaviors outside of what is legally allowed in regards to that right.
Thank you, Chief. And just to reiterate what the Chief said, local ordinances in the state of Wisconsin do not supersede state law. Wisconsin is an open carry state, and therefore the city of Milwaukee and no other jurisdiction in this state can supersede that state law. Folks should be aware, though, that proactively before the convention gets started, we did take action at the local level to ban items that we could ban. So we used our authority already at the municipal level to take that sort of security precaution that we were able to do. But in terms of
I told you they were gonna try to come for your guns
in the outer perimeter,
just for this.
that is not
I
within our
told you they
purview
were going to try to
because
do
of
it.
state law.
Dan Simmons with the New York Times for the Secret
This is
Service.
something they actually set
If there
up.
have been any changes to the overall
Something
security
they
plan,
allowed to
if there have been
happen.
changes to the
And they're coming for your
protection
guns
plan
for.
for the former president, his family, and other elected officials.
So I'm the RNC coordinator, so I can only speak to the National Special Security event. The plans that we have in place will continue as is, and we're confident in those plans.
Megan Almas with are there any new threats to for the RNC or to protesters, and how will you protect protesters who are in this character?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Michael Hensel. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI for the state of Wisconsin. For your first question, the men and women of the FBI in the state of Wisconsin who work in our 6 offices, along with the assistance of our 56 field offices across the United States, and our domestic and international federal partners, have worked over the last 18 months to take information in, intelligence in, evaluate that information, and then disseminate it to both our state and local partners to address any threats. Currently, there are no known articulated threats against the RNC or anyone visiting the RNC. That's important because we also need the help of the public. If they see something during this time or feel uncomfortable with something, please let us know. Let your local law enforcement agencies know, or the FBI. 1-800 call the FBI.
Can I just follow up? I'm sorry. We're going to go ahead and make sure we have other questions. I just have to hand. Did you have a follow-up? Next question. Right back there.
Hi, for the Secret Service, just to be clear, did you or did you not make changes to the security plan based on the events of yesterday?
There have been no changes to our current operational security plans for this event.
Why not, given the fact the former president was the assassination?
So again, this event is designated as a national special security event. So it is a 18-month process that involves all levels of government that are contributing to the operational security plans for this event. So we have an operational security plan that's built out for every area of responsibility related to any and all aspects of security related to this event.
With Bloomberg News. So to the local and state officials on the stage, have you made any changes to your plans for this event, bringing in more officers, more intelligence gathering, and anything else that result from what happened yesterday on the Secret Service?
I can just reiterate what I said before in terms of what the city of Milwaukee has done. Our council, in conjunction with me, passed and signed a local ordinance to make sure that there's more protection in the outer perimeter as it relates to officers from across the state of Wisconsin or elsewhere coming in to assist with public safety around this. I defer to Chief.
No change.
So, I'm sorry, so you said make sure there's more protection in the outer perimeter. So what does that look like on the ground?
I'm sorry?
What does that look like on the ground? If Chief of Police is saying there's no change, what does it look like on the ground if you're saying there's more protection in the outer perimeter?
So the ordinance that I'm referring to that we had passed proactively at the local level, which is, by the way, the same ordinance, the same type of ordinance that we passed in preparation for the Democratic
Come on,
National
whoever
Convention
the fuck is doing this,
it was
stop
taking
fucking
place
around in the
Milwaukee
background
2020
and
before becoming a most
touching
virtual
shit.
event.
What the fuck is wrong with
an
you?
ordinance that does not allow individuals to bring in into the outer perimeter hard items like cans. Like,
can you slap the motherfucker on the whoever's on the camera or the microphones? Can you just slap him in the back of the fucking head for fucking around right now?
Some follow something else set up here. You said that there was no threats at the moment, there were no concerns, but I would imagine that was what the Secret Service and law enforcement thought yesterday as well. Are there changes to who you think or what you think the threat actors are, and are there any worries copycats this?
So as I said, there's no specific articulated threat to the RNC or any specific individual attending. As you'd expect, after the event yesterday, we've seen an uptick in social media chatter, people talking about what happened, and we, as the lead for all intelligence matters related to the RNC, the FBI, we evaluate all of that to make sure that if it trends into criminal activity or threat-based information, we evaluate that and again disseminate it out to our federal and state partners for action.
Can I just follow up on
We will have one more express we got to right there in the back.
Hi there, Sam Cramer with Fox in Milwaukee. We've heard from delegates, we've heard from visitors about a level of fear following what happened yesterday. Beyond the fact that you guys have planned for this for 18 months, what's your message to them about safety and security?
So I'll take that on. As we talk about these particular type of plans, especially in regards to what we've seen across the nation and what we're doing here, I don't know if we're comparing events in the same manner. What we've seen in regards to the past are, again, rallies or town halls. They don't receive the same level of support this event receives. And that's maybe hard to kind of wrap it around in regards to the type of resources being invested in this particular community. Again, we cannot talk about the operations of it, but as the leader in this community, I've seen the work. We work together, again, not only from the standpoint of the federal level, but again, my local partners, and seeing that type of investment in regards to what is being done. We are planning as much as we can plan in regards to what we know, and we're looking for what we don't know, but we are planned and actually ready with the resources. This is our community too. And looking at it from the standpoint of, I want to make sure that they understand we see you, we understand this is something of a concern, and we are ensuring that we're going to put the proper effort, the proper type of communication, which is why in this particular forum is why we're having it, to ensure that there is a communication from this collective group. We're working as hard as we can, around the clock, putting forth the effort that's necessary, not only for this RNC.
Why did the two snipers that were sitting in the barn above the president not shoot?
Chief executive
They
of
were
our
looking
police
there the
department
entire
here,
damn time.
It's important that
They
we
had
are also
in line of
understanding
sight
the
on the shooter the
concern
entire
in
damn
our
time.
city.
Why the
So
hell
this
did
is
you not
for
have anybody on
those who
that
are
fucking
attending
rooftop
RNC,
anyway?
but
Only
we
two
are taking
trees to
care of
obstruct.
this city. Period.
Will you be doing daily updates, or how will we get information?
Have you been able to talk with Director Cheadle? Have you talked with Director Cheadle?
Why isn't she here?
Have you
All right, they are wrapping up the U.S. Secret Service press conference.
You motherfuckers said absolutely goddamn nothing. They said absolutely nothing in that. I'm tired of this shit, guys. I have seriously had a fucking enough. What we just witnessed was fucking treason. And these motherfuckers are just like, we'll do better, I guess.
There in Milwaukee, head of the RNC, and potentially big news, in fact, that there is no change. That was the emphasis there around some of these operational security protocols in place, as they said it already had the
You didn't hear anything,
top
Wild Child.
layer of it, the
You didn't
national
hear
special
a
security
damn
event of this RNC, even after this assassination attempt of the former President Donald Trump. I do want to put up this tweet. As you heard, a question from Mark Meredith within that press conference pressing them on this, saying the Secret Service says it's not anticipating any changes to its security plan, even in the wake of Saturday's shooting. I do want to bring into the conversation right now to get some reaction and learn more about potentially what's coming up, but also what happened within the last 24 hours. Right now, we're going to be joined by former special agent, best-selling author Fred Burton. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live and Now from Fox. And you were just listening into that press conference like everyone else as well. Are we surprised that the Secret Service, even at a high-profile event in the wake of what happened yesterday, that there is no change to some of the protocols in place?
Andy, first, thanks for having me on. No, I'm not surprised. This is a national special event. I've worked countless numbers of these. Your national level intelligence community assets are devoted to the problem. This will go off without a hitch. You know, of course, I expect some sort of demonstrations and so forth, but this has been planned much like any Olympic Games has been planned for months at a time. So this is really an operation that will go off without any problems whatsoever.
Yeah, and they talked about maybe a question of trust in this because of what we saw yesterday in just a matter of seconds, that some of this can change after an incident like that. Looking back in the past 24 hours, maybe how much is the Secret Service, how much in your eyes are they reevaluating some of those things around the president? Maybe how enhanced are they, if at all, for the former president?
Well, Andy, protection assets are threat-driven. And when you look at that, this becomes a protective intelligence issue. You're looking at all source intelligence and you're trying to evaluate what the threat assessment is for that protectee, in this case, President Trump, on any given site, on any given venue. So as you dissect what took place yesterday in Butler, Pennsylvania, you have to look at what were the assets that were deployed, what was the advance report, was there a protective intelligence analyst sent ahead of time? Now, look, you have to look at this in a sequence of events. You have the Republican National Convention. You've got a presidential protection detail assigned to President Biden. Having said all that, from my assessment, you would be hard-pressed to find a protectee under U.S. Secret Service coverage that has more threats than President Trump. So that's really the hard question that really needs to be asked out of Secret Service headquarters as they evaluate what's literally assigned to former presidents. And look, at the end of the day, former presidents have historically received less assets, less protection agents, less counter snipers, less canine, specifically assigned from the U.S. Secret Service.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I do have to ask you because the current president, Joe Biden, has said they're going to maybe reassess what happened yesterday to evaluate. Does he have maybe the power to change that he, now former President Trump, will get some of those assets like you mentioned? Does President Biden have the power to kind of make sure that the Secret Service there is in the full power, the full resources to protect
failed. But
Trump?
Hey, we will continue with the same plan of action.
Absolutely. The president can dictate to the Secret Service to get the job done with as much resources that need to be assigned.
And that was it.
But at the end of the day, you're still dealing with a number of fixed assets. And when you look at the Secret Service in general, you have to evaluate exactly how many former presidents they have, which are quite a few. Yep. And then you look at their protection assets and missions. And let's not forget, we're in the midst of a campaign year. So you have all agents, it's all hands on deck scattered around the country. And there's a lot of interaction with local and state authorities that's helping augment those protection assets. So one of the lessons that came out of, if I could digress to, for example, the Hinckley assassination attempt on President Reagan, is when Hinckley jumped out of the press pen and fired shots towards the president, the Secret Service made an evaluation, and I was there at the time, where they decided that they were going to have Secret Service assets then, instead of local police, look at the press pool. The question really, from a management perspective, is does the Secret Service have the number of assets, namely U.S. Secret Service Uniform Division personnel to deploy at every one of these whistle stops that President Trump or President Biden has, along with Vice President Harris. So that really becomes a bandwidth and a resource issue.
Interesting as well, the historical context. My last question before I let you go, because I know you're a busy man as well. Can you maybe put some of the historical context on this? Because I think maybe the newer generation doesn't remember the Reagan assassination attempt. They think of JFK as well. Can you kind of put this in a little bit of context for us on a historical scale?
Yeah, I'd love to, Andy. As a student of protection history and been around as long as I have with this, you have to go back to the Warren Commission. And one of the key findings out of the Warren Commission was that the Secret Service really needed a counter sniper kind of capability to neutralize a Lee Harvey Oswald or a lone gunman kind of threat. And then, of course, then you had James Earl Ray assassinating Martin Luther King in '68. And so the Secret Service has been laser fixated on this kind of threat specifically. And I know firsthand from doing a lot of protection that it's one of the greatest worries as you're actually standing post. Do you have the high ground? Do you have counter sniper kind of resources, either self-contained or a local kind of police capability? So historically, this threat is one that will be dissected forever by the U.S. Secret Service from a training capacity, Andy.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. Rightfully so.
Correct. Yeah, rightfully so, especially after what happened almost exactly 24 hours ago yesterday in Butler, Pennsylvania. All right, Fred Burton, thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I appreciate your insight as always.
Thank you for having me, Andy.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Great conversation there, as well as we're learning more information about security protocols in place for the RNC. I do want to put up this tweet as well, talking about this as there are no changes. The Secret Service says no changes for the RNC security plan. It's confident in the security plans for Trump after that rally attack. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this.
You motherfuckers want me to listen? No. Fuck you. We'll stay with this one. I ain't signing up for shit. I ain't. Nah. You can eat my asshole with that. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Eddie Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here as we continue to follow the latest some 24 hours after that assassination attempt. I'm just going to take
Butler,
a wicked
Pennsylvania.
little...
Tragically, one person did lose their lives.
A wicked little liquid
we are
shit
following
before
this
that happens.
and learning the identity and also now sharing a picture here on social media of this individual. His name, Corey Comparatore, there from Pennsylvania, a Trump rally saying, quote, died a hero. A former fire chief heroically shielded his wife and daughters from bullets, praised as the, quote, very best of us, become a symbol of bravery. The governor of Pennsylvania said he was a girl dad, a firefighter, went to church every Sunday. Corey loved his community, and most especially, Corey loves his family. And it was kind of a, earlier today, the governor of Pennsylvania said they were flying the flags at half staff after this shooting. One person died. We do know the update from 2 other individuals that were struck there at this as they were upgraded to now stable condition. Those 2 individuals, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, listed as stable condition after being upgraded from critical. Let's listen in to the governor from Pennsylvania earlier today here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. I'm Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and I'm honored every single day to represent the good people of Pennsylvania. And honored to be here today in Butler Township, a wonderful community, a community where people love one another, respect one another. And unfortunately, last night had to deal with tragedy in their neighborhood. I've just come from a briefing with the FBI and the Pennsylvania State Police. And I'm joined today, of course, by Colonel Christopher Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police. Law enforcement will have more to share throughout the day, but I'd like to make a few comments separate from the ongoing investigation. First and foremost, the assassination attempt on the former president, Donald Trump, last night was absolutely unacceptable and tragic.
No, you pulled this
Lori
motherfucker into he is treasonous
that the former
as well.
president is safe.
He's been screaming for
and according
no.
to him and his team.
You fucking
fine.
take this man into custody.
It's also important
now.
to note that last night, 3
Charge
of
him
our
with
fellow
fucking
Pennsylvanians were shot, 1 fatally and 2 in critical condition.
This asshole has
I've just
said
spent
way
time
too
speaking
much.
to
Calling
the
like
families.
Trump a
And I want to
racist, he's a
offer
Nazi,
my
he's
prayers
Hitler.
and the prayers of all
You don't get to
13
get the
million
fuck away with it
Pennsylvanians
now.
for the 2 individuals who are being treated at this time. We lost a fellow Pennsylvanian last night, Corey Comparator. I just spoke to Corey's wife and Corey's 2 daughters. Corey was a girl dad. Corey was a firefighter. Corey went to church every Sunday. Corey loved his community. And most especially, Corey loved his family. Corey was an avid supporter of the former president and was so excited to be there last night with him in the community. I asked Corey's wife if it would be okay for me to share that we spoke. She said yes. She also asked that I share with all of you that Corey died a hero, that Corey dove on his family to protect them last night at this rally. Corey was the very best of us. May his memory be a blessing. Last night was shocking for this community and for this Commonwealth, and I know for this country. Political disagreements can never, ever be addressed through violence. Disagreements are okay, but we need to use a peaceful political process to settle those differences. This is a moment
people blab all day for
where
a
all
living and
leaders
it's all BS
have a
buzzwords
responsibility to
and
speak
terminology.
and
Word
act
salad.
with moral clarity. Where all leaders need to take down the
They
temperature
say absolutely
and
nothing
rise above
every
the hateful
damn time they
rhetoric
talk.
that exists and search for a better, brighter future for this nation. It's the work that I try to do every day here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And that's the work that falls to each and every American right now. And so I ask that you join me in prayer for the 2 Pennsylvanians who are in critical condition, that we continue to wish for a full and speedy recovery and pray for the former president, and that the Comparator family remains in our thoughts and prayers. They have some very challenging times ahead of them.
See, that would
They
be
will
my
have an
question
empty
to these
seat
kinds
at
of
the dinner
people.
table for the
I would
rest
just,
of their
if
lives.
I was some kind of reporter or
We need to
anything,
make sure that
taking
Corey's
questions
memory
or asking him
is
questions,
forever a blessing.
I'd be like, okay,
And here in
so
Pennsylvania, we will see to
you've
it
been on
that is
record
the case.
publicly actually saying
And with
things
that,
like he's a
I'll be happy to
racist,
try and take a few of your
he's a
questions.
Nazi,
Governor,
he's
a lot
Hitler.
of folks are
Why should you
starting
not be
to
brought
ask
up on
the
treason
tough
charges?
question about whether that building that the shooter accessed should have been secured. Should it have been secured? And do the Pennsylvania State Police have any responsibility
Because
to have
this
it
is
secured?
this
I'm not
is your
going to
fault
get
as
into any
well.
questions
Why the fuck should you
answer
not
any
be brought up on
questions
treason
regarding
charges?
the ongoing investigation. I trust that the FBI and the Pennsylvania
Damn
State
near every
Police
Democrat,
will
some
keep you
Republican
posted throughout the
politicians, why are
day
they
and in
not
the
brought up
days
on
ahead
treason charges for
as
starting
to
this?
their investigation.
Governor, there were some concerning items that the police had found in the suspect's vehicle. Do you have any update on those? And are you confident at this point the threat is over, that he acted alone and that the public is in fact safe?
The investigation is ongoing, and law enforcement will update you on the status of their investigation throughout the day.
Can you share any more about your communications with former President Donald Trump or his team?
I have not spoken directly to the former president. I have wished him well. I think multiple times
sure
last
the
evening
motherfucker
through
doesn't
statements
wanna
Lori and I
talk
have. The people of Pennsylvania, I know, were praying for him. And again, according to his team
And if he does,
and himself, it seems
it'd
as
have
though
been just
he will be fine, obviously, relatively speaking.
Wait,
and we're
because
glad to
when I'm
see
president,
that violence is
your
never
ass is going to
acceptable.
prison.
I should also let you know that I did speak to President Biden. He called me last night to make sure that here in the Commonwealth we had all the resources we needed. I assured him that we did. At the time, he had yet to speak to President Trump. I think they connected later in the evening, and he wanted me to know that he was trying to reach out to the former president. I think that that was the honorable and right thing to do, and I'm glad that President Biden did that. We have no unmet needs at this time, and we're working in concert with our federal partners, and I let the president know that.
Governor, have you talked to the families of those two who were critically injured, and do you have an update on their condition?
I spoke to the family of one of them, and the other left a detailed message, and I'm not going to get into their status. That'll be shared by the Pennsylvania State Police and or the family later today.
Governor, will you be asking for flags to be thrown and half-staffs across the state, and also knowing that this is going to be a really contentious, even more so, battleground state for the rest of what would your message?
Can I say, I just missed the last part of what she said.
No problem. The first was about the flags. The second, knowing that this is going to be even more contentious now in the state of Pennsylvania and that we're divided here, what is your message to people who live here?
I have directed that flags be flown at half-staff in Corey's memory, and our chief of staff is working through that process now.
I'm sorry, sir. That's
my
still not
message to all
the answer to what
Pennsylvanians,
you
my
were saying.
message to all Americans is to be firm in your beliefs, to believe what you believe, to advocate for what you believe, and to be engaged in the political and civic process, but to always do so peacefully. To remember that while we may be Democrats and Republicans, above all else, we are Americans. And if you look at the story of this great nation over the last 248 years, a nation that was born right here in Pennsylvania, it's been ordinary Americans at every single step of the way, rising up, demanding more, seeking justice, advocating for change, and doing so peacefully. And those who have advocated for such change peacefully, they have been the ones to bring that about. We have to remember that even in these times where there are real divisions, that we have to address those divisions through engagement in the political and civic process in a peaceful manner. That is incumbent upon all political leaders of all parties, and it is incumbent upon the public. I will tell you that notwithstanding the tragedy that we saw last night here in Butler, the awful tragedy, that every day when I'm around Pennsylvania, I see the very best of Pennsylvanians. People who do have fervent beliefs, people who do have passionate beliefs, but who engage in a peaceful manner, and who love their neighbors, and who engage with people in their communities, even those that they might have differences from. We need to learn from our history in this Commonwealth and in this country, and we need to bring our better angels forward and carry that forward into this political season.
Governor,
I'll take one more. Yes.
Can you expand on the situation of Mr. Compatore's passing? Was he standing behind President Trump? You said he dove in front of his family. Is there any more detail you can provide about
His wife shared with me that he dove on his family to protect them. As for any other information, that'll be shared by law enforcement. Thank you all very much.
All right, just listening in there to an update from the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, talking about the selfless act there in his final moments. Corey Comparator there very tragically died a hero. Of course, the former fire chief heroically shielded his wife, daughters from bullets, praised them as the very best. He was a symbol of bravery, so everything we know right there about Corey Comparator. From this Trump rally yesterday, tragically losing his life there. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this.
Wait a minute. Trump's assassination in a BlackRock ad at 19 seconds. They made that guy this place. That guy made this place a special place to come to school, and that looks like the shooter. Underbite and all. Hmm. Ooh. Baby. Remember Sandy Hook? Uh-huh. He's got a point.
Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people.
Secret
And you know,
Service
that's a
agent
little
post.
bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened to our country.
He was
Probably
moving the
20
media?
million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
What's really fucked up, though, is he was moving the people beforehand. And he put them in harm's way. What?
No, she got over there on purpose. Bro, what the fuck? She's going to jail. If 12 comes, she gonna left. I'm pushing. My key in the ignition right now. She's going to jail. She literally on that shit. Ain't that power? Yeah, she gonna kill herself. She better turn to electro.
I don't give a shit about that. You holster your goddamn weapon. Why are you holstering your fucking weapon?
Got shot at. Trump got shot at. So, like, did he? Oh, yeah, he lived. Huh. Yeah, and what's worse is he looked really cool when it happened. What do you mean he looked cool when it happened? He unfortunately looked very cool when it happened. How do you look cool getting shot at? Well, Like, what did he do? Pop right back up with blood streaming down his face, pumping a fist in the air, shouting USA, USA, USA until a crowd of thousands joined in? That's exactly what he did. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool. I know. Crap. We're gonna lose the election, huh? Big time.
Okay. Let me rewind this a little bit.
Mandy Mack, thank you so much for joining us here as we continue to find the latest. Some 24 hours after that assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. Tragically, one person did lose their lives, and we are following this and learning the identity, and also now sharing a picture here on social media of this individual. His name, Corey Comparatore, there from Pennsylvania.
Where is it? Let's go to the speech with Biden, damn it. How the hell did you go that fucking far back? Fine, we'll just start it from there.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much
Get
for
the hell
joining us
off the
as we continue on discussing the latest with this assassination attempt of
Sorry,
the
I'm just
former
failing all
President
over the
Donald
place
Trump
today.
yesterday in Butler, Pennsylvania. We're learning more about what President Biden is doing, saying at a press conference earlier today that, quote, we must unite as one nation. He also spoke to the former president earlier on today. I want to put up this tweet as well, talking about this, saying there's no place in America for this kind of violence or any violence. An assassination attempt is contrary to everything we stand for as a nation. It's not America, and we cannot allow this to happen. We heard from him earlier on today. We will hear from him again tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern. This a tweet saying, I will continue to stay briefed by my Homeland Security team as this investigation continues. You'll address the nation tonight from the Oval Office, like I said, at 8 o'clock Eastern. Let's take you out to these brief remarks from earlier today from the current president there with alongside Merrick Garland and others. Let's listen into this from earlier.
Good afternoon. Last night, I spoke with Donald Trump. I'm sincerely grateful that he's doing well and recovering. And we had a short but good conversation. Jill and I are keeping him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victim who was killed. He was a father. He was protecting his family from the bullets that were being fired. And he lost his life. God love him. We're also praying for the full recovery of those who were injured. And we're grateful to the Secret Service agents and other law enforcement agencies and individuals who risked their lives literally for our nation. As I said last night, there is no place in America for this kind of violence or any violence for that matter. An assassination attempt is contrary to everything we stand for as a nation, everything. It's not who we are as a nation. It's not America. And we cannot allow this to happen. Unity is the most elusive goal of all, but nothing is important than that right now, unity. We'll debate and we'll disagree. That's not going to change, but we're going to not lose sight, in fact, who we are as Americans. Look, Vice President Harris and I were just briefed in the Situation Room by my Homeland Security team, including the Director of the FBI, the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Attorney General, the Director of the Secret Service, my Homeland Security Advisor, the National Security Advisor, and we're going to continue to be briefed. The FBI is leading this investigation, which is still in its early stages. We don't yet have any information about the motive of the shooter. We know who he is. I urge everyone, please, don't make assumptions about his motives or his affiliations. Let the FBI do their job.
No,
and
the
partner
FBI is going to
agencies
cover
do
it
their
up, you
job.
fucking little piece of shit.
I'm
We already
instructed
know.
that this investigation be thorough and swift. And the investigators will have every resource
Yeah, we
they need to get
investigated
this
ourselves
done.
and we found we did nothing wrong.
Look.
We got it.
As this investigation continues, here's what we're going to do. First, Mr. Trump, as a former president and nominee of the Republican Party, already receives a heightened level of security. And I've been consistent in my direction to the Secret Service to provide him with every resource, capability, and protective measure necessary to ensure his continued safety. Second, I've directed the head of the Secret Service to review all security measures for the Republican National Convention, which is scheduled to start tomorrow. And third, I've directed an independent review of the national security at yesterday's rally to assess exactly what happened. And we'll share the results of that independent review with the American people as well. And finally, I'll be speaking more about this tonight at greater length from the Oval Office. We must unite as one nation. We must unite as one nation.
Fuck you.
To demonstrate who we are.
Fuck you. We need to bring you in for goddamn
God
treason.
protect our troops. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, when you spoke to
Your
President
fucking
Trump
rhetoric
yesterday-
has led to
Users were
the
listening in
assassination
there
attempt
to current
of your
President Joe
fucking
Biden there
political
making
rival.
remarks at the White House about this assassination
It is
attempt,
fucking
talking
time to
about
rein them the
assessing
fuck in
the
and bring them
Secret
all up on
Service
charges.
and what their role was in that. Moving forward, of course, coming up tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern, we'll hear from him once again inside the Oval Office, talking about how America, the United States, needs to unite as one. I'm Andy Mack. You're on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Just, all right, I don't know how many things I got up on this side here. Yeah, there we go.
All right, welcome back in year two, Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. In just 24 hours after the assassination attempt of the former president, the show must go on. The RNC will go on with Trump in attendance. I do want to put up this tweet right now saying that the President Trump on his way there to Milwaukee, Wisconsin for the GOP convention. He is so grateful for all your prayer, support, and well wishes. You can see there Trump Force One on his way soon enough to this beginning in just a day or so, as he will officially become that Republican nominee for president come November. So we're following all of this here on Live Now from Fox. We do have an inside look of the arena there, but also an outside look as we're learning from the Secret Service saying there are no changes to the operational security, even despite that attempt at his life yesterday. So we're following all the latest here as they are talking about it being a high-profile event there, high-security event, but the security will remain in place. Let's take you right now out to a conversation my colleague Josh Breslow had about this assassination attempt and much, much more with the new details we're learning about this suspected shooter. Let's listen in.
Talk more about what happened here, so let's bring in Congressman Roger Williams, a Texas Republican and a survivor of the 2017 congressional baseball mass shooting. The congressman here with us this morning. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
You bet.
All right, so first off, I do want to talk about what happened. And this is a question that I've asked of so many people as they do remember exactly where they were when they found out about this shooting and will likely remember for decades to come. So how did you find out about former President Trump being shot? And essentially, what were you thinking when you saw that video that actually showed it?
Well, I was in Texas, and I was going to have a conference call with some of my staff, and I got a call from one of my chief of staff of the Small Business Committee, which I chair, and told me what was happening. I immediately got on TV and, of course, saw what we all saw, and it really concerned me because it took me back to 2017 during the baseball shooting that we had, where I was wounded and Steve Scalise was shot, and several others, and it just took me back to that and could imagine what people around there were thinking, what he was thinking, and it just shows too the hate and the anger in this country right now is at a fever pitch, and we've got to find a way to turn it down. I don't know what it's going to do. We've got conventions coming up this week and so forth, but it just shows that we were very divided in our country, and it's going to have to change at some point in time.
And you did talk a little bit about it, but can you break down for me what happened back in 2017 at the congressional baseball game?
Well, we were practicing for the baseball game, and myself, I was hitting ground balls to Steve Scalise, and I hit a ball to him, and right after that, a sound went off, and much like a lot of people say, they thought it was a car backfiring, but then shots started ringing out, and we all went immediately to a place we could find safety. In my case, it was a dive in the first base dugout. That was a real dugout that was about 6 foot deep in the ground, and I dove into it like it was a swimming pool with no water to get protection, and I got wounded in the leg from shrapnel. And we were in there about 10 minutes, and it was the Arlington police came and, of course, killed the perpetrator. But there again, it was after they killed him, they found out he wanted to kill Republicans. He had names of people he wanted to kill. And it was the same kind of personality we have now, very driven by hate and anger. And, and people will say, well, did it bring a come by moment back to Congress after the baseball shooting? And I said, absolutely not. Lasted about 2 days. We were back to where we were. And I'm not so sure that right now this event with President Trump is not going to do the same thing. Certain people are worried about him, as they should be. But those that see it a different way are going to be driven by hate and anger again. And here we go. So it's an interesting time we're in, but it's one we've got to fix somehow.
As a Republican congressman, what does it mean to you to see how quickly the Democrats, Republicans, everyone, independents came together to condemn the violence and post on social media, put out statements? What does that say to you, and what does it mean to you?
Well, what it says is people probably do care. Nobody wants to see that what we saw yesterday ever happen in this country. And so there were some really good statements. I saw some pretty bad statements too, which again is the division of our country. Look, this is the United States of America. We got the greatest country in the world. We got the greatest people in the world. We got the greatest law enforcement in the world. We got the greatest ability to elect people to political office and do it fair and square. We need to get back to this and not have this hate and vitriol that we've got. We've got to be able to somehow agree to disagree. But in the interim, we have to be aware. I've had so many people call me and say, Roger, I don't know if I can get involved in politics anymore, but I've had more call me and say, how do I get involved? How do I help somebody? How do I run for office? How can I get involved and save my country? And that's encouraging.
Do you expect that Trump is going to stop his political campaign events as a result of this? I mean, we know that after this all happened, he did make sure to get up. He's bleeding from the side of his face, but holds up his fist to let everyone know that he is okay. He's not the kind of person to shy away from things like this. So do you think he will put a pause on any of his campaign events?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if there's a pause, it's certainly not going to be generated by President Trump. That's for sure. This guy's a fighter. This guy's a winner. He's a patriot. He loves his country. And I go back again to the baseball shooting. The night that night of the shooting, I was in the hospital, and President Trump called me to check on me and to say, should we play the baseball game the next night? And I said, absolutely yes. He said, well, that's what we're going to do. So I've seen it firsthand in his ability to lead and proceed and get after it. And I think that if anything's canceled, it won't be him. But I doubt we'll see too much of a interruption in his campaign.
We did hear from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who said there will be an investigation, a probe, testimony will take place because attendees are claiming that they were trying to let the Secret Service and other law enforcement know that a gunman was crawling around on a roof, but no one seemed to listen. I imagine lawmakers on both sides of the aisle will want an investigation, correct?
No question. And what we hear about that is concerning, right? I mean, if you see somebody with a rifle, for crying out loud, climbing a building, something ought to be done about it. And I don't know enough, and nobody knows enough to say what happened, what didn't happen, who's responsible, who's not. But yeah, there needs to be an investigation, because anytime you have a shooting like this, you certainly want to find out how it happened, why it happened, and make sure it never happens again.
What role does social media play in all of this? Because we know that folks will get behind the keyboard. They'll start posting photos of random people and say, this is the gunman, this is the gunman, and posting incorrect information. So how difficult is it just to know that all of that misinformation is out there?
Well, it's out there, and social media does allow people to make things up and say things they don't know, say things they may not even believe, and accuse and so forth. So it can be a problem. I think everybody needs to dial it back to the best they can and let law enforcement work and see exactly what happened and not get ahead of ourselves, because that can create problems too. But that's the world we live in. So I would just say, unless you know what you're talking about, don't talk about it, and let's learn about it.
Yeah, because like you said, I definitely saw some messages that were horrible yesterday there on social media, and it is hard to see that. What question or questions do you hope will be answered soon about all of this? Because this is an active FBI investigation, so only so much can be released. But what questions do you have?
Well, again, we want to know what's the background of the perpetrator, what might have made him do this. If he was climbing a building with a rifle, why didn't we stop him before that happened, before the event happened? And you can think of a lot of questions afterwards, but I think the biggest question is, how can we fix this to where it doesn't happen again, where elected officials are protected properly, where people are aware and not afraid? And I think that's a big point. And get back to some normality we can, so people aren't afraid to run for office, or people aren't afraid to put themselves out there and express their ideas, because that's what built this country. That's why America's great, because it's a land of ideas and a land of disagreement, but at the same time agree to disagree and come up with answers and move the country forward.
And you kind of already touched on this, but my last question for you, what message do you want to make sure gets across to people who are watching right now?
Well, the message is, look, don't be afraid of America. But be concerned for America. Do what you can to make it better, not what you can do to make it worse. And also realize that the people here that are coming need to solidify themselves in the American way and not challenge it and reap the benefits of the American dream, which is under attack right now. So I would hope people would say, I'm going to get involved. I'm going to do what I can. I'm going to help people get involved, and I'm going to make sure that this country continues to be the greatest in the world, because at the end of the day, a country is only good as its people. A country is only good as the rules that it has, and the rules and the laws are to be followed by the people. Select good leadership that represents you, and be involved.
Right,
and have
asshole.
a smile on your face.
All right, Congressman Roger Williams, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and discuss this a little bit further. Is there anything else that you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
Well, I think we all should pray for President Trump, his quick recovery, and pray for President Biden also that he can continue his campaign and will, and let the people hear the difference between the two, where they want to take the country, and do it with an open mind and not a hateful mind, and keep America great, keep America the best. Because I'll tell you, at the end of the day, our enemies are watching everything that's going on in this country right now. They see disarray, they see hate and anger, and that's not a winning combination. we're the greatest country in the world. We can get back on the right track real quick, and we should try to do it. Every one of us should chip in and say, I'm going to do what I can to make this country the best it can be.
Great words there. Congressman, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us.
Thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much for that conversation here on Live Now from Fox. You can see the Republican National Convention. The stage is set. The former President Donald Trump on his way to this venue as we speak, nearly 5 o'clock there, Central Time. We're going to continue to follow all of these major developments here on Live Now from Fox through the evening hours. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this.
Now, I'm going to mute that. I want to bring up something to you guys here. You remember when Rachel Maddow was talking on The View about how Trump wanted to bring up charges on her and MSNBC so they could have them executed? Rachel Maddow, the head propagandist at MSNBC, this was from back when this is October 23rd of 2023, claims that Donald Trump wants to put MSNBC on trial so he can execute us. Maddow said this just after claiming there will never be elections again if Trump becomes president. This is the same woman who said Trump would start World War III if he became president in 2016. He didn't start a single war. Help bring peace in the Middle East with his historic Abraham Accords. Moscow Maddow also spread the PP tape lie and the Trump-Russia collusion hoax, the fake Russian dossier paid for by Hillary Clinton. The MSNBC host had lied to her viewers over and over again, telling them that if they got the COVID vaccine, they can't spread the virus. This is the same state of media. This is the state of the media, and people like Rachel Maddow are on the front lines of propaganda machines, spreading hate and lies on a daily basis.
If you listen,
I want you all to hear what she's got to say here.
ultimately, if you listen to what Trump is saying, you don't just sort of regard him as a spectacle, but you really listen to what he's saying. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's basically portraying a future for America if he is put back in the White House in which we don't have another election after that. That's right. That he wants to put MSNBC on trial for treason so that he can execute us. I mean, this is...
And he will put Rudy Giuliani on the Supreme Court.
If he makes it that long, sure. Yeah. Not only do we have a 50-50 shot of him being back in the White House, any major party nominee has a 50% shot, but the Republican Party will have to reckon with that for till the end of time. Ultimately, if you listen to what Trump is saying, you don't just...
Okay. Now, question is, you put MSNBC on trial and to execute you? Ma'am, there is only very, very, very few things that would be executable offense in this country. The only thing that you could be brought up on charges for that would warrant your execution is treason. Now, let's admit it. This entire government has they've waged war on the American people. Your way of life, economically, culturally, everything that we've gone through. Information-wise, information warfare. The government is the enemy of the people now. You have levied war against the people. And these are those that are giving aid and comfort to the people that have levied war, or to the group that has levied war against the people of the United States of America, which happens to be our own fucking government. I'm not going to calm down. I'm not going to sit here and say this. I don't give a damn if YouTube wants to bring everything down and delete my channel. Fuck you. I don't care. I call for treason charges for everybody. Every single person that said he was Hitler. Every single person that said he was a white supremacist. Every single person that said he was a Nazi. Every single person that called anybody a maggot. Every single person brought up on treason charges. I've had enough.
sort of regard him as a...
Oh, wait. Let me go back.
Investigation plays out.
There's no place in America for this kind of violence or any violence for that matter. I urge everyone, please, don't make assumptions about his motives or his affiliations. Let the FBI do their job and their partner agencies do their job.
The Trump campaign says despite the apparent attempt on his life, he fully intends to be in Milwaukee this week for the Republican National Convention. Reporting in Atlanta, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much. He is on his way there, and we're learning from the Secret Service that there's really no change to the security protocols in place there in Milwaukee. A couple live pictures there inside the venue and outside the venue right here on Live and Now from Fox. And of course, our Fox 6 team, they're on the ground covering it in full. I do want to put up this tweet right now from Jason Calvi saying the red carpet is set to welcome RNC delegates and guests. The Red, White, and Brew welcome party is happening a day after what the FBI deemed an assassination attempt on former President Trump. For more on this, let's go out to our Fox 6 team to talk about the delegates that are arriving there for this RNC.
I'm just here to take it all in.
They've come from across the nation.
I am coming from the Philadelphia area, specifically Chester County.
Where are you from?
I am from Portland, Oregon.
Saturday morning, planes touched down at Milwaukee's Mitchell International Airport, carrying delegates and others taking part in the Republican National Convention.
So a delegate is a person who was sent here to cast a vote on behalf of either their congressional district where they live or the state at large where they live.
Jerry Cummings is an alternate delegate from Oregon. He's prepared for a full schedule.
Lots of
alternate delegate? You mean a false slate of electors? Wait, it's almost like it's actually really fucking used, huh? Wow.
Opportunities to listen to speeches on the floor, to hear reports, and but there will also be a lot of time just to talk to other Republicans from around the country.
The four-day event will feature speeches from high-profile Republicans. Pfizer Forum is where Donald Trump is set to accept the party's nomination for the third time.
We need a business owner. We need a business person.
I like having an outsider. I like somebody that knows business.
Delegates we talked with say this is their first time in Milwaukee, and they clearly recognize that this is a battleground state in the upcoming election.
I've heard a lot of incredible things about the city, and I'm looking forward to meeting people from Milwaukee. It's a great responsibility because I'm representing the people that actually voted for me.
There's plenty of anticipation.
I'm expecting to see who President Trump picks as a VP.
The convention will be monumental for attendees, like Mike Moeller, who has this hope.
Basically, everybody comes together and we can really start moving together and get as many people out to vote as we can.
In Milwaukee, Aaron Maben, Fox 6 News.
All right, thank you so much for that, gearing up, and this on the eve of that, of course, shooting as well. So certainly overshadowing at that, but there are no changes to the security plans. This, according to the United States Secret Service.
Why do you
want to put up just this tweet from the New York Post talking about this?
Every bit of
kind of an
information
interesting graphic of what
about
happened,
where he is,
what
what he's
transpired
doing,
yesterday, and some of
what's
the
going on with their
distances between
security. Why are
the
you
suspected
putting out all that
shooter
information
and
all the
also
time?
Trump on that stage at this rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. You can just see kind of where it is and what was going on. The United States Secret Service there taking out that individual as well, mere moments after they fired that gun. So we're following all of the latest here on Live Now from Fox of this incident, of this, what they're calling an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. Our attention now turns.
Yeah. So these were these snipers right here, sitting right here. They were looking at him the entire fucking time. They had him in scope the entire time. This dude was over here getting up on this roof, setting up. They saw the rifle. They saw him point. They saw him aim. Dude gets off first 2 shots before they fire the fuck back. I'm sorry, I think I would have taken that shot before the dude even got set up to even look down the scope. I'd have dealt with the aftermath from that instance. I'd have been like, fuck it, you want to send me to jail for saving this dude's life? I'm going to jail. It wouldn't have happened. But I'd have taken that shot.
what they're calling an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. Our attention now turns to Wisconsin for the RNC, and we're hearing some comments earlier today from the GOP party there on hand in southeastern Wisconsin. Let's listen into this here from just a little bit ago.
Everyone's kind of the same mindset of thinking about the victims in Pennsylvania and praying for the best for them. But right now, I will tell you from the RNC perspective, but also from the campaign's perspective, we're going to move through the week on schedule, on time, and I think the delegates and the audience, really not just around the state, around the nation, and around the world, will be pleased by what they see.
Do you have the
I'm sorry?
delegates at all? Are they fearful now that...
No, they're concerned about, the question was, had I spoken about to delegates? I will tell you, I've talked to some of my delegates and folks as people are pouring into town today here in Milwaukee. And, you know, there are always questions. You know, people are concerned about the situation in Pennsylvania, as we all should be. But I will tell you, in terms of Milwaukee here, there don't seem to be major concerns. Most folks are, you know, just trying to focus on getting, flying into Milwaukee and getting to where they should be. So I think we're going to have an excellent convention. The message is going to be consistent, and that's how to make America great again, by nominating Donald Trump.
There are going to be a lot of people coming from all over the country who are hearing about what happened in Pennsylvania. They're going to be in Milwaukee. What do you really want them to know ahead of this convention in light of the shooting with Mr. Trump?
That Milwaukee is, we're going to be in a safe situation here in Milwaukee, not only here in the convention hall area, but at the hotels around in the communities. The Republican National Committee, the convention committees have worked very, very hard. This is probably one of the most secure areas on the face of the planet right now. We have thousands of law enforcement agencies from all over the state and all over the Midwest here, and I think they're doing a great job. I really do.
What did the campaign tell you today? Have you talked to the campaign directly? What have they told you about how Mr. Trump is doing and why they still want to go through with this convention?
Mr. Trump is doing just fine. He's doing well. He's obviously been through a lot in the last 24 hours, but he's doing well. His thoughts are, of course, are focused on the victims as well, as we all are today. But we will proceed with the convention, and we will do it on time. There's no announced changes today. Frankly, I don't anticipate anything. I think the week will go smoothly.
Sure. In what ways did you ramp up? In what ways did you ramp up security, and how many people did you add in the wake of the shooting?
Yeah, I'm not in charge of that, so I can't speak to that. What I will tell you is there is so much security and so much law enforcement presence in downtown Milwaukee and the region already that I feel safe. I've had an office in Milwaukee for years, and I feel safe in downtown Milwaukee. I'm absolutely confident that the delegates and alternates and guests, 50,000 people coming to this town, will as well.
Sure. How do you think this changes the...
Well, I think on the front end of the convention, of course, we have delegates coming in today. I think everyone's, you know, thinking today, as we will all week, about the victims in Pennsylvania. But I will tell you that the messaging of this convention will not change in terms of we are here to nominate a ticket. And we're going to do it this week, and folks will be hearing a very consistent message all week about that. And I don't expect that to change at all.
One more question.
I hope so. It's a $200 million spend here in the city of Milwaukee and in the region. We have dozens of hotels, of course, hundreds of restaurants and others. I think this is going to be, I mean, I'm a homer, so I'm a little biased, but I'm excited that it's coming to my home state of Wisconsin, and I think the money spent here is going to be great. It will help people of all economic I mean, it's going to be fantastic, and we get to showcase Milwaukee to the world. So personally, I'm excited about that. I can take a few more questions.
Sharon, how do you think this is going to impact the tone of the convention?
Well, sorry. The question was how it would affect the tone of the convention. And I think certainly on the front end, and really all week we'll be thinking about the victims in Pennsylvania. But I will tell you, we're also here to nominate a major party ticket that at this situation, at this point, is ahead in almost every single, in fact, is ahead in every single target state in the country. So there's tremendous optimism amongst the delegates and the guests and of course, the Trump team about winning this election. And I would remind you, too, I mean, Wisconsin, as some of you know, we're kind of one of the big 7 on the target states. We've had 12 elections in the last 24 years in Wisconsin, a state of about 6 million people, that have been decided by less than 30,000 votes. 12 elections in 24 years by less than 30,000 votes. So we are truly a purple state, and my focus as state chairman is to turn it red. Other questions, or? Yeah, I think I don't know his specific schedule this week, but I have not had it suggested to me that there will be any major changes in his schedule at all, or for that matter, for the schedule for the whole convention. We aim to have a very, very good convention here. As I say, there are no changes on the schedule right now, and I don't anticipate any changes on the schedule. We're really in a very confident situation here, and we intend to show the whole country why Donald Trump needs to be returned to the White House.
Chairman, where were you when you heard about the shooting? What did you go through?
I was at my hotel. My phone started buzzing for about 3 hours straight at my hotel. And so it was, I've talked to folks on the ground in Pennsylvania, and, as the tragedy kind of unfolded as we went along. And it's tough. It's tough. And I've been through a lot of demonstrations in my 40 years of politics here in the state and elsewhere. And so seeing something like this happen, which shouldn't happen anywhere, it just shouldn't. And we have some victims now, and it's terrible. I'm so grateful. I'm praying for the victims, as are the other members of the committee and the people here in Wisconsin. I'm very grateful that President Trump was not injured more seriously, but my thoughts today are with the victims. And we have a responsibility to have a good convention here in Milwaukee, and we're going to.
All right, just listening in there to the Wisconsin GOP members talk about what's upcoming over the next week or so in that state, a very key battleground state where the RNC is hosted. A live look inside of that venue here on Live Now from Fox as the former President Donald Trump on his way as planned, as scheduled for this. All right, for right now, let's take you out to our Fox 6 team in their 5 o'clock news. Let's listen into what they have to say on the ground in Milwaukee.
Take a look at what happened.
It has been 24 hours since the world watched a shooter try to end former President Donald Trump's life as he spoke at a campaign rally in western Pennsylvania. The former president has since taken to social media saying he will be in Milwaukee tonight. The RNC begins here tomorrow. I'm live at Fiserv Forum in the heart of it all. You're going to hear over my shoulder during the next hour, you might hear a country band warming up. You might hear people practicing their speeches. There's a long list of speakers coming this week, and this is mic check day, so you're going to hear a lot of noise. It's quiet right now, but if you hear somebody talking, that's what's happening. Let's go back to the news of the weekend. There are new details tonight about the shooter and the attendee, a local fire chief who was killed. Fox's Madison Scarpino with the latest.
Take a look at what happened.
The FBI is investigating the shooting at Saturday's Trump rally as an assassination attempt. The former president appeared to be hit, but is okay. 3 men in the crowd were shot. 1 was killed.
We lost a fellow Pennsylvanian last night, Corey Comparator. Corey was an avid supporter of the former president and was so excited to be there last night with him in the community.
Take a look at what happened.
Authorities identifying the shooter as a 20-year-old man from Pennsylvania. He was positioned on a rooftop about 200 yards away from the stage where Trump was speaking.
He's going down!
Stay under here. One eyewitness claims he spotted the shooter moments before the shots were fired.
We could clearly see him with a rifle, absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
An AR-style rifle was recovered at the scene. Police also found explosive devices inside the suspect's vehicle near the rally and bomb-making material at his home. Fox News spoke with someone who went to high school with the shooter, who claims he was on the school's rifle team.
He was like a kid that was always alone. He was always bullied every day. He was just an outcast.
The president and vice president were briefed in the Situation Room this afternoon. Biden expressing his condolences for the man who died and urging patience while the investigation plays out.
There's no place in America for this kind of violence, or any violence for that matter. I urge everyone, please, don't make assumptions about his motives or his affiliations. Let the FBI do their job and their partner agencies do their job.
The Trump campaign says despite the apparent attempt on his life, he fully intends to be in Milwaukee this week for the Republican National Convention. Reporting in Atlanta, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome you. Now, the assassination attempt on former President Trump shocked not just the nation, but much of the world. You just heard from the president. He and the vice president met in the Situation Room for a briefing last night. We want to let you hear more from the president, and here's what he had to say this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Last night, I spoke with Donald Trump. I'm sincerely grateful that he's doing well and recovering. And we had a short but good conversation. Jill and I are keeping him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victim who was killed. He was a father. He was protecting his family from the bullets that were being fired. And he lost his life. God love him. We're also praying for the full recovery of those who were injured. And we're grateful to the Secret Service agents and other law enforcement agencies and individuals who risked their lives literally for our nation. As I said last night, there is no place in America for this kind of violence, or any violence for that matter. An assassination attempt is contrary to everything we stand for as a nation, everything. It's not who we are as a nation. It's not America.
This is on you, Joe.
And we cannot allow this to happen.
This is on
Unity is the most elusive goal of all, but nothing is important than that right now, unity. We'll debate and we'll disagree. That's not going to change, but we're going to not lose sight, in fact, who we are as Americans. Look, Vice President Harris and I were just briefed in the Situation Room by my Homeland Security team, including the Director of the FBI, the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Attorney General, the Director of the Secret Service, my Homeland Security Advisor, the National Security Advisor, and we're going to continue.
They all say,
the
hey,
FBI is leading this investigation, which is still in its early stages. We don't yet have any information about the motive of the shooter. We know who he is. I urge everyone, please, don't make assumptions about his motives or his affiliations. Let the FBI do their job and their partner agencies do their job. I'm instructed that this investigation be thorough and swift, and the investigators will have every resource they need to get this done. Look, as this investigation continues, here's what we're going to do. First, Mr. Trump, as a former president and nominee of the Republican Party, already receives a heightened level of security. And I've been consistent in my direction to the Secret Service to provide him with every resource, capability, and protective measure necessary to ensure his continued safety. Second, I've directed the head of the Secret Service to review all security measures for the Republican National Convention, which is scheduled to start tomorrow. And third, I've directed an independent review of the national security at yesterday's rally to assess exactly what happened. And we'll share the results of that independent review with the American people as well. And finally, I'll be speaking more about this tonight at greater length from the Oval Office. We must unite as one nation. We must unite as one nation to demonstrate who we are And so may God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to unite behind a treasonous piece of shit.
As you just heard, the president is expected to address the nation again tonight at 7. The timing of that is interesting because it's the same time that former President Trump is expected to touch down here in Milwaukee. We will have that, of course, address from the Oval Office for you tonight on Fox 6 News at 9 and 10. And one more note, the Biden campaign was suspending activity out of respect for the situation yesterday. They have just said, according to the Associated Press, that they will resume on the campaign trail starting on Tuesday. Now, understandably, security was already going to be extra tight here at the NRC. And in light of the alleged shooting, it's not going to lessen at all. We can tell you that. The Secret Service holding a briefing just about an hour ago. Our Sam Kramer was there. Sam, what's the temperature inside the perimeter tonight? Because the heat is just sort of adding to the tension of all this.
It definitely is. It is warm. You could probably see the sweat beating down on my face. But, you know, this was always going to be the day when the security really ratchets up. You've seen the fencing, you've seen the Jersey barriers, but today is when those actual hard perimeters, the vehicle checkpoints start at about the top of the hour here at 6 o'clock. What I can tell you is that it feels different here today. I'm going to step out of the way. We've got some officers here under some shade from the Milwaukee Fire Department. Again, you see those barriers in place. There's been a helicopter flying low overhead. There is just a different feeling around the RNC and really just the event space here in downtown Milwaukee. Now, that being said, we asked the Secret Service in a press conference today, has anything changed? Are you ratcheting up security to meet, obviously, some fears from delegates, from convention goers, and frankly, just anyone in the area after the attempted assassination yesterday? They said no. And I asked Milwaukee Police Chief Jeffrey Norman to explain why people should feel safe during this event. Here's what he had to say.
What we've seen in regards to the past are, again, rallies or town halls. They don't receive the same level of support this event receives. We're working as hard as we can, around the clock, putting forth the effort that's necessary, not only for this RNC, but for our city.
Now, just within the last 10 minutes, we've seen police from Hennepin County. That's where Minneapolis is located. We've seen Tulsa Police, Secret Service, Missouri State Patrol. That gives you an idea of the law enforcement partners that not only Chief Norman have, but the Secret Service and the FBI have in protecting the convention and all of its guests. They told us time and time again, this is what's referred to as a national special security event, meaning they have had 18 months to plan for just about every scenario you could imagine. They felt very confident in the work and in the planning that they have already put in place, and they're really just going to stick to that plan is what they told us. Ted?
Sam, I don't want to sound like I'm playing law enforcement poker with you, but you rattled off some, so I'll rattle off others. Secret Service members from Colorado I spoke to. There are 15 members of the Carroll County, Maryland Deputies Sheriff's Office here. All of them said they came here voluntarily, that is to say they weren't assigned to this. They were asked if they wanted to cover it, and they got 15 deputies like that. And I'm not making light of this, but I'm pretty sure you could speed from Muncie to Indianapolis tonight because it seems that all of the Indiana State Patrol is here as well. Everywhere you look, Sam, it's a different contingent of law enforcement officers.
It is, and that was always by design. The Milwaukee Police Department has so many memorandums of understanding with agencies across the country. I believe it's at least 24 states. So they know how big this event is going to be. Again, as you can hear, it just feels different today. Again, right? But there are so many law enforcement out here. They've asked us to stay off certain sidewalks when we've been walking around the grounds. We saw dozens and dozens of Milwaukee police officers on bikes, which, again, as they have told us, was always the plan. They wanted a big footprint, a big presence in and around this convention so that everyone feels safe. Another thing Chief Jeffrey Norman told us was they're not going to tolerate anything that breaks the law, and he was very adamant about that. So again, a very stern, not so far as a promise, but a stern message that, hey, this is going to be a safe event regardless of what happened yesterday.
Already taking it seriously, and of course the events yesterday are just going to add to that if they possibly could. Sam Kramer outside the Pfizer, thanks so much for that. Now, the chairman of the Republican Party, Wisconsin, also weighing in on the assassination attempt yesterday. Fox 6's Aaron Mabin is with the GOP leader who has spoken with the former president's campaign team.
Here outside Pfizer Forum, crews continue to prepare for the Republican National Convention one day after that attempted assassination on former President Donald Trump. Earlier today, the chairman of the Republican Party of Wisconsin held a news conference saying this convention will move forward and they will do that on time. Brian Schimming shared a continued message of safety Sunday morning, stressing there are thousands of people in law enforcement inside and around the secured zone. Schimming says he was inside his hotel room when he learned of that shooting in Pennsylvania. His phone buzzed for 3 straight hours, he says. Schimming says he talked with people on the ground in Pennsylvania about the tragedy as it unfolded.
Have you talked to the campaign directly? What have they told you about how Mr. Trump is doing and why they still want to go through with this convention?
Mr. Trump is doing just fine. He's doing well. He's obviously been through a lot in the last 24 hours, but he's doing well. His thoughts are, of course, are focused on the victims as well, as we all are today. The Republican National Committee, the convention committees have worked very, very hard. This is probably one of the most secure areas on the face of the planet right now. We have thousands of law enforcement agencies from all over the state and all over the Midwest here, and I think they're doing a great job. I really do.
Schimming says messaging will not change. They are here to nominate a ticket, and they will do that here in Milwaukee this week. Outside Pfizer Forum, Aaron Mabin, Fox 6 News.
Aaron, thank you for that. Now for the latest on this developing story, stay with us on air and online at fox6now.com. We're going to bring you expert opinion tonight coming up on Fox 6 News at 9 and 10. To the convention itself now, there is business to be done. There was concern the gig may not go on, but that was very short-lived, as the Wisconsin party chairman just said. It will kick off tomorrow as planned. And Republican delegates and others arriving in Milwaukee this weekend, many landing at Mitchell International Airport ahead of this busy RNC week. We saw delegates arriving from North Carolina, Oregon, Pennsylvania, but all 50 states and territories are represented. They're looking forward to connecting with other Republicans and exploring everything Milwaukee has to offer. The airport actually expects the 2 days following the convention, Friday and Saturday, to be the busiest. And you may have noticed that the Hone Bridge is closed right now. That is because of the RNC, the Wisconsin Department of Transportation, saying it will be closed until tomorrow morning. You're going to need to take Van Buren Street at St. Paul Avenue or just find another way, maybe really get to know the side streets because the Hone is off limits for a while. And that brings us to the delegates' welcome party. They'll soon be heading down to Henry Meyer Festival Park, where Summerfest just wrapped up. Jason Calvi is there now. And Jason, what are people telling you about this gathering tonight? What's the importance of it?
Well, Ted, it's the welcome the world to Milwaukee. It was always the intention to have this big kickoff party. Obviously, now after the assassination attempt, there's much more a sense of somberness. You can tell there's a helicopter. I know Sam mentioned a helicopter over Pfizer Forum. There's also, this is the U.S. Coast Guard helicopter flying over the Summerfest grounds. This was always, I mean, you're going to always see helicopters at these big national security events. So when I've covered presidential nominating conventions in the past, as well as presidential visits, the visit of Pope Francis, for example, you would see those helicopters overhead. So that kind of security is not unexpected.
Why was there
today.
no helicopters
right now behind me, this is the Summerfest
night,
entrance. You can see these big coach buses arriving with delegates. We're expecting some 15,000 people here tonight. The organizers of the nonpartisan Milwaukee Host Committee said they're still expecting some 15,000 people to be coming here to the Summerfest grounds for this big welcome party. The Red, White, and Brew is Red, White, and Brew as they're calling it, and they're expecting some 15,000 delegates. You can expect, they can expect a taste of Wisconsin with food and drink, a lot of food and drink options here, all with a Milwaukee and Wisconsin flair. This was always going to be a national special security event. There are federal agents from Homeland Security, the FBI, Secret Service, TSA is helping with screening, along with Milwaukee Police, all part of the already planned security. But after the assassination attempt on the former president, I asked this.
how close were you to potentially canceling the event? There was 3 hours between the shooting and when you made your announcement last night. Had you considered shutting
this down? Where all systems go. You know we've been hard at work for everybody here in Milwaukee, full steam ahead. We are ready to bring it and showcase our city and state to the world.
That was the woman leading the host committee, and she did offer her condolences for the life that was lost, and glad to see that the former president is fine. You mentioned, Ted, the Hone Bridge, and the Hone Bridge was always part of the security plan to block it off during this welcome party. So you can see there's no cars moving on that Hone Bridge right now as well. That area around the lake, if you have a yacht or some sort of boat, all of that's banned from the lakefront in front of Summerfest grounds. And then all around here, we're seeing streets blocked off as well, as right now those delegates arrive for that welcome party. Trace Adkins, country music star, is also going to be playing tonight here in Milwaukee. Ted?
All right, thank you so much for that conversation. Our team there on the ground in Milwaukee, a live picture inside of this venue as they get you geared up as well for this now less than 24 hours until the beginning of this RNC. On the way to Milwaukee, Wisconsin right now is former President Donald Trump, as he is heading there as scheduled, as planned, despite everything that transpired yesterday, almost exactly 24 hours. I'm Andy Mack. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break.
All right. Give me a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I will be back as well. I got something I got to take care of real quick behind the scenes. All right. I need to change up that music. I really do.
Live now.
Means, but it's really hard to disagree with what safe means. And when you've had the steady mission from day one to today and throughout the entire event, it means that our North Star is very clear. It means that we operate on intelligence. It means that we make collaborative decisions. And it means that we're nimble and can pivot if there's a change in threat levels.
What else can you share with our viewers? No doubt there's also there's the information, but there's also the emotional. And I would have to imagine that there might have been a change in mood, a change in tone, a change in rhetoric when discussing what typically is a very boisterous, a very joy-filled occasion, as the Republican Party will be celebrating the presidential nominee. Of course, we're expecting that to be former President Trump, and also the announcement of the vice president. How has that tone changed at all?
Well, it meant that we had to deeply look into what the facts are before us. It meant that we had to have level heads in our decision making and continue to be collaborative. And so while certainly the events from yesterday are horrific, there's no place in American politics for this. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're for. If you have a dispute over politics, then you settle it at the ballot box and not through violence. But for us, it means that we continue to have discussions. Does that mean they went a little bit later than they probably would have otherwise last night and started a little bit earlier today than they would have? Yeah. But we also know what we signed up for on day one.
And Nick, no doubt the mayor's office is in constant contact with a variety of agencies. Has the mayor, has the team been able to speak with former President Trump or his team? And if so, what can you share about those conversations?
Yeah, so there's a lot of discussions with the Committee on Arrangements, with the host committee, which is a nonpartisan organization that helps fund and effectively produces the event. So those dialogues have continued. I spoke with leadership from the Committee on Arrangements yesterday, and then we continue to have those dialogues, and they'll continue through today all week. So it's been an open line. It's been a partnership since day one. We are excited and thrilled to host the Republican National Convention in 24, just like we were excited and thrilled to host the 2020 Democratic National Convention. At the time, I was the chief of staff for the Milwaukee Police Department. In fact, I started in this role as the co-chair for the event in the police department. And like I said, those dialogues haven't changed. They have continued to communicate from their intelligence, what their expectations are, and our job is to facilitate to have an unbelievable event in what I believe as a transplant to the city. No offense to the Philly signs I have behind me, but it's the greatest city in America.
What can you also share as the event unfolds? We do expect a number of big speeches, major events to happen in Milwaukee in the coming days. All eyes, no doubt, are going to be on Milwaukee. What else can you share with us?
Well, I think we're going to showcase that we are a city that is proud to be Milwaukeean. We are a city that is proud to host these national events, and we are a city that matters when it comes to politics, right? We know that we are a purple state. We know why there's a lot of attention here. We know why both the Democrats and Republicans have chose to use us for the last two national conventions as the hub. Did I lose you there?
No, not at all, Nick. We just brought you in full. We just want folks to see you. And but, you know, anything else before we let you go about the RNC, of course, about the significance of the last 24 hours and that how that might impact the coming days in Milwaukee?
Well, I think it highlights why you have to have this partnership at the state, county, federal level, as well as city departments. That planning has been going on for many, many months. And this is why we do these preparations. That's why you have to be in lockstep amongst all of your public safety partners, whether it's your fire department, police department, whether it's the Secret Service or any of the other three-letter agencies throughout the government. That's why we do what we've done. That's why we've developed these relationships. That's why we've continued to formulate plans. So we continue to exercise the safe portion of a safe and successful event.
Absolutely. Nick, thank you so much for taking the time.
All right, thank you for that conversation. Very interesting one, as all eyes now on Milwaukee, Wisconsin
That was not an
for the
interesting
RNC.
conversation.
And just 24 hours on the eve of it here that we're following on live now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll have you covered fully throughout the week. But before then, a little bit later on tonight, current President Joe Biden making remarks from the Oval Office in the White House about the latest assassination attempt on the former President Donald Trump. Any details we are learning here on Live Now from Fox throughout the hours. We heard from the current president earlier on today in Washington, D.C., saying, quote, "We must unite as one nation." So he's expected to deliver some more extended remarks coming up here in just a little bit over an hour, 8 o'clock Eastern. That is when the current president is expected to make some remarks as well. So we'll have those in full here tonight on Live Now from Fox. But a very busy couple of days, a busy weekend following the latest in terms of what happened 24 hours ago in Butler, Pennsylvania. We're learning more information about the suspected shooter, but not yet the motive as well. So we're following this here very, very closely on Live and Now from Fox. And I do believe soon enough, touching down in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, will be the former President Donald Trump, as over the next few days we'll hear his vice president pick who will be on the ticket with him. I do want to put up just this live picture right here on Live Now from Fox. I believe that is his plane on the way to the tarmac as a much highly anticipated arrival. And it is surreal to think 24 hours ago, struck by gunfire there in a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. But Trump arrives in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, ahead of the RNC. So this is, you can see the plane there very much up close and personal from this vantage point, touching down as we'll have full coverage of it. He will make remarks. We'll have other different Republicans making remarks, including Nikki Haley. We learned that earlier on today. One of her main rivals from the primary season there, trying to oust Trump, but now finally backing Trump on the ground in southeastern Wisconsin. Donald Trump and them have arrived for this major Republican convention there. So we're following all of this here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to put up just this tweet as well, saying a crowd has gathered near the Mitchell International Airport awaiting the former president. Trump shared he would be arriving just a day after surviving an assassination attempt. So we're seeing plenty of people on hand and expressing their support and just the gratefulness that they have for him being all right after a terrifying moment yesterday. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Y'all are having way too many commercial breaks now.
All right, welcome back here to Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack, and if you just missed it before the break, we want to show it to you one more time as the descent by Trump Force One into Mitchell International Airport there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. You can see some smoke there in the foreground, but his plane touching down there less than 24 hours until the RNC, the GOP convention for the Republicans. Plenty of delegates on the ground as it will become officially official. As he will be the Republican nominee for president. We'll learn hopefully over the next few days about who will be on the ticket with him. So we're following all of this very closely here on Live Now from Fox. All right, let's continue with our coverage. In 24 hours since this assassination attempt, he is on the ground in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. But the United States Secret Service saying in a press conference earlier on today that there will be no real change to security protocols in place for this. They have already heightened maybe to the highest level that they are accustomed to, some 18 months in the works. Let's take you out to this press conference from earlier today to listen in to what they had to say.
I'd double up security.
My name is Audrey Gibson-Chiquino. I'm the Secret Service's 2024 Republican National Convention Coordinator. The U.S. Secret Service, along with its federal, state, and local law enforcement and public safety partners, work together to design security plans for national special security events. They are designed to be adaptable based on the changing security landscape and most up-to-date intelligence from our partners. We've been working on the RNC security plan for more than a year and have been in constant coordination with our partners and the Republican National Committee. During our extensive planning efforts, we have accounted for various security scenarios that may arise, and we are confident in the plan we have implemented for the Republican National Convention this week. That security plan will remain in place. While we cannot discuss the specifics, means, and methods used for our protective operations, our protective methodology for NSSEs is based on a layered approach that includes support from federal, state, and local law enforcement and public safety partners. We will continue to assess the security environment and adapt our security measures as appropriate. The Secret Service is working diligently with the Milwaukee Police Department, as well as all of our federal, state, and local partners to ensure a safe and secure convention for attendees, volunteers, and the city of Milwaukee. I'll now introduce the mayor of the city of Milwaukee, Mayor Cavalier Johnson.
Thank you. Several months ago, folks in this room may recall that I worked with a bipartisan group of individuals, both Republicans and Democrats, with one goal in mind, to make sure we have a safe convention for everybody. These national special security events, especially as they relate to the Republican National Convention and the Democratic National Convention, have been stuck at $50 million since 2004. Obviously, things cost a little more than what they did in 2004, and so via phone, via trips to Washington, D.C., and working with members of Congress on both sides of the aisle, we were able to get a $25 million increase to our security grant. I say all that to say that we take this matter very, very seriously. We take public safety very, very seriously. And I've been so pleased to work in collaboration, not just with the United States Secret Service, but also with local law enforcement and public safety on the ground here. As was mentioned, we're joined by the chief of the Milwaukee Fire Department, Aaron Litchfield, who's been a great partner. And we're also joined by the chief of Milwaukee Police Department, Jeffrey Norman, who's been a great partner as well, working to bring in law enforcement officers from not just across the state of Wisconsin, but across the United States to help out with public safety here. Let me just reiterate what was already said. This is an NSSE, a National Special Security Event. It is the highest designation that you can get for a security event of its size and magnitude in the United States. We have that designation, and we'll continue to work to make sure that public safety is tantamount here in this community. With that in mind, I'll take the opportunity to pass it over to the Chief of the Milwaukee Police Department, Chief Jeffrey Norman.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. 18 months. 18 months these plans have been put into place in regards to what we're going to have for this event. This is a collaboration between federal, state, local, but beyond just from a law enforcement community, this is a collaboration between our elected leaders from both local, state, and also national. But also we have engaged community. We have workings with our community members in regards to ensuring the safety of this event. While we cannot talk about the operational plans, I can say from the CEO of the Milwaukee Police Department, this local police department here, I'm very comfortable in regards to the plans that we have made together. Not in silos, not where we're just kind of going over peruse, actual planning together. As you can see in regards to my fire side, also from the county side in regards to the type of collaboration. The collaboration is real. As the mayor said, this is a national special security event. Can't get any higher than that in regards to that particular type of designation. And so I just want to reassure not only our community, the greater community, those involved at the convention, but also in our city. We got this. We got this. Thank you.
With that, we're going to move into a brief Q&A. Please just place a hand up. We'll call on you. Please wait your turn. One question, one follow-up. Name your name and outlet beforehand. And we'll get through as many as we can before we have to head out here, okay? So we're going to start right here, down on the left, black t-shirt.
Shimon Roquez from CNN, the Secret Service. I don't understand why it is that you had one of the most significant events in the Secret Service's history occurred yesterday, and no one from the Secret Service has publicly decided to take questions about what happened. You had the FBI today openly giving us an on-the-record briefing about their investigation, but yet we still have not heard from anyone from the Secret Service about what happened, about what the agency knew, about the lead up into the event concerning security. And I just don't understand how anyone would think that that's okay.
So my role in the Secret Service is the RNC coordinator, so that is my purview. Any questions regarding yesterday's event can be directed to our Public Affairs Office out of DC.
Right, I understand that, but this is the first time that anyone from the Secret Service has publicly even spoken to the media since this happened. There was a press conference last night that the Secret Service was not at. State officials and the FBI was there, but yet the Secret Service has been absent as a result of that. It just raises all sorts of questions about why the Secret Service is not willing to answer questions.
So again, I'm the Secret Service's RNC coordinator, so I can speak to the RNC security planning. I'd refer any questions regarding yesterday's incident to our DC Public Affairs Office.
Yes, ma'am. Mark Meredith of Fox News. I'm curious, obviously you don't want to talk about what happened in Pennsylvania. Have you had to change your security posture at all here? And if so, how? Is it a small percent change? Is it looking at over everything once again? And then a follow-up question.
Shouldn't it be overkill, you dumb bitch?
Resources. I know you mentioned 18 months has been going into this. Do you feel like you've had all
I mean,
the
I think it would be. I'd go overkill with it.
Or do you feel like more
Double up security
So
around
as Mayor
every damn
Johnson
thing. The motherfucker
mentioned,
just
this is a national
had
special
an
security
attempt on
event.
his
That
life.
designation is the highest level of security designation that the federal government can determine. So we are confident in the security plans that are in place for this event, and we're ready to go. It's been an 18-month process. We've worked together over that 18 months to develop operational security plans for any and all aspects of security related to this event.
But did it change within the last one? And any change been made in the last 24 hours?
We're not anticipating any changes to our operational security plans for this event.
Thank you.
Right here in the front in the orange dress.
Oh, hi. Mary Spingusa with Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers told us a little bit ago that he is calling for the Secret Service to ban firearms, guns in the soft perimeter, not just in Fiserv Forum. Is that something that the Secret Service is considering or is doing?
I have not had any conversations regarding that, so I can't speak to that.
Okay. He said that he had requested the Secret Service. Do you know if that request was actually made at this point? Or?
I have not had any conversations regarding that, so I can't speak to that.
Right here in the front,
Is the Secret Service currently anticipating or currently planning to expand the perimeter?
We're not anticipating any changes to our current security footprint or plan.
Including allowing firearms into the soft perimeter as it is right now?
Anything in the soft perimeter is outside of our federal jurisdiction.
Why should former President Trump, his family, and the convention goers have confidence in the U.S. Secret Service to secure this site here over the next 4 days after his life was nearly taken yesterday in Pennsylvania?
So this event has been designated as a national special security event, which is the highest level of security for an event that can be designated by the government. So this is a whole of government approach. We've had an extensive planning process to include many organizations building out the operational security plans for any and all aspects of security related to this event.
Have you had the resources you need?
Yes, we are fully prepared and have a comprehensive security plan in place, and we're ready to go.
Kaylee Hoover, CBS News. Why are you not expanding the perimeter?
So we're confident in the current plan that we have. It is based off of technical assessments, protective intelligence, and we are continuously monitoring information related to the event. So we're confident in the plans that we have, and we're moving forward with those plans.
And why are you not concerned that people can carry firearms within that soft perimeter?
So again, the Secret Service inner perimeter is our primary jurisdiction, so I would defer any questions related to outside of that zone to my partners here on the stage.
So one of the things I've understood in regards to the inner perimeter, it's the largest inner perimeter that has been part of the convention, to my understanding. Maybe I have to get that clarified. And so that is one important point to be able to understand in regards to what that level of security about what the inner perimeter looks like. In regards to the ability to carry a firearm outside of the inner perimeter, again, our state law allows for the particular right to carry a firearm. We as a city cannot legislate out of that, and I don't know if our mayor wants to speak on that anymore in regards to that. And so for we, in regards to our law enforcement aspect, we have to operate within those guidelines. Unless it's something that is against state law, we have to respect Second Amendment right to carry your firearm, especially in regards to open carry or carry and conceal if you're licensed.
Sorry, I'm talking to
And so that is a
kind of important conversation.
Issue that we have to navigate. And I will say this, and I've said this many times, as that is your right, please exercise your right in a responsible manner. Please ensure that the behaviors that we would like to see for those with that responsibility aligns with that responsibility. The Milwaukee Police Department will not tolerate any particular behaviors outside of what is legally allowed in regards to that right.
Thank you, Chief. And just to reiterate what the Chief said, local ordinances in the state of Wisconsin do not supersede state law. Wisconsin is an open carry state, and therefore the city of Milwaukee and no other jurisdiction in this state can supersede that state law. Folks should be aware, though, that proactively before the convention gets started, we did take action at the local level to ban items that we could ban. So we used our authority already at the municipal level to take that sort of security precaution that we were able to do. But in terms of banning weapons in the outer perimeter, that is not within our purview because of state law.
Danson with the New York Times for the Secret Service. If there haven't been any changes to the overall security plan, have there been changes to the protection plan for the former president, his family, and other elected officials?
So I'm the RNC coordinator, so I can only speak to the National Special Security event. The plans that we have in place will continue as is, and we're confident in those plans.
Are there any new threats to the RNC or to protesters, and how will you protect protesters who are in this inner?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Michael Hensel. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI for the state of Wisconsin. For your first question, the men and women of the FBI in the state of Wisconsin who work in our 6 offices, along with the assistance of our 56 field offices across the United States, and our domestic and international federal partners, have worked over the last 18 months to take information in, intelligence in, evaluate that information, and then disseminate it to both our state and local partners to address any threats. Currently, there are no known articulated threats against the RNC or anyone visiting the RNC. That's important because we also need the help of the public. If they see something during this time or feel uncomfortable with something, please let us know. Let your local law enforcement agencies know, or the FBI, 1-800, call the FBI.
Can I just follow up? I'm sorry. I just have to hand.
Did you have a follow-up? Next question? Right back there.
Hi, for the ABC, for the Secret Service, just to be clear, did you or did you not make changes to the
security plan based on the events of yesterday?
There have been no changes to our current operational security plans for this event.
Why not, given the fact the former president was the assassination?
So again, this event is designated as a national special security event. So it is a 18-month process that involves all levels of government that are contributing to the operational security plans for this event. So we have an operational security plan that's built out for every area of responsibility related to any and all aspects of security related to this event.
more officers, more intelligence gathering, and anything else as a result of what happened yesterday?
I can just reiterate what I said before in terms of what the city of Milwaukee has done. Our council, in conjunction with me, passed and signed a local ordinance to make sure that there's more protection in the outer perimeter as it relates to officers from across the state of Wisconsin or elsewhere coming in to assist with public safety around this. I defer to Chief.
No change.
I'm sorry?
What does that look like on the ground? If Chief of Police is saying there's no change, what does it look like on the ground if you're saying there's more protection in the outer?
So the ordinance that I'm referring to that we had passed proactively at the local level, which is, by the way, the same ordinance, the same type of ordinance that we passed in preparation for the Democratic National Convention when
I guess I can turn my camera back on, huh?
2020 before becoming a mostly virtual event. Is an ordinance that does not allow individuals to bring in into the outer perimeter
I totally
hard
forgot it was
items
off.
like cans, like other hard objects that can be used as projectile weapons and things like that.
I just want to follow up something else said up here. You said that there was no threats at the moment, there were no concerns, but I would imagine that was what the Secret Service and law enforcement thought yesterday as well. Are there changes to who you think or what you think the threat actors are, and are there any worries on campuses?
So as I said, there's no specific articulated threat to the RNC or any specific individual attending. As you'd expect, after the event yesterday, we've seen an uptick in social media chatter, people talking about what happened, and we, as the lead for all intelligence matters related to the RNC, the FBI, we evaluate all of that to make sure that if it trends into criminal activity or threat-based information, we evaluate that and again disseminate it out to our federal and state partners for action.
Can I just follow up on that?
We have one more, so I certainly got to you right there in the back.
Hi, there's Sam Kramer with Fox in Milwaukee. We've heard from delegates, we've heard from visitors about a level of fear following what happened yesterday. Beyond the fact that you guys have planned for this for 18 months, what's your message to them about safety and security?
So I'll take that on. As we talk about these particular type of plans, especially in regards to what we've seen across the nation and what we're doing here, I don't know if we're comparing events in the same manner. What we've seen in regards to the past are, again, rallies or town halls. They don't receive the same level of support this event receives. And that's maybe hard to kind of wrap it around in regards to the type of resources being invested in this particular community. Again, we cannot talk about the operations of it, but as the leader in this community, I've seen the work. We work together, again, not only from the standpoint of the federal level, but again, my local partners, and seeing that type of investment in regards to what is being done. We are planning as much as we can plan in regards to what we know, and we're looking for what we don't know, but we are planned and actually ready with the resources. This is our community too. And looking at it from the standpoint of, I want to make sure that they understand we see you, we understand this is something of a concern, and we are ensuring that we're going to put the proper effort, the proper type of communication, which is why in this particular forum is why we're having it, to ensure that there is a communication from this collective group. We're working as hard as we can, around the clock, putting forth the effort that's necessary, not only for this RNC, but for our city. As the chief executive of our police department here, it's important that we are also understanding the concern in our city. So this is for those who are attending the RNC, but we are taking care of this city, period.
Will you be doing daily updates, or how will we get information?
Have you been able to talk with Director Cheadle?
All right, we were just listening there to that briefing that we got earlier today. U.S. Secret Service, who is conducting security and providing those measures in Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention. Live now, look on your screen there at the airport. We saw that Trump Force One, excuse me, how he refers to it as, it just landed down there in Milwaukee for the RNC. Trump is saying that he was going to move up his trip to Milwaukee and be there just in time for that Republican National Convention after that very scary moment that we saw yesterday at a rally being held for him in Butler, Pennsylvania. I'd like to thank you all for joining us on this Sunday. It's July 14th. I'm your host, Carla Hada, here to continue our coverage regarding the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. I was here on the desk with you all when all of that happened yesterday. So we are just past 24 hours from that incident, and we've had so many developments since then. We know that tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, President Biden will address the nation in the Oval Office. We are looking forward to that, and we'll carry it in full live as it gets underway. We will also have expert analysis and commentary throughout this evening, looking ahead to the Republican National Convention again, starting tomorrow. We do have this, a live look inside of Pfizer Forum, where that RNC is going to be taking place. And let's continue on now with an analysis of that press conference that we did just hear from the U.S. Secret Service and all of their security measures ahead of this big event over in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'd like to bring to the conversation now national security analyst, also an expert in counterterrorism measures, our friend here, Hal Kemper. Hal, always good to see you. You were on with us yesterday, right when all of that chaos ensued at that rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where the former president was grazed by a bullet on his right ear, left bleeding, and all of the outrage that has poured out since then. I would like to focus this conversation, though, however, on the Republican National Convention. It's the next big event that we're expecting. The former president is going to be there. As you saw, he did land in Milwaukee just moments ago. And I think that one of the most surprising things that we heard from that briefing from the Secret Service was that there are no changes planned to how they're going to operate during this entire event. Let me hear your thoughts.
Correll, that was a fascinating press conference. At first, I was like, okay, good. And then I heard what you heard, which is, no, we're not making any plans. We've been doing this for 18 months and everything else. I'm like, whoa. First off, somebody did not get training in how to do press conferences. Their public information training was pretty bad. I've only been involved with this issue of national security events, special security events, NSSEs, since they came about, since their inception after 9/11. So, look, it's a dynamic process. The threat assessment process within the NSSE construct is dynamic. It's ever changing. There is nothing static about what they do. Now, they've been working on this for at least 18 months. I'm sure they're very proud of what they've accomplished. They may feel very confident that their plan is addressing everything, but you can't erase what happened yesterday. It did happen, and it does impact what's going on in Milwaukee. Obviously, what's going on in Milwaukee is centered on the attempted assassination target, if you will, from yesterday. So what they should have been saying is that they are incorporating all the lessons learned from yesterday. They're rapidly trying to figure out what happened, motivations, tactics, techniques, procedures, everything else to figure out if there's any potential threat and adjusting everything. But that is not what they said. What they said was, we got a plan and it's good and we're going to stick with it. And I got to tell you, I don't think that they did what a press conference is supposed to do in these events. which is to reinforce or instill public confidence. I felt that that was a mistake. The other thing that kind of jumped out at me was kind of interesting. This is something, it didn't used to be this way. The FBI has the lead jurisdiction for investigating terrorism overall. And with these events, when they initially started, the FBI would be the lead for security for these events. Around 2002 timeframe, around the time of the, but sometime before the Salt Lake City, it was after 9/11, after the Salt Lake City Winter Olympics, the decision was made to put the Secret Service in charge of security. It seemed to be a pretty intuitive decision because what the Secret Service does, a big part of what they do is security. That's their focus. And the FBI, their big focus is on investigations. They are the premier investigative organization. So it made sense to put the premier security organization for the federal government in charge of security. All right. And one could argue, well, maybe they should have put the military in charge. And believe me, all of this stuff was discussed at the time. But Secret Service took the lead seat. So with that, they put them in charge. But that does not absolve them of staying completely engaged with the intelligence side. That was another thing that came out of this particular particular conference, that the FBI special agent in charge kind of made it sound like he was in charge of all the intelligence that was affecting the NSSE. And technically, yes, he would be the lead for intelligence, or the FBI would be the lead for intelligence matters dealing with various different types of threats that impact it, but it doesn't change the overall construct of who's in charge, which is the Secret Service, nor does it leave the Secret Service from being engaged with everything, because intelligence drives operations. Intelligence drives the plan, if you will, of whatever they're doing. And if they have to adjust the plan, that should be intelligence driven. So that's just not what was coming out of that press conference. Maybe it was, they weren't speaking in a way that expressed what was actually going on. But after it happened, I heard, I won't say who, but I heard another expert on talking about this, and he was an expert who's listened, political, who's listened to a lot of press conferences, and his big criticism was, he says, even if you're not going to do a big adjustment in your plan, you at least address what happened yesterday and don't ignore that. And so that was a big mistake. I think they missed an opportunity there to basically reinstill or instill greater public confidence, because everybody's concerned. I mean, this just happened, and then here you have the RNC, this big event.
This is
in
what
Milwaukee,
you fucking
and there's
care
a lot of
about.
concerns. The other thing too is, and I've talked about this on the air earlier, was about Milwaukee. They have the red zone and the yellow zone, if you will. The red zone is completely secure. There's supposed to be no guns. It's a high security zone, and then the yellow zone is kind of a buffer zone. It pushes out a little bit. Well, Wisconsin's an open carry state, and the mayor talked about that. He says, look, there's nothing we can do at the city level that can supersede state law. This is true, but my understanding is the governor could invoke emergency powers. The governor could cite what just happened yesterday, could invoke emergency powers to put a temporary block on open carry in and around that area. So they could push out that zone a little bit further, keeping people from having weapons, from getting in close to the RNC. Because right now they can't get real close, but they can get close enough, if you will. They can get fairly close because it is an open carry state. And frankly, if you have somebody with a semi-automatic weapon, whether it's a handgun or an assault rifle or something like that, I got to tell you, from my perspective, working in security, I wouldn't want somebody like that waltzing around out there a couple blocks away from where I have an event like this. And so the governor should have the power to do that. I don't know if the press conference was hinting to the governor that maybe he should evoke that power. I was kind of wondering, I was trying to read between the lines and say, is the mayor and some of the others there trying to send a very public message to the governor that this should be altered? I don't know. I wouldn't rule that out, but it was kind of an interesting way that issue came up and the way they addressed it. So there were some things that we learned about this, about the RNC that came out of this from this press conference. Again, I think if I was teaching strategic communications to Secret Service, and I do teach strategic communication to government officials, all right, I would have probably pulled them aside and had a little discussion afterwards about what they did well,
shut up.
and then areas for improvement.
We get it.
And I thought there were a lot of areas for improvement in what they did. I also would have had a little discussion with them about NSSEs, another area that I occasionally teach government officials about, and how that construct actually works, and how it's supposed to work, and how it should be explained to the public that it is working. Because I think they really missed an opportunity here to do what a press conference is designed to do.
Al, there is so much to unpack there with this answer that you gave us. Really kind of touching on all of the details that I wanted to go more in depth on. A good summary of kind of what people, I'm sure, did witness from that press conference. I'm going to use this opportunity, though, to take a quick break now that you've kind of surmised all of these points that we are going to dig into. Of course, one of those being why they really weren't kind of invoking more confidence for the public, especially after that scary event. Also, this idea that the mayor said they had banned items that they could ban, but of course, outside of the Secret Service's perimeter, if you will, it's an open carry state, so people can have their weapons. But we're going to step away for a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to dive into all of those smaller points and talk about really the big question, which the Secret Service also didn't want to answer too much about, which is the attempted assassination that just happened yesterday. They remained very tight-lipped. A lot of the reporters there, those were the questions that they wanted answered. They wanted all of that addressed to, again, have more confidence in what the Secret Service is doing, especially ahead of this RNC. But we're going to get to all of that right after this.
I like how they've been, like, seriously, they've been playing it down. Things like that.
Bullseyes on a map saying these are the districts we're going to target was responsible. The leading newspaper of record, the New York Times, editorialized. It was just in court. Right? So to imply that there's no rhetorical cause and effect that motivates crazy people to do things is absolutely bizarre. I woke up this morning to the Staten Island Advance with a bizarre headline today, 6 a.m. We got to get those Trump MAGA thugs or gangsters. That was today's newspaper of the Staten Island Advance. I don't even have a subscription to cancel anymore. It's just bizarre. You have Keith Olbermann, right? Not just anyone, someone who is the media, saying he had hope for the Trump assassination. You had other people call Trump Hitler, saying he's a threat to democracy. I've never heard anyone just go back at any of these representatives and say, how is he a threat to democracy? Because you don't like the things that he's going to do with the constitutional power he gets? That's not a threat to democracy. That is the result of democracy. If you don't like what's happening, run for office, support candidates you like, and that's that. But this rhetoric that we have heard over and over and over again, equating someone with a mass murderer, to think that that didn't contribute to this is bizarre.
If I may? The guy is also, by the way, a registered Republican.
Yeah.
Do you guys know about that?
Yeah. So I don't know who you are, so I'd just like to, before I answer your question, what's your name?
Daniel.
Daniel, from where?
From NBC.
And sir, where are you from?
I'm sorry, NJ Burkett with Channel 7.
Okay. So you want to talk about the fact the guy may be a Republican, or at least registered the Republican Party, which anybody in this country is free to do.
I didn't ask that question.
That's fine, but you did suggest, and you're talking about rhetoric. So are you saying that it's not okay for us to denounce violence? Are you saying that we should wait until we know what's going on? Everybody on the planet knows that you have MSNBC, the New York Times, Rachel Maddow, The View, you have Maxine Waters, oh, let's get in their faces. You have this going on every day, and you dare to say to us, shouldn't we wait? No, we shouldn't wait. Right now is the time to say that we need to cool things down. We don't have to wait for your permission. We don't have to wait for anybody's permission, regardless of this young man's motivation. What he did was wrong. He tried to assassinate a president of the United States. And you stand there and say, well, maybe I should wait? Maybe it's okay? Are you saying the fact that he was registered to the Republican Party absolves him of everything? Absolves all of the media of all of the coverage they've done for the last 10 years? Absolutely not. That is a pathetic question, and I think you guys should be ashamed. I mean, I don't know you personally, but it's pathetic that you would even suggest that he's a Republican, therefore everything is okay. When you have social media, you have control of the media, you talk about the laptop, you talk about Russian collusion, all of that we have to forget, because maybe this guy was registered or is registered to the Republican Party. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
I don't think what he's saying is that. I think what they're saying is, when he says they did it.
Yeah, they did it.
They did it. They don't know that.
It's what I'm saying.
He knows who he is.
It's what I'm saying. Listen, I take all these DEI classes, right? And in the DEI classes, they say that it's not what the question is. It's how the person who perceives the question takes it. That's how I take it.
He may very well be.
And listen,
You don't know what he is.
and listen, I'll say it one more time. I'll be bipartisan. President Obama, President Clinton, President George W. Bush, President Biden last night said they did it. They said the people, the hate in the process, did it. Every single one of them said that.
Yep.
So you don't have to listen to us. But we're not going to stand here and told that we're not seeing what we're seeing, which is what we've been told by the left for years now.
Mm-hmm.
The left suggested January 6th was something it wasn't, and was a result of people spewing hate. That's what you all said and continue to say. And when we say, when a deranged, demonic shooter decides to take out the person who you say is going to destroy America, we can't say that maybe you saying that he's going to destroy America has something to do with it. It's common sense. We're going to continue to fight for what's right. We're going to continue to take down this curtain of lies and let the people know that it does matter.
Thank you. And just to end on this note, it doesn't matter who he is. It doesn't matter why he did it. The fact is that he tried to kill President Trump. That's it. And we are here to condemn those actions, to say violence is not the answer. Violence should not breed more violence. And you want to do something about it. You don't like the direction our country is headed. Make your voice heard in the political process and in the ballot box. And that's the reason why we're here today.
What would you say to Staten Islanders who may fear for their lives going to a political rally in the future?
That's a great question, actually. Staten Island Advance?
Yeah.
Okay, great question. We cannot let this incident stop us from participating in the political process. If anything, it should motivate us to participate more in the political process. I assure you that on Staten Island, we have an adequate police. We support the police department. We have more than enough police officers that live on Staten Island, off-duty police officers, more than enough people that have carry licenses to carry firearms because they are either retired law enforcement personnel or active law enforcement personnel. Any political events that we have on Staten Island, I assure you, the Republican Party will take safety as a top priority, and any people that would like to come in will be secure. Great question. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fernando with Fox 5.
Nice to meet you.
What would you guys say about the actual problem where many families throughout the United States have suffered deaths in terms of gun control? Should there be more gun control in terms of letting a 20-year-old go in and buy a gun?
Told you they were going to try to grab your guns. Told you they were going to try to grab the guns.
That's a good question, Fernando. We don't know right now. This is an ongoing investigation, so we don't know what type of gun was used. At least I don't know. We don't know if it was legally bought. We don't know if it was bought off the street. I was a prosecutor for almost a decade. Okay? Our streets are filled with illegal guns. Not once did I ever prosecute a crime where the person was a legal gun owner. They are all illegal guns. Okay? So I don't want to answer, at this point, we don't know enough on this investigation for me to answer that question to you, but there are a lot more illegal guns on the streets of New York City, and that's what the criminals are utilizing to commit crimes, including homicides and robberies. And those are the guns we need to get off the street. Any other questions?
One more.
Yes.
Back to the question of political rhetoric on the left. Is there any indication, that rhetoric on both sides sort of ratchets the whole thing up?
Listen,
Might be
we are.
What the fuck is that noise?
As a Staten Island Republican Party, to condemn the actions that occurred yesterday. We need cool heads to prevail, okay? And we are saying that if people are upset as to what happened yesterday, they need to get involved in the process. And that's what we're saying. Any other questions?
A good security plan for that
What
event.
the fuck?
Yes,
oh, this is
you do
CNN
not
News
need
18.
to
They
guard
just
the only place you
this
could
up.
have taken a shot at the President of the United States, the former President. You do not need to secure that rooftop. Someone said, don't secure it. We need those answers. We need to make sure that we have the right people in place to protect President Biden, to protect President Trump, and all candidates. And so that's the point that I'm raising now. It's not too early. In fact, it's too late to ask those questions and, more importantly, get answers.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
When you were talking about earlier to the left, and you said they did this.
Yeah.
How do you know that? This guy could be just some crazy guy who hates the whole government.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you? Is it too early to say they did this, to put the blame on the left? Because this guy, who knows anything about this guy? He's 20 years old. And he's obviously crazy, but who knows what he's behind?
Yeah, so I started by saying that the responsibility is the deranged shooter and perhaps his lack of good upbringing. It begins and ends there. But, you know, when I live my life, I don't keep my common sense in the closet. And so I think it is important to ask questions as what in our culture, in our society, in our political system, in the media, on television, and in Hollywood, what might have contributed to this? And clearly it is not the right that is calling Donald Trump Hitler. It is not the right trying to put Donald Trump in jail. It is not the right trying to prevent Donald Trump from becoming the next president. When you call somebody Hitler, which has been repeated over and over and over again over the last several years.
Yep.
That there's a cause and a possible effect. There are impressionable, deranged people, sadly, out there. And if you convince one of them that Hitler or a person who's just trying to destroy your country is attempting to become president, you might get the idea that this shooter obviously got last night.
If you guys can elaborate on that a little more, I'm surprised that you don't feel like you're getting ahead of yourselves, because we don't know this guy's motive. You're suggesting that he was motivated by some sort of political ideology. Perhaps it's not political in motivation at all. I mean, maybe this is
What are
a
you
press conference
fucking
that might
talking?
have a couple days.
There is a goddamn video of him saying, I hate Republicans, I hate somebody, I hate Republicans, and I'm not the one, or some shit like that. Yeah, it's fucking, we know it's politically motivated when you got shit like that going on, and then he goes out there to shoot the president of the United States that you motherfuckers called racist and Nazi and Hitler all that fucking time. No, don't you dare try to play it off like you're not culpable in treason.
Yeah, listen, we have a couple of months, we have a few months to an election that will determine who the leader of the free world is. As I said, I think it's too late to ask questions, obviously. I think it's too late to do what President Obama suggested last night that we need to do, and I think we should listen to him, which is we need to get rid of this hate rhetoric. Former President Obama believes that is what has contributed to this, obviously, or wouldn't have said that. Every former president last night said this kind of hatred. They said violence has no place in politics, nor does hatred, nor does the demonization of your political opponent, nor does the weaponization of the full force of the government against your political opponent. They've arrested him, they've indicted him, they've tried him, they've convicted him. So I don't think it's too early to ask those questions. And as I said, I think we're allowed to use our common sense to say, or to ask the questions, hey, is there something that's happening in society that contributes to this type of thing? And we do know his motive.
Took a shot at Biden.
It's obvious to anyone. I was a former prosecutor in Manhattan District Attorney's Office. His motive is clear. He tried to assassinate the leading candidate for the presidency of the United States. Now, I think it's appropriate that we ask, what led that deranged, demonic human being to that point? And every former president
of John Hinckley, they did not get a political answer.
Every former president. If you don't believe me, listen to President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama.
Dude, you don't think you would have a political answer for
listen
that?
To President Biden last night, who said, "We've got to get the hate out."
This is what I'm talking about. The media's fucking. The media knows.
Contributed to what happened last night.
And the people are starting to understand.
What you guys are thinking about. The
Media knows they're culpable in fucking treason right now.
Has played in this. I mean, none of you have spoken about that.
What are you suggesting? That he wanted to get shot?
He says all the things he says at his rallies. You guys don't hear that all the time?
Okay, so I just want to be very clear, okay? Violence has no place in the political process in this nation.
No, I understand that, but you're saying that the rhetoric and things that are being said by, anybody else. But what about what it is that Donald Trump says? Do you guys ever... Are you guys going to talk about that at all?
Yep.
It is fucking bizarre that you would say that the person who got shot in the head, his rhetoric was responsible, as though there's some justification for bad things being said to shoot someone, the leading candidate for politics, in the head. That is bizarre. But to the last point that you made, 2011, you had Gabby Giffords, who got shot, tragically. And the media... and I'm not sure if Channel 7 did or any other network, but the media, by and large, put together a fact pattern that a woman from Alaska who had a PAC in Washington, who some staffer put bullseyes on a map saying these are the districts we're going to target.
Right. They've been calling him Hitler. They've been calling him Sauron. They've been saying they've been demonizing this man
it was just
for 8 fucking years.
Right.
9.
So to imply that there's no rhetorical...
No, 9, because he ran for president in 2015. So, no, 2016, took office in 2017.
Is absolutely bizarre. I woke up this morning to the Staten Island Advance with a bizarre headline. Today, 6 a.m. We got to get those Trump MAGA thugs or gangsters. That was today's newspaper of the Staten Island Advance. I don't even have a subscription to cancel anymore. It's just bizarre. You have Keith Olbermann, right? Not just anyone, someone who is the media, saying he had hope for the Trump assassination. You had other people call Trump Hitler, saying he's a threat to democracy. I've never heard anyone just go back at any of these representatives and say, how is he a threat to democracy? Because you don't like the things that he's going to do with the constitutional power he gets? That's not a threat to democracy. That is the result of democracy. If you don't like what's happening, run for office, support candidates you like, and that's that. But this rhetoric that we have heard over and over and over again, equating someone with a mass murderer, to think that that didn't contribute to this is bizarre.
If I may?
The guy is also, by the way, a
Well said, bald guy.
Do you guys know about that?
Yeah, so I don't know who you are, so I just like to, before I get you.
I want you all to understand, this is coming from Staten fucking Island. You were talking about New York damn city now. Being like, what the fuck? This is your fucking fault. Nobody else's. This is your fucking fault. You need to flip New York. And I think this just did it. I'm not going to lie. I think this just flipped a lot of their so-called blue states. But they'll still target Texas. They'll start target Kansas, and they'll still target Missouri. We've proven that on Off Label. I've proven it on this channel. There's nothing you can do to win now. You would have to use so much fucking fraud that it would be way too obvious at this point in time. There would be no way you could do it. Not now.
Question. What's your name?
Daniel.
Daniel from where?
From NBC.
And sir, where are you from?
Sorry, NJ Burkett with Channel 7.
Okay. So you want to talk about the fact the guy may be a Republican, or at least registered the Republican Party, which anybody in this country is free to do.
I didn't ask that question, by the way.
That's fine.
Buddy Weiser, can't disagree with you. And even I'm just like an angry asshole on the internet. People are starting to really see this shit for what it is. I am telling you now. To still call out the political heads who push all this bullshit, that's fine. But the people themselves, just say one little thing. If they want to come at you, then just be like, you tried to kill the president. I'm not having this conversation with you. Just walk away. We'll say your side tried to kill the president. And just walk away from the conversation. Just end it right there. No more argument. No more pushing things. Just back away. Because the more people see that kind of thing, where you just kind of like the assassination of my candidate because of what you believe. The assassination attempt of my candidate because of what you believe. No, fuck you. And just dip. And they're going to start seeing a lot more of those people just kind of like, you can be angry. I'm fucking angry. I don't even like Trump and I'm fucking angry. I hate the dude. I really do. He's an asshole. Personally. But was he a good president? Fuck yes. I personally don't see this as like, I see this as a point of no returns kind of situation though. I'm not going to lie.
But you did suggest, and you're talking about rhetoric, so are you saying that it's not okay for us to denounce violence? Are you saying that we should wait until we know what's going on? Everybody on the planet knows that you have MSNBC, the New York Times, Rachel Maddow, The View. You have Maxine Waters. Oh, let's get in their faces. You have this going on every day. And you dare to say to us, shouldn't we wait? No,
right.
We shouldn't wait.
Right
now is the time to say that we need to cool things down. We don't have to wait for your permission. We don't have to wait for anybody's permission, regardless of this young man's motivation. What he did was wrong. He tried to assassinate a president of the United States. And you stand there and say, well, maybe I should wait. Maybe it's okay. Are you saying the fact that he was registered to the Republican Party absolves him of everything?
I get you.
Absolves all of the media of all of the coverage they've done for the last 10 years? Absolutely not. That is a pathetic question, and I think you guys should be ashamed. I mean, I don't know you personally, but it's pathetic that you would even suggest that he's a Republican, therefore everything is okay. When you have social media, you have control of the media, you talk about the laptop, you talk about Russian collusion, all of that we have to forget, because maybe this guy was registered or is registered to the Republican Party. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
I don't think what he's saying is that. I think what they're saying is, when he says they did it.
Yeah, they did it.
They did it. They don't know that.
It's what I'm saying.
He knows who he is.
It's what I'm saying. Listen, I take all these DEI classes, right? And in the DEI classes, they say that it's not what the question is. It's how the person who perceives the question takes it. That's how I take it.
He may very well do.
And listen,
You don't know what he is.
and listen. I'll say it one more time. I'll be bipartisan. President Obama. President Clinton, President George W. Bush, President Biden last night said they did it. They said the people, the hate in the process, did it. Every single one of them said that. So you don't have to listen to us. But we're not going to stand here and told that we're not seeing what we're seeing, which is what we've been
told.
Did
this just repeat?
By the left for years now.
Yeah, it did.
The left suggested January 6th was something it wasn't and was a result of people spewing hate. That's what you all said.
That repeated again. I guess they're testing everything. I mean, that's a pretty cool fucking setup, though.
Articulated threat to the RNC or any specific individual attending. As you'd expect, after the events yesterday, we've seen an uptick in social media.
No, that was him. The first three she shots were him.
Oh shit, then we have to get down. Draws my mind. Holy fuck. That's why she gotta get killed. This is cool. Let's go. Holy shit. Let's go. He's on the roof. He's right there. He's right there on the roof. Just on the other side.
Yeah, there you are.
Activist dispatch on much more.
But I will say this, Yankee Doodle. The media is not the enemy of the people. Our government is the enemy of the people. The media just gives them aid and comfort. I want to show you something. As I read this, I want you to understand who your enemy is and who gives them aid and comfort. Whoever owing allegiance to the United States levies war against them being the people of the United States, not the federal government. You cannot sit there and tell me that them does mean the federal government when the first three words in the Declaration of Independence are we the people. Our entire government was set up by, for, and of the people. You can't tell me them doesn't mean the people, the citizens of the United States. Or adheres to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort within the United States or elsewhere, is guilty of treason and shall suffer death, or shall be imprisoned for no less than 5 years and fined under this title, but not less than $10,000, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. With everything the Democrats have been saying, the way they have been lying, the way they have spun up hatred involved into every single American's life, tell me how this isn't treason. Oh, no.
I can't believe someone do that stupid shit here.
This is in front of the Butler Memorial Hospital here. Police got everything blocked off.
Old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
I did too. I saw him get on the gun. Yep. They hit. Are you serious? They hit the hydraulic.
2000, we're going to take back our country. His crimes is what they've done over 4 years and hiding what the obvious facts are is
I'm at the Trump rally and somebody just started shooting. What just happened? Oh my God.
What a little kid.
We heard the bullets rattling around the grandstand. One hit the speaker tower, and then chaos broke. We hit the ground, and the police converged to the grandstands. First thing I heard was a couple of cracks. Then I saw a hydraulic line. One of the speakers looked like it had gotten hit. Then I heard, like Chris said, a couple of bullets rattling around. And then we hit the deck.
Right.
And,
seems like a registered Republican voter. Registered Republican voter had a dress tender heart since he registered if he's trying to murder the Republican candidate in random Republican
may have gotten shot up in the grandstand, and we cleared a path for getting them out of the way, and it's just a sad day for America. Well, after we heard the shots got fired, then the hydraulic line was spraying all around. You could see the hydraulic fluid coming out of it, and then the speaker tower started to fall down. And then we heard another shot that you could hear. You knew something was. It was bullets. I mean, it wasn't firecrackers. I mean, they weren't super loud shots, but you could tell they were you know. You could hear it landed. The ammunition landed on metal. Yeah, it was. And then we just kind of took cover behind it. There was a farm tractor there. We just told everybody to get down. We tried to get them moved back because at that time we didn't know they were still an active shooter.
There in November.
Turned around and we were concerned for.
I was already going to do it, but yeah, I'm definitely probably doing it.
Yeah, we saw him stand up, and it looks like he was really playing. You know, the Secret Service really had huddled around him, and then he got up, and then he gave the motion it was okay, and then after that, we were just trying to get out safely.
USA! USA! I don't know. We heard gunshots. There were. I don't know. Trump is standing. Trump is standing. Guys, just undo the gate. Just lift this right side. Come on. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Guys, take the road. Take the road. Nick, Steven, Marvin. Guys, keep running. Great. Don't call anyone. Did they hit him? Did he get hit? No. I think there's something. He was standing at the end. Democrats can't shoot. Bro, I called it. They were gonna. Is there more shit? I don't know. Did he really? Fuck. Yeah. You see the forklift go down or no? Yeah. Move it. I'm right here. Let's stay together. Did they fucking hit him or not? I don't know. I don't know. I saw him standing after when the cheering was going on.
Hovering over him, right?
Well, he was up. He was standing.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That was like 5 shots, bro.
What the fuck was happening? Like.
And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit. He's going down!
Stay under here. He's on top of the roof. Don't go over there. He's on the roof, buddy.
He's dead. I just seen his hair go up. They shot from the head. He's dead.
Holy fuck.
Well, if they hit anybody over there.
Did he pull up a shot?
He number of shots.
I thought that was ours.
No, that was him. The first 3 shots were him.
Oh shit, then we have to get down.
Draws my mind.
Holy fuck. I just watched the guy get killed. He's dead. This is cool. Let's go.
Holy shit.
Let's go. He's on the roof right there. He's right there on the roof. Just on the other side of the
I believe the activist dispatcher on much more.
This is in front of the Butler Memorial Hospital here. Police got everything blocked off.
Old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
All right, we've seen enough of that one too. All right, they're just looping the same thing over and over again. Yay. Finally, assholes. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's about time we do. Yeah. Okay.
Pager, it says Biden will give a, quote, forceful and needed address to update the nation on the horrifying attack on Donald Trump and the need for every American to come together to not just condemn, but to put an end to political violence in this country once and for all, a campaign official said. Let's get to the latest and a recap of what we've been following this weekend. There have been so many developments regarding the attempted assassination of the former president. I'd like to go out to this next report from Fox News correspondent Madison Scarpino. She has the details.
Take a look at what happened.
The FBI is investigating the shooting at Saturday's Trump rally as an assassination attempt. The former president appeared to be hit, but is okay. 3 men in the crowd were shot. 1 was killed.
We lost a fellow Pennsylvanian last night, Corey Comparator. Corey was an avid supporter of the former president and was so excited to be there last night with him in the community.
Take a look at what happened.
Authorities identifying the shooter as a 20-year-old man from Pennsylvania. He was positioned on a rooftop about 200 yards away from the stage where Trump was speaking.
He's going down!
Stay under here.
One eyewitness claims he spotted the shooter moments before the shots were fired.
We could clearly see him with a rifle, absolutely. We're pointing at him.
The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
An AR-style rifle was recovered at the scene. Police also found explosive devices inside the suspect's vehicle near the rally and bomb-making material at his home. Fox News spoke with someone who went to high school with the shooter, who claims he was on the school's rifle team.
He was like a kid that was always alone. He was always bullied every day. He was just an outcast.
The president and vice president were briefed in the Situation Room this afternoon. Biden expressing his condolences for the man who died and urging patience while the investigation plays out.
There's no place in America for this kind of violence, or any violence for that matter. I urge everyone, please, don't make assumptions about his motives or his affiliations. Let the FBI do their job and their partner agencies do their job.
The Trump campaign says despite the apparent attempt on his life, he fully intends to be in Milwaukee this week for the Republican National Convention. Reporting in Atlanta, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
Thank you to Madison Scarpino there for that report. Still so many details emerging from that very scary situation that we saw in Butler, Pennsylvania at that Trump rally. And reaction is pouring in from all over the world. Take a look at this. We have so many tweets that are commenting on that event. Definitely historic here. We have so many people reacting, past presidents. We have news correspondents. We have different world leaders, and all condemning that heinous act against the former president, in which a shooter was perched up on the rooftop of a building that was nearby where this event was taking place, fired shots toward the former president, and then one of those bullets did graze the president's top right ear. We have seen very compelling images from that event, one of them on your screen right there. He's raising his fist, an American flag in the background, and then if we did have a closer look, you would see the blood on his face. And today, coming up in a little over 5 minutes, President Biden is going to be addressing the nation from the Oval Office to provide a briefing on this act that happened against the former president. We know that Biden has spoken with Trump. He did so yesterday. He provided a short briefing this morning, and tonight he will address the nation. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break. Stick with us here. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
All right, I'm going to take a quick commercial break too. I got to change over laundry and things like that. I'll be right back. All right. You know, that music's got to change a little bit. It's got to be more long. It's got to be something more like the theme of what I do with this. But I just wanted y'all to show this real quick. It says Mug Club Undercover was en route to the residence of the suspected shooter, and look what we found.
Excuse me. What's going on?
I have no idea.
What? I can't go down the road?
Nope.
Why not?
Because I was told to close it.
What's that?
Because I was told to close it.
Okay. Are you Secret Service?
No, I'm not.
You're not.
You would quit photographing me.
Well, I'm allowed to, sir.
Well, you can move on, too.
I can, but I'm allowed to photograph.
You can get out of the way. I got traffic coming. You can go.
I'll go.
Now.
All right. Have a good one.
Interesting. Why was the road closed down? Unless they were raiding the home or something like that. That night could make sense. But there's also this, too. This is what I was calling out on off-label last night. It appears that the sniper was looking right at him while he shot Trump. He waited to shoot him until after the first 2 rounds flew. Any law enforcement who follow me care to shed some light on this?
If you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened. Months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
See, here's the thing. I want you to see it, though. He picks his head up to look, and then the first shot rings out. And then he goes back down. First shot he takes is off mark. The shot came from that one.
Months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened. Months old, and if
see it?
you
Let's do this in kind of slow motion. You can tell when he raises his head up, the shot rings out. He goes back down like, oh shit, he's already off point. That barrel is moving. First shot rings out there. That's the recoil with the gun shooting back. He was off mark. The shot that killed was that one. Sorry. He's looking. Do I see him? Is that what I think I see? Shot fired. Oh shit. Barrel moves. Shot fired right there. The killing blow came from that one. And then, of course, there was this.
They called him names. He won anyway. They impeached him twice on ridiculous pretenses. They fabricated a lot about what happened on January 6th in order to impeach him again. It didn't work. He came back. Then they indicted him. It didn't work. He became more popular. Then they indicted him 3 more times. And every single time his popularity rose. So if you begin with criticism, then you go to protest, then you go to impeachment, now you go to indictment, and none of them work, what's next? I mean, graph it out, man. We're speeding toward assassination, obviously, and no one will say that, but I don't know how you can reach that conclusion. You know what I mean? Like, they have decided, permanent Washington, both parties have decided that there's something about Trump that's so threatening to them, they just can't have him. They called him names. He won anyway. They impeached him twice.
He called it. He called it a long fucking time ago. Alex Jones was saying the same thing. Okay. Let's get back to this old fuckface now.
Leadership.
Well, next.
Well, we may disagree. We are not enemies. We're neighbors. We're friends, co-workers, citizens, and most importantly, we're fellow Americans. We must stand together. Yesterday's shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania
all right, take it
calls
easy,
on
JK.
all of us to take a step back, take stock of where we are, how we go forward from here. Thankfully, former Trump is not seriously injured. I spoke with him last night. I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victims who was killed. Corey was a husband, a father, a volunteer firefighter, a hero, sheltering his family from those bullets.
I don't think you should be,
we should all hold
saying
his
fucking
family,
name, asshole.
all those injured in our prayers. Earlier today, I spoke about an ongoing investigation. We do not know the motive of the shooter yet. We don't know his opinions or affiliations. We don't know whether he had help or support, or if he communicated with anyone else. Law enforcement professionals, as I speak, are investigating those questions. Tonight, I want to speak to what we do know.
Motherfucker, within 12 hours, you knew who was on that plane doing fucking what during 9/11. And you're telling me more than 24, well, little over 24 hours later, you don't know shit about anything still? I find that incredibly hard to fucking believe, especially when you probably raided his house and cleaned it out last night.
A former president was shot, an American citizen killed, while simply exercising his freedom to support the candidate of his choosing. We cannot, we must not go down this road in America. We've traveled before throughout our history. Violence has never been the answer.
Well, extreme mega Republicans are a threat to democracy, aren't they, Joe?
Parties being targeted and shot, or a violent mob attacking the Capitol on January 6th, or a brutal attack on the spouse of former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, or information and intimidation on election officials, or the kidnapping plot against the sitting governor.
Motherfucker, 2/3 of those were fucking feds. Don't even try that shit.
Attempted assassination on Donald Trump. There's no place in America for this kind of violence, or for any violence ever. Period. No exceptions. We can't allow this violence to be normalized. You know, the political record in this country has gotten very heated. It's time to cool it down. We all have a responsibility to do that. Yes, we have deeply felt strong disagreements. The stakes in this election are enormously high. I've said it many times that the choice in this election we make in this election is going to shape the future of America and the world for decades to come. I believe that with all my soul. I know that millions of my fellow Americans believe it as well. And some have a different view as to the direction our country should take. Disagreement is inevitable in American democracy. It's part of human nature. But politics must never be a literal battlefield, and God forbid, a killing field. I believe politics ought to be an arena for peaceful debate, to pursue justice, to make decisions guided by the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. We stand for an America, not of extremism and fury, but of decency and grace. All of us now face a time of testing as the election approaches. And the higher the stakes, the more fervent the passions become. This places an added burden on each of us to ensure that no matter how strong our convictions, we must never descend into violence. The Republican convention will start tomorrow. I have no doubt they'll criticize my record and offer their own vision for this country. I'll be traveling this week making the case for our record and the vision, my vision of the country, our vision. I'll continue to speak out strongly for our democracy, stand up for our Constitution and the rule of law, to call for action at the ballot box, no violence on our streets. That's how democracy should work. We debate and disagree. We compare and contrast the character of the candidates, the records, the issues, the agenda, the vision for America. But in America, we resolve our differences at the battle box. You know, that's how we do it, at the battle box, not with bullets. The power to change America should always rest in the hands of the people, not in the hands of would-be assassin. You know,
Did this motherfucker just say the battle box?
The records, the issues, the agenda, the vision for America. But in America, we resolve our differences at the battle box. You know, that's how we do it, at the battle box, not with bullets. The power to change America should always rest in the hands of the people, not in the hands of would-be assassin. You know, the path forward through competing visions of the campaign should always be resolved peacefully, not through acts of violence. You know, we're blessed to live in the...
This motherfucker just said battle box. Granted, I get it. He was supposed to be saying ballot box, but he said battle box. God damn it.
The greatest country on earth, and I believe that with every soul, every power of my being. So tonight, I'm asking every American to recommit, to make America, think about it. What's made America so special? Here in America, everyone must be treated with dignity and
he's going off
respect,
script.
and
He's
hate
losing
must
it.
have no safe harbor. Here in America, we need to get out of our silos, where we only listen to those with whom we agree, where misinformation is rampant, where foreign actors fan the flames of our division to shape the outcomes consistent with their interests, not ours. Let's remember, here in America, while unity is the most elusive of all goals right now, nothing is more important for us now than standing together. We can do this. You know, from the beginning, our founders understood the power of passion. So they created a democracy that gave reason and balance a chance to prevail over brute force. That's the American we must be. An American democracy where arguments are made in good faith. An American democracy where the rule of law is respected. An American democracy where decency, dignity, fair play aren't just quaint notions, but living, breathing realities.
Somebody.
We owe that to those who come before us, to those who gave their lives for this country. We owe that to ourselves. We owe it to our children and our grandchildren. Look, let's never lose sight of who we are. Let's remember we are the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
All right, that address from the Oval Office from President Joe Biden just wrapping up there. I'd like to bring back into the conversation now, joining us here, a political analyst, Brian Sobel. Brian, so he spoke for less than 10 minutes right now. This is the shortest Oval Office address that we have heard throughout Biden's entire presidency, given how significant the events were from yesterday. Former President Donald Trump shot at a rally. Right now, the rhetoric from people saying that politics has been divisive. What do you make of this address that Biden just gave to the country?
Well, if the design, Carell, was to reassure Americans that we have this vibrant democracy, I think he tried to do that. That he did, however, run in, the incident, the Capitol insurrection, or however you want to phrase that. He ran in the Nancy Pelosi's husband's situation. So he introduced some themes that we haven't heard over the last few hours in a more dramatic way, which to me sounds more campaign-like than anything else. But having said that, the address was short. Yeah. Maybe I'd question if it was even necessary, given that there wasn't anything new in the talk. But I think for some people in the country, just seeing the president in the Oval Office may be enough.
Let's talk about what was just said by Biden. We do have some of the bullet points here. I'd like to pull them up for our viewers. Here, Biden's Oval Office address highlights. So basically, what he said was, we still don't know the suspect's motive. There's no place in America for any violence. Americans must stand together. The need to lower the temperature in politics, shooting calls on all Americans to, quote, take a step back. We're not enemies. we're neighbors. Let's talk about maybe the grit that these comments have. Do you think they really spoke to the American people and to possibly the confusion that a lot of folks are seeing in this political season, given the tragic events that happened yesterday in Butler, Pennsylvania?
Well,
that pisses me the fuck off, because wasn't this son of a bitch saying if you wanted to take on the government, you need F-15s and fucking nukes? Aren't you a ultra MAGA nuclear extreme MAGA Republican conspiracy theorist? You're the danger to democracy. You are the most evil thing imaginable. I'm sorry. Go fuck yourself.
All of these are good bullet points. No argument with any of them.
You're right.
But
no argument.
There's so much we don't know yet about what happened yesterday. We don't know much about the shooter. We don't know, as the first bullet point on the screen suggests, we have no idea what the suspect's motive was. We're starting to get a picture that may or may not be accurate. We'll have to get more information about the life of this shooter, at least from some of the people he went to high school with, which tells us that, as with a lot of these other cases, the loner, somebody who ate alone, was alone, and that translates to a lone wolf situation. So we've seen this time and again in American history, and we've seen it in world history, by the way. You go back to so many incidents around the world. I was chatting with some people and saying it goes back a couple thousand years to trying to make political change by the assassination of Julius Caesar. I mean, nothing has changed in a couple of thousand years. These political assassinations or attempts are attempts to change the course of history. And that's what we saw yesterday, perpetrated by a very young person.
As I mentioned before, this is the third time that the president has given an address to the nation in his Oval Office. Two other times back in 2023, one of them in October 19th, a 15-minute speech on the Israel-Hamas war and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And then on June 2nd, 2023, a 13-minute speech after the passage of the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. Maybe if you can kind of weigh the gravity of each of these different scenarios in which the president felt he had to address the nation, and then kind of compare them to what we saw this weekend. Another address, but again, less than 10 minutes we heard from him.
Well, excellent question. And there are times when the president must meet with the American people. And the Oval Office has a tremendous amount of symbolism. And so it raises the import of the address. Earlier today, he spoke from the map room in the White House as an example. But this, coming from the Oval, is going out to the American people, I think, to reassure Americans that we live in a democracy. We don't solve our problems with guns, that we need to spend more time talking with each other rather than
solve
arguing.
them in the battle box.
And the length of the speech and the quality of the speech and the quantity of the wording relative to the subject, I think all of that was sort of secondary. It was such a short address, and you are listening for very key bullet points in something like this, and it wasn't anything really informative. It would have been more a hey, don't worry, we're, your government's operating and we want everybody to get along, which isn't a bad message at all. Not knocking that message, but you're left kind of saying, okay, so what was that all about? Why did the president take 10 minutes to basically say what he had already said?
So I'm actually looking back at the video because we do have it here in our system already. He spoke for exactly 6 minutes and 26 seconds. We have been waiting really for a few hours now to hear what he had to say. Do you feel that his speech, the amount of time that he gave it, pretty much goes accordingly with the sequence of events that we saw yesterday?
Well, to the extent that he's keeping the American public up to speed on what he's thinking and what the government may be thinking, mission partially accomplished. Again, as I suggested before we looked at or listened to the speech, I didn't know what he could really add to what's already out there. And in fact, he didn't add much. He really just hit the high points again about people getting along, toning down the rhetoric on both sides of the aisle. Those are all fine messages. But if this speech had any more intent, I would say, I don't know what it was.
You know, Brian, I'm wondering if it would be worth it, in fact, here, because it was so short, to go ahead and replay it for you, for myself, for our viewers. I think that sometimes when you watch something twice, you can probably get a little more context from it. You can decide an opinion, if you want, if you will, on that message. I'm going to go ahead, Brian, stick with us here. Let's replay this again for the viewers that are just joining us. Again, at the top of the hour, President Biden gave an address to the nation from the Oval Office, the third one from his time as president. And in it, he did discuss the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. So, Brian, again, stick with us. Let's play this out for our viewers who are just joining us.
My fellow Americans, I want to speak to you tonight about the need for us to lower the temperature in our politics. And to remember, while we may disagree, we are not enemies. We're neighbors, we're friends, co-workers, citizens, and most importantly, we're fellow Americans. We must stand together. Yesterday's shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania calls on all of us to take a step back, take stock of where we are, how we go forward from here. Thankfully, former Trump is not seriously injured. I spoke to him last night, and I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victims who was killed. Corey was a husband, a father, a volunteer firefighter, a hero, sheltering his family from those bullets. We should all hold his family and all those injured in our prayers. Earlier today, I spoke about an ongoing investigation. We do not know the motive of the shooter yet. We don't know his opinions or affiliations. We don't know whether he had help or support or if he communicated with anyone else. Law enforcement professionals, as I speak, are investigating those questions. Tonight, I want to speak to what we do know. A former president was shot, an American citizen killed, while simply exercising his freedom to support the candidate of his choosing. We cannot, we must not go down this road in America. We've traveled before throughout our history. Violence has never been the answer, whether it's with members of Congress of both parties being targeted and shot, or a violent mob attacking the Capitol on January 6th, or a brutal attack on the spouse of former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, or information
that you all try to call right-wing
on election officials,
and it
or
wasn't.
the kidnapping
None of
plot
those were
against the sitting
it was
government,
all y'all.
or an attempted assassination on Donald Trump. There's no place in America for this kind of violence, or for any violence ever. Period. No exceptions. We can't allow this violence to be normalized. You know, the political record in this country has gotten very heated. It's time to cool it down. We all have a responsibility to do that. Yes, we have deeply felt strong disagreements. The stakes in this election are enormously high. I've said it many times that the choice in this election we make in this election is going to shape the future of America and the world for decades to come. I believe that with all my soul. I know that millions of my fellow Americans believe it as well. And some have a different view as to the direction our country should take. Disagreement is inevitable in American democracy. It's part of human nature. But politics must never be a literal battlefield, and God forbid, a killing field. I believe politics ought to be an arena for peaceful debate, to pursue justice, to make decisions guided by the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. We stand for an America, not of extremism and fury, but of decency and grace. All of us now face a time of testing as the election approaches. And the higher the stakes, the more fervent the passions become. This places an added burden on each of us to ensure that no matter how strong our convictions, We must never descend into violence. The Republican convention will start tomorrow. I have no doubt they'll criticize my record and offer their own vision for this country. I'll be traveling this week making the case for our record and the vision, my vision of the country, our vision. I'll continue to speak out strongly for our democracy, stand up for our Constitution and the rule of law, to call for action at the ballot box, no violence on our streets. That's how democracy should work. We debate and disagree. We compare and contrast the character of the candidates, the records, the issues, the agenda, the vision for America. But in America, we resolve our differences at the battle box. You know, that's how we do it, at the battle box, not with bullets. The power to change America should always rest in the hands of the people, not in the hands of would-be assassin. You know, the path forward through competing visions of the campaign should always be resolved peacefully, not through acts of violence. You know, we're blessed to live in the greatest country on earth, and I believe that with every soul, every power of my being. So tonight, I'm asking every American to recommit, to make America, think about it. What's made America so special? Here in America, everyone must be treated with dignity and respect, and hate must have no safe harbor. Here in America, we need to get out of our silos, where we only listen to those with whom we agree, where misinformation is rampant, where foreign actors fan the flames of our division to shape the outcomes consistent with their interests, not ours. Let's remember, here in America, while unity is the most elusive of all goals right now, nothing is more important for us now than standing together. We can do this. You know, from the beginning, our founders understood the power of passion. So they created a democracy that gave reason and balance a chance to prevail over brute force. That's the American we must be. An American democracy where arguments are made in good faith. An American democracy where the rule of law is respected. An American democracy where decency, dignity, fair play aren't just quaint notions, but living, breathing realities. We owe that to those who come before us, to those who gave their lives for this country. We owe that to ourselves. We owe it to our children and our grandchildren. Look, let's never lose sight of who we are. Let's remember we are the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Go fuck yourself.
All right, a live look right now outside of the White House in Washington, D.C. Once again, we did replay for you there the presidential address from the Oval Office, where we heard from President Biden formally there speaking on a few things. Of course, the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump yesterday, also calling for unity, saying there's no way to solve differences with violence, especially gun violence, and really that we should be solving our differences at the ballot box. Once again, I'd like to bring into the conversation a political analyst, Brian Sobel, who has been joining us throughout the breaking news that we just brought to you there. Brian, after hearing it for a second time here, I would like you to just quickly give us our thoughts here for our viewers. What do you take away from that address?
Well, again, it was aspirational about what this country can be if we can get along, and to set aside our divisive thinking for a greater and more perfect union. Whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, whatever, that argument is essential to the debate. But when it ramps up, and it becomes something more than that. That is something that the president cautioned against. It, again, a short talk, themes we've heard, no new information about what happened yesterday, but the president did reach out for the person that was killed at the rally yesterday, and of course for Donald Trump.
Given all of these events that we have seen this weekend, it's possible that some feel there was some left that could have been said there at that presidential address. Again, it was just about 6.5 minutes or so. It's the shortest address that he has given. This is the third one from his presidential term. The first one back in October 2023, and then another one in June 2nd of 2023. He also talked, of course, about the Republican National Convention, which is starting tomorrow in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We do have a live look out there. Brian, I would like to get your thoughts just on that. Another major event happening here. The breaking news of the attempted assassination of the former president, no doubt, is going to be top of mind for so many people. But looking ahead to tomorrow on Monday, when this RNC finally gets underway, what are you most looking forward to? What do you expect?
Well, I want to see whether the tenor of the convention is inclusive, totally inclusive. That would be the one change that I would see. And but when one attends one of these conventions, it's a kind of a giant party, and so how early Donald Trump makes an appearance will be something to be to watch for. His selection of the vice presidential candidate is top of mind for everybody who will be there, because that's going to be the ticket, Corral, going forward. And so this convention in Milwaukee is very, very important for the Republican platform and for Republicans around the nation. So you're going to have primetime dominated by speakers that they think will be of interest to the American public and Republicans. And I think they were quite happy, I'm sure, to add Nikki Haley to the to the number of people giving speeches, which is supposed to occur on Tuesday night. So there's a lot to look forward to. I think the security piece of this, my guess is that the authorities at all levels have this under control. You heard earlier today the Secret Service talk about this being a whole of government approach that's been going on for 18 months. And I have no doubt about that. I don't know that I've seen more security than at a convention to get in, other than when one attends the State of the Union, which is the most secure event I've ever seen. It's a really unbelievable amount of security. So I suspect that the convention will have this kind of security. And I suspect that even though the Secret Service talked about, hey, the plan's in place and we don't need to add anything to it, I'm quite sure everything is being reviewed again today, and additional assets are being added where they may think there's a hole here or there.
Well, Brian, it has been quite the whirlwind of a week,
so
to speak, of course, with the tragic breaking news that we had yesterday following the latest on the attempted assassination, to looking ahead to tomorrow, the start of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We do appreciate that you've stuck with us here at Live Now from Fox while we played that presidential address from the Oval Office. Brian Sobel, political analyst, we appreciate your time. We'll talk soon.
My pleasure. Have a great night.
You as well. Thank you. For everyone else, please stick with us here because, of course, we're going to continue to kind of dissect all of the events from throughout this weekend. The major one in Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday with the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump, and the Oval Office address that just happened today in Washington, D.C. by President Joe Biden. A live look right now over at the White House in D.C. We're going to step away, as I mentioned, for another quick commercial break. Stick with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
Let's see if I can find somebody else again real quick. Well, no, I don't have to do that one. Oh, there was one thing. What was that? Where was that? Okay. Where was that one thing? Oh, yeah, here it is. Make sure it's over here.
Yesterday, it was the craziest day, probably since 9/11. I mean, let's go back. I mean, that's about as far as you can take it back. And shocking stuff, and inspirational. President Trump really is, he's a great leader. That's all you can say. But there's one person at the very least who's completely unhinged on this matter, and that's Destiny. Now, Destiny got his start video game streaming, and he became a liberal, talking about politics from video game streaming to amplify his reach. Twitch and the like loves that because that's who they promote. They try to cancel everybody else. Like, I mean, they banned Nick Merckx, right? Just for saying tranny, which is crazy. But someone like Destiny, who will say this stuff, still gets promoted by Twitch. And this is how you know where these corporations stand. They're completely evil. They're just terrible. And we're going to get into the unhinged crap with Destiny in just a moment. My name's John Delarose, everybody. I am a #1 best-selling science fiction and fantasy writer. And if you like good heroism like President Trump, check out my Adventures of Baron von Monocle series. I've got a 5-book series. It's all on audio. We got one more to go at the very least, and I think you'll really enjoy this. It's a great binge read for your weekend. I'll put that in the description below. Thank you guys for supporting our efforts in the culture here as we fight against these people. It really means a lot to me. And please hit the like and subscribe button. Join us here and join our fight against people like Destiny. I mean, let's be honest. So this was the first post yesterday, and I thought, wow, this is about as disgusting as it gets. But then he said, hold my own beer as he goes on. He said, honestly, I'm conflicted on how I feel about the shooting, but we'll chat about it on stream tomorrow. Conflicted? Well, there's nothing to be conflicted about, Destiny. It was a horrible thing. And everybody in their right mind should condemn this. But it gets worse from here. Now, if you remember, Destiny has his own personal takes, which are kind of creepy too. He had his weird open marriage thing. He went with his blue hair for a while. So the guy is completely out of his mind. And for some reason, this broke him in a way that I just have never seen on the internet before. It gets even worse here. He says, when I say conflicted, what I mean is I lean towards seeing it as a natural extension of the thing Trump and MAGA kids support. I don't think I have much sympathy about the attempt enough to chastise people for celebrating it. What? This is the craziest victim blaming I've ever seen in my entire life. Destiny just this is sick. This is really sick. I mean, somebody pointed out that his last tweet is the worst tweet they've seen about the event so far. But he gets worse. I mean, yes, he even gets worse from here. It's that crazy. So somebody said, you endorse violence? He said, oh, I'm sorry. What happened to 1776? Was that a peaceful protest? Hey, these are different times. And I mean, you're completely unhinged here, thinking this is some kind of 1776 moment because what? You can't. The thing about 1776, Destiny, is all of America was against foreign rule. You're actually for foreign rule by a different group is what it comes down to. And you understand that most of America here is going to vote the way that you don't like in democracy, that it's already here, right? And so since you can't win, you can't have democracy. This is, I mean, if you remember, it seems like just one long week ago, Joe Biden was saying that President Trump is the greatest threat to democracy ever. And now it's mask off that these people actually just want their way or the highway, and that's it. And it doesn't matter. They literally want you dead. I see this right now, that President Trump, when he took that shot, he really took that shot for us all. And, these people want us all shot. It's a representation. It really is. He goes further. He keeps doubling down. It just keeps getting worse every post Destiny makes. He says, If we learned anything today, I hope it's realizing the importance of principles I've stressed many times on stream before. Having a firearm means absolutely nothing if you don't spend time at the range practicing with it. So this is a tweet saying that the shooter just didn't do a good enough job. What a sick effer. This is nasty. Wow. I mean, yeah, you thought those tweets were bad before. This is about as bad as it gets. This is about as bad as it gets. And we're going to be covering all day today these assholes on the left just doing this kind of thing repeatedly. We have George Takei from Star Trek going out there going like, hey, the Republicans are not dialing down. You know, if anybody, you know, it's like, again, the gaslighting, victim blaming is what they're going with on this. And they're just sick people. But I'm going to expose all of it because it's just not, this is not acceptable. This needs to be known who these people are. It needs to be out there. It needs to be on the record. And they're unashamed. They are unashamed of this stuff. Here it is. It's amazing how many of the MAGA online commentators accusing everyone on the left of being complicit in today's shooting. But, bro, you are complicit in the shooting. My gosh. Ridiculous. He will then say, I was worried for a moment about what would happen to Biden if he ordered this, but then I remembered, thank God, all conservatives all agree the president has absolute criminal immunity when acting as his role in commander-in-chief. So he's then making a snarky comment saying that that Biden totally could have ordered this. Again, why would you post something like this? You look so unhinged, bro. And then this is not okay, says Wick TV. He says, I'm sorry, but soy raging out over this when conservatives have been unhinged for the last 8 years. You know, Destiny, conservatives have not been out there calling for people's deaths. It's been you guys. All across the industry, yes. You guys always say this kind of... Yes. The rhetoric is that we are literal Nazis who, you know, and what do you do to literal Nazi? You punch a Nazi. That's your guys' rhetoric. That's not us. We're sitting here like, hey, wouldn't it be nice if, like, we didn't get fired from our jobs for saying that we support our president? And then you're like, punch a Nazi! Democracy's at stake! I mean, hello? But this guy's so out of his mind. He is so out of his mind. And remember all the conservative dipshits talking about principles today who have joked about Paul Pelosi's husband? That was still a weird situation, by the way. I mean, I still don't know if that was his lover or what. The quartering rightly calls him out, says, I love how much of a piece of garbage you can be. There's literally nothing to be conflicted about. Good job, Jeremy. And then Destiny comes back with a fat joke. He's got nothing. He knows what he's doing is wrong. That's the thing with these people. They know what they're doing and saying is wrong and evil. And they have no excuse for it, but they genuinely feel that way because they're, you know, it's demonic, guys. I mean, I know it's not popular to talk about in polite circles or whatever, but demons are real, and they've been permeating our culture for a long, long time. And once you invite the demonic in, once you invite Satan into your life, you change and you lose all sense of rationality. Rationality is a virtue of God, and it's a virtue that when we were made in God's image, that's what we're at. You lose it all when you invite Satan in, and that's why you see these people acting unhinged all the time. That's why you see it look like schizophrenia and stuff like that. This is exactly where Destiny's headed right now. He was living a lifestyle of degeneracy. He took the ticket for Twitch. He took the ticket to become e-famous. He lived a crazy lifestyle that is in worship of this world, and this is the end result. You just become a twisted, evil anti-human, is what it comes down to. So he goes back and forth with the quartering about debating and whatnot, shows some screenshots of the quartering to try to mess with things. And then here we are, conservatives, when the guy they wildly support who tried to lead an insurrection against the government. What a lie. This is a lie. You need to stop saying these lies when we're watching what insurrections look like. We're watching what political assassinations look like. And you say this crap? You're still doubling down on that. The January the 6th BS was granted absolute criminal immunity to save him from federal cases, gets shot at. I mean, you know, you've got a president out there and a judicial system trying to bogged down a political opponent in lawsuits, trying to arrest him ahead of the presidency to try to, because they can't win. They know that they have no message, and this is you, Destiny. You have no message of any kind of credibility, and so you just cheer on nasty things happening to people who you don't like, and that's who you are. Absolutely crazy. So he says, all I see is, this is the grossest comment he's made yet. And this one, I can't even. I could not imagine. If I saw Destiny in the street, I'd be angry. That's all I'm going to say right now. But some innocent person at the rally died. And Destiny says, all I see is Biden up +1 in Pennsylvania. You sick freak. You disgusting, degenerate effer. Oh, my God. I can't go through this anymore, guys. But this is who Destiny is. It's exposed. He is a creep. He should be shut down. There's no excuse for this whatsoever. This is what Twitch promotes while banning people like Nick Merckx. This is absolutely sick.
He's got a point, though.
There's no room for this at all in America.
Building a city? No. No,
all right.
It's just a wall.
Leave a comment down below with what you think about this.
This is the compound.
Hit the like and subscribe button, my friends. And please check out my art, support our channel here.
See, it looks like a
There's
compound.
lots of ways to do so, and this
like
would be a great way to start your weekend. Thank you for being there. God bless America. God bless
like
President Trump.
Kind of building right now. Oh. Yeah, that's paused. Okay. But yeah, it looks like a high-tech building right now. So there's the 2 back doors that'll lead out that way. I'm going to make 2 exits on the other side. And each side is going to have a tower. Or each corner is going to have a tower. I got to put an exit there. This is what I was doing in Scott's server. And then, of course, somewhere out there, I'm going to have a warehouse. Okay. What else was that one?
Jonathan Liebriches investigates the shooter's classmate speaks. This is 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, and a classmate from his school speaks and says he's been bullied. This is the shooter. This is the one that went to a Trump rally from his home, Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, traveled an hour north to the Trump rally, and fired a shot at Trump. Matter of fact, he fired many shots. Another individual, a firefighter, lost their life, numerous people injured, and then authorities opened fire back at him and took his life. But one of his classmates from Bethel Park High School, he graduated in 2022, speaks and says he was bullied. I want to share this clip with you. Check it out.
As we've been here, there's a large media presence here. You've had members of the community come and approach us, including one person who said he actually went to high school with this suspected shooter. I want you to listen to a little bit of our conversation there.
He was bullied almost every day.
In what way? Can you explain?
I mean, he would sit alone at lunch. I mean, he was just an outcast, and you know how kids are nowadays, so they're gonna see someone like that and they're gonna target him because they think it's funny or whatever. So it's the best way I can describe it. And it's honestly kind of sad. Like, I don't want to say this is what provoked it, but you never know.
Yeah, you said he was a loner?
Yeah. I want to say he was a loner more because he was quiet, but like he was just bullied. Like he was bullied so much.
This is high school.
Yeah.
What did they, do you remember at all what they said to him or called him?
No. He was just made fun of, I guess, for the way he dressed or his appearance.
That that's what he was saying. He said that he was actually in the class before or behind the suspected shooter here. And we have some movement here where you hear an ambulance or a car horn. Excuse that background noise. But one thing that we also heard from that conversation is that when we asked what he was bullied for, what this shooter was bullied for, he pointed to his clothing. Apparently, according to this person who says he was a classmate, the shooter would wear military-style clothes or hunting clothes regularly as he was at school. So we're still learning a lot more. We can tell you investigators continue to go in and out of the scene here. We know multiple agencies are here, not just local police, but the county bomb squad. As I mentioned last night, I saw the ATF here. It's a calm scene. It's not completely evacuated. Many residents are still in their homes behind here, but you can tell this is definitely a focal point of this investigation as we learn more about this suspected shooter who, again, from what we know and from public records, does not have a criminal history, not a large social media presence. So there's a lot more information that folks are looking to learn.
So who is this guy? And why did he do it? We are looking into this case deeply. Interesting to see if more of his classmates speak or faculty at his school. He was bullied, doesn't give an excuse for what he did, right? But it's interesting that these mass shooters that happen, these mass shootings that happen, the shooters supposedly were bullied, a lot of them. That's what we hear a lot. His two parents who are not at the house, they're search warranting the house, by the way. These two parents are therapists, by the way. They're at the state police barracks, Pennsylvania, being interrogated. Apparently, his dad, who has his middle name is Matthew, his dad's name is Matthew, gave him the gun. So we're looking deeply into this case and trying to get you the information, doing a deep dive. But who is this guy? We are looking into this matter. I am JLR Investigate. Subscribe to the channel, hit the notification button, covering this terrible tragedy. And when more information comes about, I will share with all of you.
Okay. Let's see, is there any others? Okay, hold on. All right, let's see. Is here nothing there? Politics. Topics of interest. There was another one where it was. I gotta go find it. That's where we got that one. We got that one. Oop. I'm collecting the wrong thing there. I guess that was it from what we've gathered. From what we personally gathered. All right.
And if anything, that would be the most important thing for American voters going into this November 2024 election. Dr. Richard Benedetto, political scientist at American University, always a pleasure to have you here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you for being with us on this a historic weekend, truly, and also to help us analyze and dissect that presidential address we got from Biden at the Oval Office. You take care. We'll talk soon.
You too. Bye now.
All right, we still have so much more to get here at Live Now from Fox because, as I mentioned, there's just been so many big stories that we've been covering throughout this week. Yesterday, it was really chaotic with that attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. And then today, things are kind of settling down a bit. We're getting more details. We're learning what we need to watch out for over the next few weeks, the next few months. We are in an election year. And so November is a big deal as we head into who is going to be the next president of the United States. Will it be former President Donald Trump, or will it be current President Joe Biden? We do have a tweet here, once again from Matt Beiser, that I do want to pull up here. As we head into this next commercial break, it says, we debate and disagree. We compare and contrast the character, the candidates, the records, the issues, the agenda, the vision for America. But in America, we resolve our differences at the ballot box. We'll see you back here right after this.
Oh, hell yeah, man. That's amazing.
Oh,
Twitch.
Twitch. That's it. Oh, I almost put that in the wrong area. Okay. Okay. I've actually got to stand up a bit. I apologize, guys, but I will be right fucking back here in a minute. Let me stand up and move around.
right after firing those first few shots. This tweet does go on to say, quote, "At this time, the information that we have indicates that the shooter acted alone. There are currently no public safety concerns at present." Let's get a full breakdown on all the details that we know now that the FBI is investigating how this could have happened in the first place. From Fox News correspondent Madison Scarpino.
Take a look at what happened.
The FBI is investigating the shooting at Saturday's Trump rally as an assassination attempt. The former president appeared to be hit, but is okay. 3 men in the crowd were shot. 1 was killed.
We lost a fellow Pennsylvanian last night, Corey Comparator. Corey was an avid supporter of the former president and was so excited to be there last night with him in the community.
Take a look at what happened.
Authorities identifying the shooter as a 20-year-old man from Pennsylvania. He was positioned on a rooftop about 200 yards away from the stage where Trump was speaking. One eyewitness claims he spotted the shooter moments before the shots were fired.
We could clearly see him with a rifle, absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
An AR-style rifle was recovered at the scene. Police also found explosive devices inside the suspect's vehicle near the rally.
You cut a lot
and
of that out
bomb-making
where he was
material at
saying,
his
hey,
home.
they were standing
Fox
around
News
a
spoke
couple
with someone
minutes
who
we
went
were
to high
calling
school
that
with the
shit out,
shooter,
and they were just
who
like,
claims he was on the school's rifle team.
He was like a kid that was always alone. He was always bullied every day. He was just an outcast.
The president and vice president were briefed in the Situation Room this afternoon.
It feels
Biden
like they're trying to
expressing
play
his
this the fuck
condolences
down,
for the
though,
man who
with all this
died
shit.
and urging patience while
It
the
feels like
investigation
they're trying to
plays
play it
out.
the fuck down.
There's no place in America for this kind of violence or any violence for that matter. I urge everyone, please, don't make assumptions about his motives or his affiliations. Let the FBI do their job and their partner agencies do their job.
The Trump campaign says despite the apparent attempt on his life, he fully intends to be in Milwaukee this week for the Republican National Convention. Reporting in Atlanta, Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
Thank you, Madison, for that report. And we do know that former President Trump is already in Milwaukee for the RNC. That is going to be starting tomorrow. We do have extended coverage here at Live Now from Fox. Live look inside a Pfizer Forum there over in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where again, the Republican National Convention is going to be underway starting tomorrow.
You right now.
I did want to showcase for you guys.
I called it out. I called it out on Off-Label fucking podcast. I said that if they ever tried to assassinate the dude, the whole claim of I could shoot somebody in the middle of 5th Avenue in New York and not lose a single vote would be 100% true, because it would be in self-defense. If he does it, it's because somebody attacked him. Good job proving his fucking point.
This, take a look at this, a map that we just recently got into our newsroom, and it really gives us a clear picture on this entire scenario and where key players were during that shooting at the Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. So you can see here at the Trump stage where that's pointed out, the Trump evacuation point, the counter sniper teams are there, and also the shooter's location. In fact, there's so many questions right now as to how that shooter was able to get on top of a roof of a building that was so close to where the former president was speaking. According to the AP, that roof was less than 150 meters from where Trump was speaking. It's a distance which is a decent size for where a marksman could reasonably hit a human-sized target. So for reference, 150 meters is a distance at which U.S. Army recruits must hit a human-sized silhouette to qualify for the M16 assault rifle in basic training. The AR-style rifle, like the one that the gunman used at the Trump rally, is a semi-automatic civilian version of the military M16. So still so many questions to be answered as we try to learn more from the FBI investigating that entire chaotic scene that we saw at the Trump rally yesterday. As I mentioned at the top of the last hour, the President of the United States did address the nation in the Oval Office, where he did make some remarks about that attempted assassination of the former president that happened on Saturday. And he also called for unity and told the nation that they must resolve their differences at the ballot box. I would like to play out that entire address in full for anyone who may have missed it. It's not too long, about 6.5 minutes. Let's watch.
My fellow Americans, I want to speak to you tonight about the need for us to lower the temperature in our politics. And to remember, while we may disagree, we are not enemies. We're neighbors, we're friends, co-workers, citizens, and most importantly, we're fellow Americans. We must stand together. Yesterday's shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania calls on all of us to take a step back, take stock of where we are, how we go forward from here. Thankfully, former Trump is not seriously injured. I spoke with him last night. I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victims who was killed. Corey was a husband, a father, a volunteer firefighter, a hero, sheltering his family from those bullets. We should all hold his family and all those injured in our prayers. Earlier today, I spoke about an ongoing investigation. We do not know the motive of the shooter yet. We don't know his opinions or affiliations. We don't know whether he had help or support or if he communicated with anyone else. Law enforcement professionals, as I speak, are investigating those questions. Tonight, I want to speak to what we do know. A former president was shot, an American citizen killed, while simply exercising his freedom to support the candidate of his choosing. We cannot, we must not go down this road in America. We've traveled before throughout our history. Violence has never been the answer, whether it's with members of Congress of both parties being targeted and shot, or a violent mob attacking the Capitol on January 6th, or a brutal attack on the spouse of former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, or information and intimidation on election officials, or the kidnapping plot against the sitting governor, or an attempted assassination on Donald Trump. There's no place in America for this kind of violence, or for any violence ever. Period. No exceptions. We can't allow this violence to be normalized. You know, the political record in this country has gotten very heated. It's time to cool it down. We all have a responsibility to do that. Yes, we have deeply felt strong disagreements. The stakes in this election are enormously high. I've said it many times that the choice in this election we make in this election is going to shape the future of America and the world for decades to come. I believe that with all my soul. I know that millions of my fellow Americans believe it as well.
You're right. It will.
And some have a different view as to the direction our country should take.
We're finally going to get
Disagreement's
some actual fucking work on it and real
part of
fucking.
human nature. But politics must never be a literal battlefield.
Something's going to shake loose after this shit once that motherfucker gets back in office.
I believe politics ought to be an
We're
arena
going
for
to get
peaceful
something
debate,
to fucking push.
to pursue justice, to make decisions guided by the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. We stand for an America, not of extremism and fury, but of decency and grace. All of us now face the time of testing as the election approaches. And the higher the stakes, the more fervent the passions become. This places an added burden on each of us to ensure that no matter how strong our convictions, we must never descend into violence. The Republican convention will start tomorrow. I have no doubt they'll criticize my record and offer their own vision for this country. I'll be traveling this week making the case for our record and the vision, my vision of the country, our vision. I'll continue to speak out strongly for our democracy, stand up for our Constitution and the rule of law, to call for action at the ballot box, no violence on our streets. That's how democracy should work. We debate and disagree. We compare and contrast the character of the candidates, the records, the issues, the agenda, the vision for America. But in America, we resolve our differences at the battle box, You know, that's how we do it, at the battle box, not with bullets. The power to change America should always rest in the hands of the people, not in the hands of would-be assassin. You know, the path forward through competing visions of the campaign should always be resolved peacefully.
No.
Not through acts of violence.
No fucking way.
You know, we're blessed to live in the greatest country on earth, and I believe that with every soul, every power of my being.
The battle box.
So tonight, I'm asking every American to recommit, to make America, think about it. What's made America so special? Here in America, everyone must be treated with dignity and respect, and hate must have no safe harbor. Here in America, we need to get out of our silos, where we only listen to those with whom we agree, where misinformation is rampant, where foreign actors fan the flames of our division to shape the outcomes consistent with their interests, not ours. Let's remember, here in America, while unity is the most elusive of all goals right now, nothing is more important for us now than standing together. We can do this. You know, from the beginning, our founders understood the power of passion. So they created a democracy that gave reason and balance a chance to prevail over brute force. That's the American we must be. An American democracy where arguments are made in good faith. An American democracy where the rule of law is respected. An American democracy where decency, dignity, fair play aren't just quaint notions, but living, breathing realities. We owe that to those who come before us, to those who gave their lives for this country. We owe that to ourselves. We owe it to our children and our grandchildren. Look, let's never lose sight of who we are. Let's remember we are the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
All right, you just heard there once again the presidential address that Biden gave a little earlier this evening from the Oval Office. A live look at the White House over in Washington, D.C. Just past 9 o'clock over on the East Coast, just past 6 o'clock over here on the West Coast. We're going to step away for our first commercial break of the hour. Stick with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
I wish I could find some more of like CNN and MSNBC shit going on without having to subscribe to them.
And I will read this in full because obviously this is the first time that we are now hearing from the former president himself since this incident at his rally in Butler. He says, "I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly," the former president continues, "I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed and also to the family of another person that was badly injured." He goes on to say, "It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country." He also adds, "Nothing is known at this time about the shooter who is now dead." The former president says he was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. You're looking at that online post now. So he is confirming, he says that he was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of his right ear. He says, "I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening." And he ends this post by saying, "God bless America." So, Lester, some significant questions that are being answered now from the former president here as to what happened, as to how he's doing, as to his state of mind. And again, significant in that he is describing in rather vivid detail the moment when he says that bullet went through his ear. He heard the whizzing sound. You're seeing some of these images now, including some that are being circulated by his allies with the former president, his fist raised in the air. He said he felt the bullet ripping through the skin with a lot of bleeding taking place. What we don't know now is where the former president, is headed next. We understand that he is obviously getting treated at that local medical facility. We know from his son, and I will tell you from other sources that I've spoken with, that he appears to be in good spirits. That is what folks are being told, and that his son, who has spoken with him directly, says. And you see the former president able to, obviously, in these videos, this images we've been showing, able to move, able to pump his fist, but you see the blood that he's talking about there on his right ear as the former president is describing what happened. Important to note here, he is also, of course, extending condolences to the person who was hurt, the person who was believed to be killed there, and thanking law enforcement for their incredibly fast response. And you saw the response, Lester, in one of these remarkable moments as it unfolded. In some quarters, in some places online, there was a live stream of this happening. Obviously, the cameras of every network in the country were on this, given that he is the presumptive Republican nominee, of course, before this happened. And you see the absolute chaos there in Butler that we've been describing from Dasha, from Jillian, from Jake and Bianca and our teams there as the rest of it unfolded there.
Hey there, MSNBC fans. I'm Luke Russert, and be sure to join me, Rachel Maddow, Jen Psaki, Lawrence O'Donnell, Steve Kornacki, Joy Reid, and many more September 7th in Brooklyn, MSNBC Live Democracy 2024. Click on the link for ticket information. We will see you there.
Oh, shit. Sorry. I got lost in the zone.
He's doing well.
There.
His thoughts are, of course, are focused on the victims as well.
With no sound or anything,
today,
just sitting there.
But,
yeah, my bad.
we will proceed with the convention, and we will do it on time. There's no announced changes today. Frankly, I don't anticipate anything. I think the week will go smoothly.
Sure. In what ways did you ramp up?
I totally forgot what the fuck I was doing at that point. I'll tell you that. Got in the zone here and just kept going.
Yeah, I'm not in charge of that, so I can't speak to that. What I will tell you is there is so much security and so much law enforcement presence in downtown Milwaukee and the region already that I feel safe. I've had an office in Milwaukee for years, and I feel safe in downtown Milwaukee. I'm absolutely confident that the delegates and alternates and guests, 50,000 people coming to this town, will as well.
Sure. Where were you when you heard about this?
Well, I think on the front end of the convention, of course, we have delegates coming in today. I think everyone's, thinking today, as we will all week, about the victims in Pennsylvania. But I will tell you that the messaging of this convention will not change in terms of we are here to nominate a ticket. And we're going to do it this week. And folks will be hearing a very consistent message all week about that. And I don't expect that to change at all.
One more question.
I hope so. It's a $200 million spend here in the city of Milwaukee and in the region. We have dozens of hotels, of course, hundreds of restaurants and others. I think this is going to be, I'm a homer, so I'm a little biased, but I'm excited that it's coming to my home state of Wisconsin, and I think the money spent here is going to be great. It will help people of all economic I mean, it's going to be fantastic, and we get to showcase Milwaukee to the world. So personally, I'm excited about that. I can take a few more questions.
How do you think this is going to impact the tone of the convention?
Sorry. The question was how it would affect the tone of the convention. And I think certainly on the front end, and really all week, we'll be thinking about the victims in Pennsylvania. But I will tell you, we're also here to nominate a major party ticket that at this situation, at this point, is ahead in almost every single is ahead in every single target state in the country. So there's tremendous optimism amongst the delegates and the guests and, of course, the Trump team about winning this election. And I would remind you, too, I mean, Wisconsin, as some of you know, we're kind of one of the big 7 on the target states. We've had 12 elections in the last 24 years in Wisconsin, a state of about 6 million people, that have been decided by less than 30,000 votes. 12 elections in 24 years by less than 30,000 votes. So we are truly a purple state, and my focus as state chairman is to turn it red. Other questions, or? Yeah, I think I don't know his specific schedule this week, but I have not had it suggested to me that there will be any major changes in his schedule at all, or for that matter, for the schedule for the whole convention. We aim to have a very, very good convention here. As I say, there are no changes on the schedule right now, and I don't anticipate any changes on the schedule. We're really in a very confident situation here, and we intend to show the whole country why Donald Trump needs to be returned to the White House.
Chairman, where were you when you heard about the shooting? What did you go through?
I was at my hotel. My phone started buzzing for about 3 hours straight at my hotel. And so it was, I've talked to folks on the ground in Pennsylvania, and, as the tragedy kind of unfolded as we went along. And it's tough. It's tough. And I've been through a lot of demonstrations in my 40 years of politics here in the state and elsewhere. And so seeing something like this happen, which shouldn't happen anywhere, it just shouldn't. And we have some victims now, and it's terrible. I'm so grateful. I'm praying for the victims, as are the other members of the committee and the people here in Wisconsin. I'm very grateful that President Trump was not injured more seriously, but my thoughts today are with the victims. And we have a responsibility to have a good convention here in Milwaukee, and we're going to. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, listening there to some remarks made earlier today, GOP members in Wisconsin discussing the Republican National Convention, which is set to kick off tomorrow. Former President Donald Trump is already in Milwaukee. We did see his plane touch down a little earlier today, and he did make that decision to get to Milwaukee a little earlier than expected. At first, the former president said that he might delay his arrival to Milwaukee given the events of this weekend, more specifically the events that happened just yesterday at a Trump rally over in Butler, Pennsylvania. But he is there, expected to be at that convention throughout this next week. And the big news that's going to come out of that is who the former president is going to announce as his vice presidential pick and who is going to be his running mate there on the ticket come this November. A live look inside of Pfizer Forum over in Milwaukee, where that event is going to be taking place this week. We're going to have extended coverage here at Live Now from Fox throughout the next several days regarding this massive event over there, is set to bring us so many people down to Milwaukee. We're going to step away for another quick commercial break, but stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. More to come.
Fucking I'm not even gonna chase it. Hold on. I have an idea.
Welcome back. You're watching live now from Fox. I'm your host, Carla Lara. We are continuing our coverage on major developments and stories from throughout the weekend, and also looking ahead to next week, looking at the Republican National Convention set to get underway tomorrow in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. In the meantime, though, let's continue on with the latest regarding President Biden and what he has to say about the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump that happened yesterday at a rally he was hosting in Butler, Pennsylvania. We did showcase some of his address to the nation at the Oval Office that was held at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Pacific. But I would like to get to these comments that he made way earlier in the day. He was joined by Vice President Kamala Harris, the Attorney General Merrick Garland, as well as the Homeland Secretary of Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. He gave this address again over in D.C. at the White House. Let's listen to these remarks from earlier today.
Good afternoon. Last night, I spoke with Donald Trump. I'm sincerely grateful that he's doing well and recovering, and we had a short but good conversation. Jill and I are keeping him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victim who was killed. He was a father. He was protecting his family from the bullets that were being fired, and he lost his life. God love him. We're also praying for the full recovery of those who were injured, and we're grateful to the Secret Service agents and other law enforcement agencies and individuals who risked their lives literally for our nation. As I said last night, there is no place in America for this kind of violence, or any violence for that matter. An assassination attempt is contrary to everything we stand for as a nation, everything. It's not who we are as a nation. It's not America. And we cannot allow this to happen. Unity is the most elusive goal of all, but nothing is important than that right now, unity. We'll debate and we'll disagree. That's not going to change. But we're going to not lose sight, in fact, who we are as Americans. Look, Vice President Harris and I were just briefed in the Situation Room by my Homeland Security team, including the Director of the FBI, the Secretary of Homeland Security, the Attorney General, the Director of the Secret Service, my Homeland Security Advisor, the National Security Advisor. And we're going to continue.
But after 9/11, they knew everything
about it, right? The FBI is leading this investigation, which is still in its early stages. We don't yet have any information about the motive of the shooter. We know who he is.
12 fucking hours
everyone,
after
please,
9/11.
Don't make
They knew
assumptions
everything
about his
about it.
motives or his affiliations.
But you don't know shit
Let the
24
FBI
hours
do their
later
job, and their
about
partner
somebody
agencies do their
trying to
job.
shoot a
I'm
president.
instructed that this investigation be thorough and swift.
This is a
and the
major
investigators
fucking
will
fumble.
have every resource they need to get this done. Look, as this investigation continues, here's what we're going to do. First, Mr. Trump, as a former president and nominee of the Republican Party, already receives a heightened level of security. And I've been consistent in my direction to the Secret Service to provide him with every resource, capability, and
I think
protective
he's
measure
actually trying to
necessary
cover
to
up the
ensure his
fact that he
continued
is actually
safety.
culpable for this, and
Second,
he knows it.
I've directed the
They
head of
know
the
it.
Secret Service to review all security measures for the Republican National Convention, which is scheduled to start tomorrow. And third,
Like I
I've
told
directed
y'all,
an independent
if he
review
doesn't go
of
in
the
there
National
and start
Security
firing
yesterday's
everybody
rally
and putting
to
everybody
assess
on
exactly
fucking
what
trial,
happened.
we got
And we'll
problems.
share the results of that independent review with the American people as well. And finally, I'll be speaking more about this tonight at greater length from the
I'll be
Oval
critical
Office.
as fuck of this
We
motherfucker.
must unite as one nation. We must unite as one nation to demonstrate who we are. And so may God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, when you spoke to President Trump yesterday, what did you...
All right, we did just want to play out some of those remarks from way earlier today. You did hear him there talking about the presidential address that he did give at 8 p.m. Eastern. So those remarks that we played out were before that. But as we've been mentioning, tonight, President Biden did speak at the White House on the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. The president now asking all Americans to cool down in the wake of yesterday's shooting. Fox's Caroline Elliott, she is joining us live from down there in Butler, Pennsylvania, where that shooting happened just yesterday. Caroline?
Corral, we heard from President Biden in the last hour, and as of right now, the motive is still unknown. Police still don't know how the shooter got so close to the former president, or if the shooter had help. But what we do know is that the FBI is investigating this as an attempted assassination on Donald Trump, and police say he's lucky to be alive.
We can't allow this violence to be normalized. You know, the political record in this country has gotten very heated. It's time to cool it down. We all have a responsibility to do that.
Trump's campaign says the former president is doing fine and has since been released from the hospital and now getting ready for a busy week at the RNC. But, Corral, here on the ground, there's a lot of people, again, that still have a lot of questions on what happened. And sources in Washington tell us there's a lot of federal agencies really pointing the finger at each other. Corral.
Caroline, thank you so much. I know that there are so many questions. And again, Biden ordering that independent review of the Secret Service and security down there in Butler, Pennsylvania. I know you've been down there all day, but we appreciate you checking in with us here at Live Now from Fox and look forward to checking in with you soon as this story continues to develop.
We investigated ourselves and we found we did nothing wrong.
Thank you.
We're going to step away here for a quick commercial break. Stick with us, though, because we had so many different events throughout the day today that have been detailing all of the big breaking news that we have been watching out for this past weekend. Of course, the attempted assassination. That's how the FBI is investigating what happened yesterday at a Trump rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where Caroline Elliott there just joined us a little while ago. And we also are looking ahead to the Republican National Convention starting tomorrow. A live look inside of Pfizer Forum. We'll see you back here right after this.
Ain't no damn way y'all don't know. Ain't no fucking way y'all don't know anything about this right now. I don't accept that. I don't think you get it. You think they didn't do it for the Nashville shooter? You think they're going to sit here and try to say, they're going to sit there and say, hey, this dude that tried to kill the president of the United States was radicalized by the same people you were listening to right now? I mean, not by Fox News, but you know what I mean. Mainstream media altogether. There ain't no fucking way they're going to let you know that information.
Welcome back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Carla Hara. We're just past 6:30 here on the West Coast and just past 9:30 p.m. over on the East Coast. Let's continue on to look ahead to next week. Well, this week, in fact, is starting tomorrow. The Republican National Convention set to get underway over in Milwaukee. A live look inside of the Pfizer Forum. The big news that's expected is who former President Donald Trump is going to announce as his running mate, his vice presidential pick for this election season. And all of this is coming after the breaking and historic news from yesterday, the attempted assassination of the former president during a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Today, the Secret Service and more security officials over in Milwaukee for the RNC, they held a briefing to discuss all of their objectives ahead of this major event and also what they're planning and what they're going to do to help keep all of the delegates and visitors safe during this next week. Let's watch.
Good afternoon. My name is Audrey Gibson-Chichino, and I'm the Secret Service's 2024 Republican National Convention Coordinator. The U.S. Secret Service, along with its federal, state, and local law enforcement and public safety partners, work together to design security plans for national special security events. They are designed to be adaptable based on the changing security landscape and most up-to-date intelligence from our partners. We've been working on the RNC security plan for more than a year and have been in constant coordination with our partners and the Republican National Committee. During our extensive planning efforts, we have accounted for various security scenarios that may arise, and we are confident in the plan we have implemented for the Republican National Convention this week. That security plan will remain in place. While we cannot discuss the specifics, means, and methods used for our protective operations, our protective methodology for NSSEs is based on a layered approach that includes support from federal, state, and local law enforcement and public safety partners. We will continue to assess the security environment and adapt our security measures as appropriate. The Secret Service is working diligently with the Milwaukee Police Department, as well as all of our federal, state, and local partners to ensure a safe and secure convention for attendees, volunteers, and the city of Milwaukee. I'll now introduce the mayor of the city of Milwaukee, Mayor Cavalier Johnson.
Thank you. Several months ago, folks in this room may recall that I worked with a bipartisan group of individuals, both Republicans and Democrats, with one goal in mind, to make sure we have a safe convention for everybody. These national special security events, especially as they relate to the Republican National Convention and the Democratic National Convention, have been stuck at $50 million since 2004. Obviously, things cost a little more than what they did in 2004, and so via phone, via trips to Washington, D.C., and working with members of Congress on both sides of the aisle, we were able to get a $25 million increase to our security grant. I say all that to say that we take this matter very, very seriously. We take public safety very, very seriously. And I've been so pleased to work in collaboration, not just with the United States Secret Service, but also with local law enforcement and public safety on the ground here. As was mentioned, we're joined by the chief of the Milwaukee Fire Department, Aaron Lipsky, who's been a great partner. And we're also joined by the chief of Milwaukee Police Department, Jeffrey Norman, who's been a great partner as well, working to bring in law enforcement officers from not just across the state of Wisconsin, but across the United States to help out with public safety here. Let me just reiterate what was already said. This is an NSS.
His family and the convention goers have confidence in the U.S. Secret Service to secure this site here over the next 4 days after his life was nearly taken yesterday in Pennsylvania.
So this event has been designated as a national special security event, which is the highest level of security for an event that can be designated by the government. So this is a whole of government approach. We've had an extensive planning process to include many organizations building out the operational security plans for any and all aspects of security related to this event.
Have you had the resources you need?
Yes, we are fully prepared and have a comprehensive security plan in place, and we're ready to go.
Kayla Huey-Burn, CBS News. Why are you not expanding the perimeter?
So we're confident in the current plan that we have. It is based off of technical assessments, protective intelligence, and we are continuously monitoring information related to the event. So we're confident in the plans that we have, and we're moving forward with those plans.
And why are you not concerned that people can carry firearms within that soft perimeter?
So again, the Secret Service inner perimeter is our primary jurisdiction, so I would defer any questions related to outside of that zone to my partners here on the stage. Yeah.
So one of the things I've understood in regards to the inner perimeter, it's the largest inner perimeter that has been part of the convention, to my understanding. Maybe I have to get that clarified. And so that is one important point to be able to understand in regards to what that level of security about what the inner perimeter looks like. In regards to the ability to carry a firearm outside of the inner perimeter, again, our state law allows for the particular right to carry a firearm. We as a city cannot legislate out of that, and I don't know if our mayor wants to speak on that anymore in regards to that. And so for we, in regards to our law enforcement aspect, we have to operate within those guidelines. Unless it's something that is against state law, we have to respect Second Amendment right to carry your firearm, especially in regards to open carry or carry and conceal if you're licensed. And so that is a, again, issue that we have to navigate. And I will say this, and I've said this many times, as that is your right, please exercise your right in a responsible manner. Please ensure that the behaviors that we would like to see for those with that responsibility aligns with that responsibility. The Market Police Department will not tolerate any particular behaviors outside of what is legally allowed in regards to that right.
Thank you, Chief. And just to reiterate what the Chief said, local ordinances in the state of Wisconsin do not supersede state law. Wisconsin is an open carry state, and therefore the city of Milwaukee and no other jurisdiction in this state can supersede that state law. Folks should be aware, though, that proactively before the convention gets started, we did take action at the local level to ban items that we could ban. So we used our authority already at the municipal level to take that sort of security precaution that we were able to do. But in terms of banning weapons in the outer perimeter, that is not within our purview because of state law.
Dan Simmons with the New York Times for the Secret Service. If there have been any changes to the overall security plan, have there been changes to the protection plan for the former president, his family, and other elected officials?
So I'm the RNC coordinator, so I can only speak to the National Special Security event. The plans that we have in place will continue as is, and we're confident in those plans.
Megan Almas with are there any new threats to or the RNC or to protesters, and how will you protect protesters who are in this interrupter?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Michael Hensel. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI for the state of Wisconsin. For your first question, the men and women of the FBI in the state of Wisconsin who work in our 6 offices, along with the assistance of our 56 field offices across the United States, and our domestic and international federal partners, have worked over the last 18 months to take information in, intelligence in, evaluate that information, and then disseminate it to both our state and local partners to address any threats. Currently, there are no known articulated threats against the RNC or anyone visiting the RNC. That's important because we also need the help of the public. If they see something during this time or feel uncomfortable with something, please let us know. Let your local law enforcement agencies know, or the FBI. 1-800 call the FBI.
Can I just follow up? I'm sorry.
We're going to go ahead and make sure we have other questions.
I just have for him.
Did you have a follow-up? Next question? Right back there.
Hi, we follow the agency for the Secret Service. Just to be clear, did you or did you not make changes to the security plan based on the events of yesterday?
There have been no changes to our current operational security plans for this event.
Why not, given the fact the former president was the assassination?
So again, this event is designated as a national special security event. So it is a 18-month process that involves all levels of government that are contributing to the operational security plans for this event. So we have an operational security plan that's built out for every area of responsibility related to any and all aspects of security related to this event.
So to the local and state officials on the stage, have you made any changes to your
I can just reiterate what I said before in terms of what the city of Milwaukee has done. Our council, in conjunction with me, passed and signed a local ordinance to make sure that there's more protection in the outer perimeter as it relates to officers from across the state of Wisconsin or elsewhere coming in to assist with public safety around this. I defer to Chief.
No change.
So, sorry, so you said make sure there's more protection in the outer perimeter. So what does that look like on the ground?
I'm sorry?
What does that look like on the ground if Chief of Police is saying there's no change? What does it look like on the ground if you're saying there's more protection in the outer perimeter?
So the ordinance that I'm referring to that we had passed proactively at the local level, which is, by the way, the same ordinance, the same type of ordinance that we passed in preparation for the Democratic National Convention when it was to take place in Milwaukee in 2020 before becoming a mostly virtual event, is an ordinance that does not allow individuals to bring in into the outer perimeter hard items like cans, like other hard objects that can be used as projectile weapons and things like that.
Just want to follow up something outside of here. You said that there was no threats at the moment, there were no concerns, but I would imagine that was what the Secret Service and law enforcement thought yesterday as well. Are there changes to who you think or what you think threat actors are, and are there any worries of copycats?
So as I said, there's no specific articulated threat to the RNC or any specific individual attending. As you'd expect, after the event yesterday, we've seen an uptick in social media chatter, people talking about what happened, and we, as the lead for all intelligence matters related to the RNC, the FBI, we evaluate all of that to make sure that if it trends into criminal activity or threat-based information, we evaluate that and again disseminate it out to our federal and state partners for action.
Can I just follow up on
Okay,
that?
we'll tackle one more, so I switch back to you right there in the back.
I understand Premier with Fox in Milwaukee. We've heard from delegates, we've heard from visitors about a level of fear following what happened yesterday. Beyond the fact that you guys have planned for this for 18 months, what's your message to them about safety and security?
So I'll take that on. As we talk about these particular type of plans, especially in regards to what we've seen across the nation and what we're doing here, I don't know if we're comparing events in the same manner. What we've seen in regards to the past are, again, rallies or town halls. They don't receive the same level of support this event receives. And that's maybe hard to kind of wrap it around in regards to the type of resources being invested in this particular community. Again, we cannot talk about the operations of it, but as the leader in this community, I've seen the work. We work together, again, not only from the standpoint of the federal level, but again, my local partners, and seeing that type of investment in regards to what is being done. We are planning as much as we can plan in regards to what we know, and we're looking for what we don't know, but we are planned and actually ready with the resources. This is our community too. And looking at it from the standpoint of, I want to make sure that they understand we see you, we understand this is something of a concern, and we are ensuring that we're going to put the proper effort, the proper type of communication, which is why in this particular forum is why we're having it, to ensure that there is a communication from this collective group. We're working as hard as we can, around the clock, putting forth the effort that's necessary, not only for this RNC, but for our city. As the chief executive of our police department here, it is important that we are also understanding the concern in our city. So this is for those who are attending the RNC, but we are taking care of this city, period.
Have you been able to talk with Director?
To my beautiful friends, we just pressed the Let's Go Live button. I cannot wait to get into some follow-up to yesterday's historic news. We've got a lot to unpack here today, a bunch of stuff to jump into, but as you can see, We are in a different location, change of scenery. We are out and about. And so always good to make sure the tubes are working. Please let me know if they're not working so that I can make a correction on my end before I start rambling off into oblivion. But it's a beautiful Sunday, my friends, and I hope your day is going well. I hope that things have maybe calmed down for you a little bit. I know I am experiencing that. Yesterday, I was a little bit at a loss. It was a surreal experience to think that we were living through something like this. We all thought that this might happen, speculated about it, but to have it actually show up and land, and then to hear what the reaction was to it, and to start thinking about how the world will be changing now, new paradigms, new timeline, as we called it yesterday. It is something that causes a lot of emotion and tension. You can kind of feel it even in your neck. So hopefully things are better today and you're feeling good. We are learning a lot more about the situation, and we're going to learn more about it today. So I've got a bunch of stuff queued up. What I'd like to do, a little bit of an outline for us today, is to run through some follow-up and some aftermath to yesterday, obviously. So we're going to break it up into some different sections. One, we're going to talk about Trump. Trump posted a statement. Melania posted a statement. Ivanka posted a statement. And we're going to go through that in turn. Trump was also out golfing today, apparently. And so we've got just a lot of coverage from him. He made some phone calls, some other statements, and the RNC is on schedule to start tomorrow. So not even skipping a beat. That's our president. We also then are going to talk about the shooter and the follow-up to the shooter, because there was a lot more analysis that came out. CNN, believe it or not, put together a nice play-by-play with some aerial recreations of what happened minute by minute. So we'll talk through a lot of that. We'll also hear some clips from some interviews with apparently some classmates of the shooter. Apparently the shooter also showed up in a BlackRock video. So there's some weird stuff. And I've got a couple excerpts from some people who would know about how badly this thing was a security failure. So we'll read through some of those things and see what that reaction looks like. Also got reaction from the FBI. Secret Service also had an update today. Not much for us. We'll take a look at what the spokesman said and what the FBI said here in a bit. Then we'll talk about, like we called yesterday, I can't even believe how quickly this happened, but there's an article from Semaphore. Apparently Reid Hoffman and his communist compatriot were plotting to embed in the media, to seed the story that the entire assassination was staged. I'm not kidding you. It's going to be in the article. And guess who's behind it? It's the same people we were talking about last night. The Russians. So the Russians are the people who like to stage
we ain't
assassination
gonna let them
attempts.
get away with that
I'm not kidding. We're going to read it. So that's coming up. Reid Hoffman and the rest of them. Then we'll poke around the media, see how irresponsible they are. They were saying there were loud noises and there were little booms and popping noises going down. You have to be a moron to think that. I mean, what we all saw were gunshot wounds, dead bodies, heads blown off of people, with all due respect. It was absolutely insane for them to even play this little game. But they did, because they're maniacs. We've also got some stories from the New York Times. I've got clips from Martha Raddatz and other people saying, whoa, 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 okay, don't get agitated over there, MAGA. Everybody just relax, because you might incite some violence. And we're going, oh my gosh, you maniacs have been calling Trump Adolf for the last 3.5 years. We've got some clips from Joe Biden, Alex Soros. We'll take a little stroll down memory lane and remind ourselves about some of the things that they posted. And then we'll wrap it up with some reaction from Ron DeSantis. We had Josh Hawley demanding that he's going to get answers from the Senate. And we also have Mike Johnson, who's out explaining more about what he intends to do. And then, of course, we'll hear from you. It is a beautiful Sunday, my friends. I know it's been a very tense last couple of days. There has been a lot going on. We still don't have a ton of answers to a lot of this, but we're going to see what we can unpack here today. Grateful to be going through this moment in history with you together. It's a surreal experience still, so I'm grateful that we get to go through it together, because there's nowhere else I'd rather be. All right, so as I mentioned, let's get started with an update. The day after the event, the assassination attempt, rather, of Donald Trump, Trump wakes up the next day and he is good to go. He is now talking about his love for the people who care for him. So this was posted over by the Storm Redux, and you may have heard this, you may have not, but
Why is it always at
he
360?
got this one from Fox News. This Fox News host is named Lawrence Jones. Says, I just spoke with President Trump, and Trump just said, can you just tell everybody that I love them? Oh man, what a guy. Just tell him I love him and I appreciate him. All right. So here's what that message sounded like. And this guy doesn't even really, I think, know how to process it. He's like, this dude just got shot in the ear. Here is Fox reporting.
Guys, I just finished talking to the former president. You would think that he would be down. I mean, he's in the saddle. He's excited. And I said, is there anything that I could, share with the audience? And he paused for a second and he said, can you just tell him I love him? Just tell him I love him.
We love you too, Mr. President.
I appreciate them. And he said, did you see the people in the audience? Typically when shots are fired, there would be a stampede. But he said, did you hear them stand firm with me, stand firm with the country? And this is a president that wanted to let everyone know, let the world know that he's resilient. I mean, we talk all the time about what leaders do behind closed doors when tragedy happens and when they've not even met with gunfire. Most presidents aren't met with gunfire. We saw how he responds when gunfire is there. And I don't think that should be lost on us. But in a moment where he could be focused on himself, he just wanted me to let everyone know that he loved them. He loves them.
We love you too, Mr. President, and we appreciate what you've done for us. And what he said here, I think, is very, very important. And I came across a very interesting tweet here where you can kind of compare and contrast this, right? This was courage under fire, as they say that. Like literally, he was being shot at in the head. And you got to see his instinctual reaction to how all this went down. And it was on display for all of America, and it was about as epic as you could get, to be quite honest about it. So what that translates to, I think, is, I don't know, $5 billion of campaign spending or something. I mean, can you put a price on that? Honestly, can you put a price on this? No. It's like $1 trillion of campaign magnitude. Trump's gravitas, his courage, right? His fortitude, it's just beamed across all of America on repeat every single day. So the left is absolutely upset about it. But what's interesting is it was instinctual with Trump, right? It was just, he just did it. And
even more.
Other people have not done that. So I came across this very interesting post from this guy, Nassim Taleb. He's the author of a book we reference here a lot called Anti-Fragile. And he was saying that, this is something that we might see more of, in other words. So you may have heard people speculate, prognosticate that this is just the beginning, baby. We're just getting warmed up. Once the seal is broken, then the floodgates are opened and nothing stops from there, right? We can just see this becomes a norm in our American political system. Now, other people might say that's insane, but there's precedent for it. So here's Nassim Taleb. He's a brilliant author, wrote Anti-Fragile, Black Swan, many other books. In fact, in our studio, we have his compendium seated in the studio behind us. So what we have here is just an excerpt. So what he did is, I think he was talking to an AI or something, but he's talking about Charles de Gaulle, French military officer. So we're going to go back to France, World War II. He was the president of France. Several assassination attempts happened to him, right? So we're drawing parallels with history. We're asking ourselves about patterns in history. And if we go back, can we see something similar happening here in the United States? So this is a pattern that happened with this guy.
Yes,
so
we can.
August 1962, there was 140 bullets fired at his car. Him and his wife were driving, and they both survived. September 9th, there was a bomb. 1962, there was another assassination attempt. Then a sniper on July 14th tried to shoot him from another parade. Same thing goes on, right? You get the deal. So there's like 6 different assassination attempts on one dude. And what was curious about this is there's this very interesting anecdote, right? It's a well-known story that says when Charles de Gaulle was getting shot at, his wife was in the car. And the wife was in the car with Charles de Gaulle. And apparently when the attack began, Charles de Gaulle ducked, right? Because when you're getting shot at, you duck. And so the wife came out and said, "What the heck you doing, Charles?" Said, "Please, Charles, behave like a de Gaulle," right? She said that ducking was undignified, unbecoming of someone of de Gaulle's stature and reputation, right? You know, face the danger with the stoicism and courage associated with his name. And so he straightened up in his seat after the remark. Obviously, the bullets are not going to go through the car. So don't be a little weenie. The car is going to protect you. We've been shot at many times. So the story has become part of the de Gaulle legend, right? Illustrating the instinct for and the courage and the dignity that came with the position. And it's this anecdote from the 1960s that has, I'm sure, persevered through the French culture. You know, I'm just learning about it now. But the point is, Trump, he ducked to avoid being shot and killed right at that moment. But he stood up and he stood proud and he said, "Fight, fight, fight." And so, I mean, it is just like the opposite of this, right? Nobody had to tell him to do that. He just he just stood up and did it. So it was just a wild juxtaposition between these two stories. And I think it makes me a little nervous. It forebodes that maybe there will be more of these, right? There's a pattern that's happened here. This guy had 6 attempts on him before they got it under control. So maybe something like that parallels and happens here in the United States. So when I was yesterday saying, it makes me nervous because it's like the Pandora's box has been opened a little bit. It's because of reasons like this. Now other psychopaths are going to feel enabled, that they have some, you know, empowered to go take out the new Hitler. So Trump is doing great, as we saw. He says he loves America. He took a little bit, some time outside today, and I can't even believe it, but this is what was posted by Dominic Trippi. And apparently Trump is also golfing today. So this guy posted this, Dominic Michael Trippi, and he says Trump was out golfing today, right? So this was a TikTok video.
Mr. President!
You know. So I don't know if that's accurate or not, but what I'm looking for is to see the ear, right? We're waiting to see what the ear looks like, because that is going to be a scar for the history books of all time greatest scars. So it's going to be amazing. Now, Trump said he's good. So based on yesterday's terrible events, I was going to delay my trip to Wisconsin and the Republican National Convention by 2 days, but I have just decided that I cannot allow a, quote, shooter or potential assassin to force change the scheduling or anything else. Therefore, I will be leaving for Milwaukee as scheduled at 3:30 p.m. today. Thank you, Donald J. Trump. So he looks like he is out and about. I don't know if he was out around at Mar-a-Lago or what he was doing over there, if that's an old video or not, I don't know. But he is out and about. You can see this is him landing in Milwaukee. So he's getting ready for the RNC, not to be delayed or deterred, shot in the ear or head or not.
Force One into Mitchell International Airport there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. You can see some smoke there in the foreground, but his plane touching down there less than 24 hours until the RNC, the GOP convention for the Republicans. Plenty of delegates on the ground as it will become officially official, as he will be the Republican nominee for president. And we'll learn hopefully over the next few days about who will be on the ticket with him. So we're following all of this very closely here on Live Now from Fox. All right, let's continue with our coverage.
Okay, so Trump is arriving there. RNC starts tomorrow. We're pretty excited to continue to see how that develops. Melania Trump came out and posted a statement today. So let's take a look at what she wrote. She says, from Melania Trump's office, dated July 14th, says, "I am thinking of you now, my fellow Americans. We have always been a unique nation. America, the fabric of our gentle nation, is tattered. But our courage and common sense must ascend and bring us back together as one. When I watched that violent bullet strike my husband, Donald, I realized my life and Barron's life were on the brink of devastating change. I am grateful to the brave Secret Service agents and law enforcement officials who risked their own lives to protect my husband. To the families of the innocent victims who are now suffering from this heinous act, I humbly offer my sincere sympathy. Your need to summon your inner strength for such a terrible reason saddens me. A monster who recognized my husband as an inhuman political machine attempted to wring out Donald's passion, his laughter, ingenuity, love of music, and inspiration. The core facets of my husband's life, his human side, were buried below the political machine. Donald, the generous and caring man who I have been with through the best of times and the worst of times. Let us not forget that differing opinions, says Melania, policy and political games are inferior to love. Our personal, structural, and life commitment until death is at serious risk. Political concepts are simple when compared to us, human beings. We are all humans, and fundamentally, instinctively, we want to help one another. American politics are only one vehicle that can uplift our communities. Love, compassion, kindness, and empathy are necessities. And let us remember that when the time comes to look beyond the left and right, beyond the red and the blue, we all come from families with the passion to fight for a better life together while we are here in this earthly realm. Dawn is here again. Let us reunite now. This morning, ascend above the hate, the vitriol, and the simple-minded ideas that ignite violence. We all want a world where respect is paramount, family is first, and love transcends. We can realize this world again. Each of us must demand to get it back. We must insist that respect fills the cornerstone of our relationships again. I am thinking of you, my fellow Americans. The winds of change have arrived. Oh, is that an understatement of understatements? No doubt, we can feel it. For those of you who cry in support, I thank you. I commend those of you who have reached out beyond the political divide. Thank you for remembering that every single politician is a man or a woman with a loving family. Nice statement from Melania Trump, as usual. Very classy and above the fray. I know a lot of us are quite angry, but Melania brings in a nice sense of calm. Okay, thanks, Melania, for turning the knobs down a little bit. We appreciate it. Here's Ivanka Trump, says, 2 years ago today, my mom passed away. I believe she was watching over Dad last night during the attempt on his life. I miss her every day and pray for the safety of the family and the friends she left behind. And this is Ivanka and her mother. So, Ivana. Yes, so this is Ivanka, and a nice statement, and I think many people are agreeing with that, because as we recreate the scene, we're wondering how on earth this happened. So I have a couple of screenshots here that have Trump's ear in it, and so if that's going to make you squeamish, change the channel right now. So this came over from Sovereign Bra, who says, you know, it blows my mind how narrowly Trump escaped death. He says, watch the replay. He turned his head 0.3 seconds before the impact. And we were trying to do this yesterday. Remember on the show, we were sitting here going like this, going, what if you just move your head like this, just turn it, you know, and just like, wow, it's just like a small sliver, right, at a tiny angle like this, and you're in the clear. So you can watch Trump in this speech.
Take a look at what happened.
Okay, then he ducks.
Take a look at what happened.
We called that out.
Right there. I mean, you can see that head pivot. Now
He
we're going to
did
watch
turn
this
his
again in
head
super
more than he
slow-mo.
normally would
But
have in the
watch,
first
this
place.
is the image here. Without Trump's head movement, back half of his brain is blown out. With Trump's head movement, it's an ear. Crazy, man. So, okay. And it's very curious. I've heard a lot of people saying that this is just a terrible shot. This is a terrible shooter. This guy's an idiot or whatever. It's like, hey, he was off by like an inch. Okay? Just barely. And if Trump hadn't moved, it would have been an absolute kill shot, headshot, man. So I don't know if he was a bad shot. I don't know if this was just some amateur who was on, you know, it's pretty dang close. Pretty dang close. Had Trump not made a final little nudge, had Jesus not come down and just said, Mr. President, right? He might have had a hole in his head. We might be having a whole different story today. So it's just wild. And it just clipped his ear. You can see it's right there. So some people are saying to me, he wasn't shot in the head. So I don't know. It looks pretty damn close to me. Okay, it looks like it grazed the entire upper portion of the ear, right? Like it like skimmed the like that. It didn't get the outer portion of the ear. For everybody who wants to get squirrely about this, shot in the head, honestly. So it's, I mean, look, it's about as close to getting shot in the head as you can get without dying from getting shot in the head, right? How about that? So can we just compromise on that one? So here, Sovereign Bra had that one, and here's another post. This one from Colin Rugg comes out and says, Donald Trump says a last millisecond head tilt likely saved his life. Slowed down footage, which we're going to play here in super slow-mo, will show us. If Trump hadn't moved his head, the bullet would likely have hit the rear of his head, ending his life, as you can see in that image, which we'll look at. Trump says he turned his head, looked at the illegal immigration statistics, saved his life. Those horrible statistics. And everybody looks like, holy crap, those are terrible. Saves his life. That chart that I was going over saved my life, Trump reportedly said to Ronnie Jackson. He said the Border Patrol saved my life. If I hadn't pointed at that chart and turned my head to look at it, that bullet would have hit me right in the head. Unreal. Unreal. Okay, so you can see the same image. Now we're going to watch this. Now I'm going to put myself over on this side of the screen, and we're going to watch this. This will be normal speed, then it's going to be slowed down, then it's going to be ultra slowed down, and some interesting things are happening. Like, you can also watch the background here. Like, this woman here, she just drops like a sack of potatoes, man. Just first shot, drops like a sack of potatoes. And we'll watch it a couple times here. Here's normal speed.
You see something that said, take a look at what happened. You see something that
half
said, take a look at what happened.
Last minute head tilt. Watch.
Look what happened.
Right there. Right there. Boom. And he got hit. Then he hits it. Insane.
You see something that said, take a look at what happened. You see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Boom. My friends.
Take a look at what happened.
Unbelievable.
You see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Okay, we're going to watch it just one more time. It's unbelievable, okay? I can see your comments. It's just, you can feel it. He just barely moved, man. Just barely.
Yeah, I called that shit out last night on Off Label. The fact that he just had a little head movement,
yeah,
and
it's
that's
wild
what saved
to
his
even think
fucking
about
life.
it. He
He
just
turned a little bit too much than he
nudge.
normally would have.
You see something that said, take a look at what happened. Said, take a look at what happened.
Wild. Wild. It was a great shot. I mean, it was a great shot. He just moved his head at the last minute. Whew, man. Okay, so close call, my friends. Very close call. And we have some other individuals who obviously did not make it. We're going to talk about the gentleman who unfortunately passed away, Corey, here in a second. But someone else was shot. And it was, in fact, a nephew of Ronnie Jackson, a representative, former doctor.
This is who we're listening to right now.
I think maybe a current doctor, but here's what he said. He said he was also having some bad news in his family. Someone was shot that he knows, his nephew.
Yes, Sean. So my nephew was at the event tonight, and they were in the friends and family pen, and they heard the shots, and everybody dropped to the ground. And I don't know if you guys have the picture or not, but he was grazed in the neck. A bullet crossed his neck, cut his neck, and he was bleeding.
This is your
he got up.
Congressman, this is your nephew.
He does some good work for sure. Check him out.
This is my nephew. They were there. I'd set them up. They went to the rally. They were in the friends and family pen, which was just to the president's right, down a little bit lower on the left on the screen, but to the president's right, in the line of fire. And they heard shots coming in. Apparently, there was someone also that were 4 or 5 rows behind them that was critically injured. Whenever he was shot, they realized that a bullet had grazed his neck. My sister-in-law had encouraged him to go to the first aid tent, to the triage tent. They went to the triage tent, and when they got to the triage tent, while they were there, there was another member of the crowd, unfortunately, that was in the triage tent that was on a gurney in the tent that had a devastating wound, had a critical wound to the head that was dead.
Unbelievable. Okay, so we're going to talk about Corey here in a minute, the man who passed. But as we saw yesterday, there was a bunch of madness about what happened and when, and CNN has a pretty interesting visual timeline that they assembled. And so let's take a look at what they've created for us here. They say, we got videos, we got maps, we got all sorts of stuff. It's nice graphical work that they've done. So let's zoom in on it. You can see this is where the rally was, Butler, Pennsylvania, for those of us not from this part of the country. And looks like it's not too far outside of Pittsburgh, right, the big city nearby. The Butler Farm Showgrounds is on this road. It's about 5 miles from downtown Butler, home to the Butler Farm Show, which is an annual agriculture fair. So this is about where it happened. Butler Farm Showgrounds, approximate location of the stage, and this looks like it's the entire facility. So one question that we had yesterday was, what other buildings were in the area that this person could be perched upon? And why was the one building that they were on not covered? And you can see this is the other building that the shooter was on, and it's in pretty close proximity to the stage. Obviously, everybody's wondering what that was all about. So that's the scene. My question was, where are the other close buildings? You can see there are some other buildings over here on the far left. There's some other buildings that look like they're actually on the farm ground. So I wonder if those were covered or what. But this carries on. You can see at 6:05 Eastern Time, 6:05:12, Trump starts addressing his supporters, speaks for 6 minutes before the scene erupts into chaos. 6 minutes he's on stage. He's in the middle of speaking when someone in the crowd is heard saying, "He's got a gun," as the video captures someone in the crowd repeating, "On the roof, he's got a gun." 3 shots ring out. So right around that time, a pause and 5 more shots in rapid succession are heard. "Stay under here," an attendee says in the video. And so we heard that yesterday, right? Pop, pop, pop. Then we heard what sounded like, to me, different gunshots, and pop, 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 pop. And that sounded like that was the Secret Service firing back. So one coming this way, the other coming that way. But that was just pure speculation. So at 6:11:33, Trump pauses mid-sentence as shots ring out. We just went through the head turn. Just watched how he barely had his head blown off. Trump touches the right side of his face. Trump takes cover as the U.S. Secret Service agents rush to the podium saying, "Get down, get down." Now, while the gunman is positioned outside the rally venue, here's a nice graphic, the distance between him and where Trump is speaking is only 400 to 500 feet. So here's the location of the gunman, 400 to 500 feet. There's Trump. And our Secret Service, it's like, anyone on the roofs over there? Well, I don't think so. Okay, we'll see you later. So that is what it sounds like. Trump remains low to the ground, surrounded by agents. He gets shot in the head, who can be heard on the rally microphone discussing which vehicle will be used to move the former president away from the scene. Seconds later, multiple agents say shooters down. Law enforcement and tactical gear rifles now on stage. Woman screams heard, following by the sound of another shot. Here's a transcript of the audio at the podium. Secret Service. Female agent says, "What are we doing? What are we doing? Where are we going?" Man's yelling, "Gunshots." Then woman screams, "Ah! Go around to the spare. Go around to the spare," says male agent 2. 3 appears. "Move to the spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go, go, go." "Hawkeye's here," says male agent 2. Hawkeye's code name for the counter-assault team. Female says, "Hawkeye's here. Move into the spare. Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready. You ready? Shooters down. Shooters down. We good to move? Shooters down. We're good to move. Are we clear? We're clear. We're clear. Let's move. Let's move." The suspected shooter fired from the building rooftop before he was killed by Secret Service personnel. What the hell? And here's one video where this person, we played this yesterday, is zooming in on where this person was, right? So there is the shooter who is no longer with us, thankfully. The agents prepare to move Trump off stage, but he tells them to wait. Wait. With blood dripping from his ear, he lifts his fist into the air. Yeah! And he says, "Fight, fight, fight," 3 times while pumping his fist, baby. Filled with MAGA energy all throughout the world. You can see here is a high-res photo. You can see all the people in the crowd are even reacting. Now that woman, man, she dropped like a sack of potatoes. How did she drop so fast? She's not even in this photo. She dropped before Trump dropped. So what happened to that one? What happened to that woman? Yeah, anyways, it's very curious. This guy knows what's happening. This woman apparently knows what's happening. They've heard gunshots before. This person over here knows what's happening. And the rest probably don't even can't even hear it maybe. But Trump is ducking. That woman's long gone. Then we see some tactical folks jump up on the stage. What a shot this is. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, my friends. I mean, this is like, you're just, you can't even. Iconic, surreal. These images will last in infamy forever. It's just wild. So there is another one. That one will too. You know, a photograph like this, an image like this, it's so powerful. It's like 9/11. It's like Iwo Jima. In style, in perspective, with the flag, with the pole, even though I don't know that the pole's really necessary to the photo, but it's like an Iwo Jima raising of the statue. It's like the firefighters on 9/11. It's epic. It is beyond epic. There's no other words for it. It's just insane that Trump is Trump. There is no one like him. There's nothing else to say. It's Donald Trump. Unreal. All right, so it goes on. Here's more transcript. Same audio, Secret Service. Trump says, let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes on. Let me get my shoes on. Another, hold on, your head is bloody. Hold on, your head is bloody. Sir, we've got to move to the car, sir. Well, let me get my shoes. Hold on, okay? Wait. He then fist pumps to the crowd. He mouths, fight, fight, fight. 3 times, a move met with cheers by the crowd. And as you know, everyone stood back to their feet because they had a strong leader who is leading. We got to move. We got to move. 6:51, Trump spokesman comes out. Says president is fine. He's been evaluated at a medical facility. Statement is released 40 minutes after the shooting. Stephen Chung posts this. President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. He is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details will follow. 2.5 hours later, after he was taken off the stage, Trump says in a Truth Social statement, I knew immediately that something was wrong. He said, I want to thank the Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response to the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong, in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. Unbelievable, this man. So he continues. Now, Trump's motorcade then departs the Butler Memorial Hospital. He was medically evaluated after the shooting. Here's what it looked like. Not much audio, but a little visual there so that we can see the president leaving the hospital. Looks like that is the vehicle. Get well soon, Mr. President. Godspeed. So this is the scene leaving the hospital. Then Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro says late Saturday night that Trump had left the Pennsylvania area. Deputy campaign director said Trump is strong and resilient and will continue to be fighting for America. And so here was some video that was posted of Trump getting off of Trump Force One as he was making his way home after being shot in the head. Using the big boy stairs too. Nice job there. So, all right, this is a functional person, as we know. Now, this is not so much a functional person. We'll see what they can come up with here. But the Secret Service has responded. They say, all right, here's the latest information from our investigation. We are grateful to the Secret Service team and our law enforcement partners for their swift action. Our thoughts go out to the families affected by this tragedy. They posted this. Said, during the former President Trump campaign rally, shots were fired. U.S. Secret Service responded. One spectator was killed. Nothing new there. We also had this one from Guglielmi today. He dropped this one at 4:38 this morning. Said, there's an untrue assertion out there that a member of Trump's team requested additional security resources and that those were rebuffed. This is absolutely false. In fact, we added protective measures and technology and capabilities as part of the increased campaign travel tempo. Oh, okay. So then why did he get shot in the head? How'd that happen? You want to explain that one there, Anthony? You have an answer for that one? I don't think you do. What type of technology did you have? A ladder? Did you bring a ladder so that someone could climb up on the roof?
Mm-hmm.
That might have been a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the Secret Service. Now, the FBI, who, as we know, would be very happy if that shooter would have been successful. But they're here and they're responding. They posted this. They said, here's our updated statement on the ongoing incident that took place today in Butler, Pennsylvania. They said, all right, the FBI, same FBI who has raided Trump's residence and took pictures of Melania's bedroom and Barron's bedroom for no good reason at all. No reason at all, not even a good reason. Only bad reasons. And also set Trump up in 2016 with the Russian PP tape and the Steele dossier, set him up again with Mueller and all these other things, right? FBI's involved in rigging everything against this man. They would love to have him in prison. They posted this. Now they're in charge of the investigation. It says the FBI has assumed the role of the lead law enforcement agency. Oh, great. Great. In the investigation of the incident involving former President Trump. Perfect, great. Who's gonna run this? Christopher Wray. He's like, I'm gonna do this myself. Oh, great, good. Special agents of the FBI Pittsburgh field office responded immediately to include crisis response team members and evidence response technicians. We will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI, along with our partners at the Secret Service, state and local law enforcement. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll call up James Comey and Andy McCabe and Peter Strzok. They can all bring back them together. Bring the old crew to do some good old-fashioned investigation. And yeah, here is another interesting post from our friend Amuse. So poking around X again, we see here Amuse posted this. You know who he is, at Amuse. Highly recommend to follow him. It says, I will continue to update my prior reporting, but he says, look, first now, the sniper team is now being reported as members of the Secret Service, right? We didn't really know who they were yesterday. Was it local law enforcement on the roof? Was it Secret Service? We don't know. Second, it's also being reported that there was a second counter sniper team site as well, but he hasn't confirmed that. Now, the shooter position was obscured from counter snipers by a growth of trees, they say. The Google images may not show the current growth of the trees. And finally, the counter sniper teams were likely focused on potential threats much farther away than the building. They just assumed it was being watched by the local police. You know what they say about assumptions. This seems to be supported by the video that shows the sniper having to lower his aim just before shooting at the assassin, right? So we were wondering why this guy, remember yesterday on the stream, we were wondering why he picked himself up. It seems like he was scanning, right? He was scanning like you would imagine he's doing, looking at all the rooftops. Then he picks his head up. He's like, what? Then he gets back down, right? And so maybe that's because he was looking over. He was like looking way beyond in the distance for like a long distance shooter. But that's not what was the thing. So then he hears the shot. He goes, what? Where'd that come from, right? And then he pops up, zooms in, right there, gets back on the gun and takes him out. So could be that. But again, why isn't that cover? It's like wouldn't you go out kind of in concentric circles and just kind of expand your horizon, secure the inner perimeter? You don't need to secure the outer perimeter unless the inner perimeter is secure, you know? So, all right, sniper is up out here on the roof, or let's call this guy the shooter, right? The shooter here. Sniper, counter sniper team here, maybe unconfirmed. We had one casualty here. Don't know that there were two casualties, so Trump is here. So it's kind of a rough diagram, local police in that area, and interesting report there. So we have that. We also had this one. Now, this fella here is named Eric D. Prince. He is an interesting individual, and he posted this. He says, hopefully the tragedy yesterday in Butler, PA, afterwards, hopefully we can all recognize that unaccountable, bloated bureaucracies continue to fail us as Americans. Yeah, that's true. And it doesn't matter really what bureaucracy we're talking about, right? You can go to any government entity and say, it's kind of a crap fest here, right? The border's a mess. We have a lot of concerns with our military. We've got concerns with our State Department, Department of Education. We saw what the CDC was capable of. We see what the DOJ is doing. Why would the Secret Service be any different? You think like one of these things is not like the others? No, it's a giant government bureaucracy run by Kimberly Cheadle, right? And we just understand how this is happening across institutions across the board. So he says, look, Trump is alive today solely due to bad wind estimate by an evil would-be assassin, or we might say divine intervention or whatever, but yeah, it's wild, very small margin. As the graphics show, the full value wind of just 5 miles per hour was enough to displace the unconfirmed but likely light 55 grain bullet 2 inches from DJT's intended forehead to his ear. Trump was not saved by U.S. Secret Service brilliance. The fact that the Secret Service allowed a rifle-armed shooter within 150 yards to a pre-planned event is either malice or it's massive incompetence. Clearly, there was adequate, uncontrolled dead space for a shooter to move into position and take multiple aim shots. Watching the newsreel, one can hear how proximate the shooter is by the very short time lapse between the crack of the arriving bullet, which is supersonic, to the boom of the muzzle blast, which is sonic. The law enforcement sniper, unclear if Secret Service, we now think it is, in newsreels was clearly overwhelmed as his face came off the rifle. But again, that might be explained by the fact that he was zooming out. But again, why is he doing that when there's a shooter closer? Right. Clearly they were watching the shooter, but apparently they have a no first shoot fault policy. The only positive action was an apparent 488-yard shot by one U.S. Secret Service sniper, which was dispatched the assassin after he shot Trump and killed others in the crowd, killing one other.
I don't give a shit.
He says,
if
in
I
my
was that
old
officer, I'd have taken that shot
business, providing
anyway,
diplomatic security in 2 active war zones, we were expected to execute the basics, or we would be fired. Clearly, the Secret Service failed with the basics
never had a fucking
of
problem.
a secure perimeter, and once shots were fired, their extraction was clumsy. They left Trump highly exposed to the attacks. It looked like they had never drilled together because those responsives should be autonomic. Will there be accountability is a great question. Is anybody going to get arrested for this? Will there be a trial for negligence or criminality?
No.
Or not. Just an accident. Everybody's just going to move on. That's not the Washington way. Unserious and unworthy people in positions of authority got us to this near disaster. Merit and execution must be the only deciding factors in hiring and leadership, not the social engineering priority of the day. Nothing in Washington is going to do this, though. Trump is right to question the competence of those protecting him because they almost failed yesterday in every way. Nature abhors a vacuum, and there will be mostly always other options.
Yep.
Most importantly, let us as Americans come together and solve this problem. You can see here are some other images. These are images from a SNEAL sniper instructor at Red Sky LLC. So it looks like this guy could have just gotten right up into that position, just walks right around this building, right up, sits on top of this location, has access to a direct line of sight to Trump. Here's another image. Trump rally stage area, very close range. It's a manufacturing company, is what it looks like. Sure, they're having a bad day today. And here's another scene. This is an interesting image. Look how close that is. This looks like an aerial render, but that is extremely close. I mean, shoot, it's like, you know, you could hit a golf ball or something and hit him. I mean, I don't know how far that is, but I mean, that's wild. So it's very close. And yeah, it's just a miracle that his head moved. ever so slightly. Now, a little bit more has come out. So this came over from Colin Rugg. Thomas Matthew Crooks was reportedly rejected from his school's rifle team. This is curious. He had some off-color jokes and stuff. Former classmates claim he tried out for the rifles team, but didn't do so good. The school's range was 50 feet long, 21 feet wide. The Post says he once shot from the 7th lane, which was the closest to the right wall, and he missed so bad he hit the left wall. He tried out. It was such a comically bad shot, he was unable to make the team, and he left after the first day. So wait, what? Then he's hitting Trump in the head? Huh? We noticed a few things Thomas said and how he interacted with other people. He said some things that were kind of concerning. The video below is the former classmate telling NBC about how Crooks was allegedly bullied. Here's NBC with this short clip.
I mean, he would sit alone at lunch. I mean, he was just an outcast, and you know how kids are nowadays, so they're going to see someone like that, and they're going to target him because they think it's funny or whatever. So it's the best way I can describe it. And it's honestly kind of sad. Like, I don't want to say this is what provoked it, but you never know.
Yeah, you said he was a loner?
Yeah. I want to say he was a loner more because he was quiet, but like he was just bullied. Like he was bullied so much.
This was high school?
Yeah.
What did they, do you remember at all what they said to him or called him?
No. He was just made fun of, I guess, for the way he dressed or his appearance.
Okay, so I always take those reports with a grain of salt. A lot of people just want to talk to cameras. A lot of people just want their time, you know, hey, I was on the news, I was on the nightly news or whatever. So who knows if he knew him or what the story is. But pretty interesting that the Post was also reporting that he tried out for the rifle team. Also found this one. A lot of people are sharing this image. Don't know how true it is or not, but it looks like a valid screenshot from A. Westgate. It says, Trump shooter was in a BlackRock video. Just curious. And I don't know how they found that, but you can see this is an old BlackRock video. It looks like May 16th, some year. BlackRock, who we impact financial freedom for teachers. He's in there as an extra or something. So very weird. We also saw this. CNN was reporting that the shooter had explosive material inside the car and his residence. And I saw a clip that Steven Crowder, I think, had made his way over to, or somebody from his crew made their way over there and the street was blocked. The shooter from former President Trump's rally on Saturday had explosive material inside his car and his residence. The FBI has publicly identified the guy. He was killed. Authorities used the gun to determine the shooter's identity as he did not have identification on him. That's curious. So the gun led to the identity. Yeah, we're wondering, how does a guy who can't hit the broadside of a barn shoot Trump in the head? Even if it is close. I don't know. All right, well, here is another report. Susan Crabtree, who is the White House political correspondent, national security correspondent for Real Clear Politics, writes all over the place, says, all right, here's my reporting on why the Secret Service did not shoot until after the shooter engaged, right? So we have some theories. We have total incompetence. We have maybe partial incompetence. We have like total incompetence is, you know, they were just missed it totally. Let's say partial competence is they're scanning a far range. They have no basis for believing that anybody would be close. Then they see it, then they react. So maybe it's not their fault, it's local cops' fault or something like that. Then we have, that's on one side, right? It's just negligence. On the other side, we have willful intent, or let's say willful negligence, right? We're just gonna let a mistake happen so that a problem occurs, but we didn't hire an assassin. We didn't go on 1-800 assassins and buy somebody and pay him money to come kill Trump. No, but we're just, we know it's the law of big numbers. If you have 300 million people, a very small percentage of those people are going to be absolutely crazy, right? Just do the math on this. If you say 300 million, 1% of them is crazy. 1% of the crazies are maybe capable of assassinating somebody, right? Like that level of crazy, you're still talking about thousands of people. So it's just the law of averages, the law of big numbers. And you then have a pressure cooker environment of where you have individuals who are told Trump is Nazi, Trump is Hitler, Trump is ending American democracy, Trump is a dictator, he's going to be a dictator on day one, he loves Nazis, he says they're fine people, he's going to put women in birthing facilities, they're just going to pop out babies like every 9 months like this, and you're all going to die. Right? If they say that, a certain portion of those 1% of people will believe that, and they'll take action. So here, right, on that other side, we have, well, they just don't have to actually incentivize an assassin. They just kind of have to create an environment and just like look the other way. Well, just leave a rooftop uncovered. I wonder if anybody's going to walk up there. And you do enough rallies, you have enough of these locations, somebody does. And what was this guy, who was he talking to on the internet? Or who was he communicating with? Sending messages back and forth on different groups and things like that. Will we ever know? And who was on the other end of those messages? So anyway, Susan Crabtree responds, says, here's my reporting on why they didn't shoot until after they engaged. There's an investigation already underway, months before Trump's assassination attempt. And it looks like House Republicans were already investigating them for DEI reasons. Now, the blowback against the Secret Service started within the hour of the assassination attempt and continued even after Trump and others credited the agency with saving Trump's life by quickly killing the shooter, crawling across a nearby rooftop. Yeah, there's no question. We're glad the Secret Service ultimately did their job and killed the guy and saved lives, but it was also a failure, right? It's not like close doesn't count for their job. It just doesn't. Some jobs are like that, unfortunately, but that's what they signed up for. But a source within the Secret Service community tells Real Clear Politics that the agency rules of engagement in this situation are to wait until the president is fired upon to return fire. Is this like real? Like, this is from a real reporter, by the way. This is, Susan Crabtree, Real Clear Politics.
Hold on a second.
She has a source who says the Secret Service's rules of engagement are only shoot someone if you're being shot. What? The president? So if somebody is like arming at him, like cops don't even have to do that. Okay, you just pull on a cop and you're shot, right? You just, their cell phone, bye, right? Not good. They're not waiting until you're lobbing projectiles at them to engage. To wait until the president is fired upon to return fire? So,
yeah, that's bullshit.
Somebody needs to verify that. Someone says you want to take a shot and you find out the guy was holding a telescope, the source suggested. Says, quote, the Secret Service is by nature reactive, and you better be right when you do react or you're effed. Now, the Secret Service protocol requires that a counter sniper, aware of a potential shooter, to radio directly to intelligence division team to respond and investigate. In this case, the investigation may have been cut short by the shooter, firing his weapon. So the counter sniper then fired as quickly as possible in return. It's like, is this a real agency? Is this a real agency? The source praised the counter sniper who acquired the target and responded within 3 seconds, calling their performance incredible. Now, the counter snipers are highly trained and extremely accurate. Others with law enforcement and military backgrounds want to know whether the Secret Service utilized drones, small unmanned aircraft systems, to provide detailed situational awareness. If the agency did not use drones, why not? The experts want to know. The use of drones has been a controversial issue within the agency since at least 2016. Why? Implementing drones would have provided detailed line of sight analysis and aerial surveillance that would have easily identified the rooftop as a potential threat area.
Yep.
The Secret Service has access to all the best imagery and elevation data, the expert told Real Clear Politics. I'm not saying they didn't use drone, but it's an open question. Now, the once vaunted Secret Service lost some of its respect after a string of fence jumping incidents and other security lapses came to light. At the beginning of the Trump administration, a senior special agent in the Secret Service came under fire for suggesting in a Facebook post that she wouldn't take a bullet for Trump. Carrie O'Grady, the former agent in question, was placed on leave, but was allowed to retire with full benefits, which outraged many in the Secret Service community. Yeah, why would, I mean, she's obviously doesn't believe in even the organization. The agency more recently has also come under scrutiny for its diversity, equity, and inclusion policies after the female agency attached to Vice President Kamala Harris's detail had an apparent mental breakdown and physically attacked her senior officers. Sheesh. So some woman I don't blame this woman. I mean, I have a lot of empathy for this woman. So there was a Secret Service agent. Her name was Michelle Herzeg. She had to work for Kamala Harris. Could you imagine that? Obviously, you'd go insane. Obviously. Kamala's cackling like every 2 minutes. How long could you last? Like 15 minutes? If she laughs every 2 minutes, you get a 1 minute break, 2 minutes on, 1 minute off. How long would you last? 8 minutes, you're dead. Most of us, me, I'd be dead. 8 minutes, dead. So this woman, she did take bullets. She took bullets every day in the form of verbal assaults on her eardrums. She took multiple assaults. Anyways, you can see she had a breakdown, went nuts. An agency spokesman called the issue a medical incident, but other members of the Secret Service launched a petition over the DEI policies. Now, in addition, after the attempted assassination, conservatives blasted Benny Thompson, the raking Democrat, for introducing a bill that would have stripped Trump of Secret Service protection because they want him dead.
Yep.
After the attempted assassination, which killed one innocent spectator and injured at least others, Thompson tweeted, "Glad the former president's safe. Gratefully for law enforcement's fast response." And is gratefully for... Is that what Benny Thompson said? So he didn't even proofread his token tweet. I think Benny Thompson and, of course, Liz Cheney would just love it if they didn't have to deal with Trump anymore. And yeah, all right. So I was trying to find his tweet. Anyways, so that was interesting.
It was
very interesting
edited.
report from Real Clear Politics about what may or may not have happened. We're trying to parse through what this is. Is it just gross incompetence? Is it some incompetence? Is it willful incompetence? Is it or negligence, intentional incompetence, right? Wanting to allow this to happen, or is it actually intentional? Is somebody wanting this to happen and organizing it, pushing the levers to make it happen? Who knows? More will be revealed, no doubt. Now we have to pay memory to Corey Comparatori. And I've heard different pronunciations of his name, so I apologize if I'm botching that. But Byron Donalds was paying his respects to Corey, who did die at the rally, said he was protecting his wife and daughter. Unbelievable. He died a hero because he lived like a hero. We need to pray for the family. Thank you, Byron, for that. And we had a couple Facebook posts that the family shared. Here was one set of comments. So Byron shared this one from Allison Comparatori. She wrote, "Yesterday time stopped, and when it started again, my family and I started living a real life nightmare. It was supposed to be an exciting day. We'd all look forward to, especially my dad, turning one of the most traumatizing experiences someone could imagine. I know the media will cover this event. I'm going to try my best to stay away from looking at everything, especially because I've already seen and lived through it in real time. But I want everyone to know what the media will not cover and will not say about him. He was the best dad a girl could ever ask for. My sister and I never needed anything. You call, he would answer, and he would do whatever it is you needed. And if he didn't know how, he would figure out how. He could talk and make friends with anyone, which was what he was doing all day yesterday, and loved every minute of it. He was a man of God, loved Jesus fiercely, and also looked after our church and our members as family. The media will not tell you that he died a real-life superhero. They are not going to tell you how quickly he threw my mom and I to the ground. They are not going to tell you that he shielded my body from the bullet that came at us. He loved his family. He truly loved us enough to take a real bullet for us. And I want nothing more than to cry on him and tell him thank you. I want nothing more than to wake up and for this to not be a reality for me and my family. We lost a selfless, loving husband, father, brother, all because a bullet that came at us. He loved his family. And I will never stop thinking about him and mourning over him until the day that I die too. July 13th will be forever a day that changed my life, and I will never be the same person I was less than 24 hours ago. There are a lot of children out there that say their dad is their hero, but my dad really is mine. I don't think I would be here today without him. Dad, I love you so much, and there aren't enough words to express how deep that love goes. I know you'll give heaven some hell. I know that God is proud of the man that came to his gates yesterday."
It's hard to listen to, though.
So peace to Allison and the Comparatori family. Here's a photo of the man. Prayers for Corey, handsome fella. And here's some more photos of him and his daughter. So beautiful stuff. And of course, we'll do what we can to support him. You may have seen the GoFundMe linked in the description below, wherever it is you're watching this. There has been a lot of love going this way. This looks like it's the official GoFundMe here. You can see $3.2 million have already been raised here. Heritage Foundation donated 50 grand on it. So President Trump has authorized this account as a place to honor those wounded and killed. All donations will be directed to them so that they can grieve and recover. May God bless and unite our nation. So if you're interested in donating, it's going to them, and you can find the link in our description below. And so peace to Corey, peace to Corey's family, peace to the families of those who are injured. We wish them a speedy recovery. And we'll see Corey up there when it is time, but we appreciate him being a hero for his family at the final end when they needed it. Unbelievable. All right, so shout out to Corey. Now, let's continue on. I want to talk about some reaction from the media, and the lunatics all came out. The usual suspects were around, as we suspected they would be. Interesting story saying that Democrats were trying to seed a narrative after the Trump assassination attempt. You see, the article comes from Semaphore. Something interesting happened here. Seems like they got on an email chain that maybe they shouldn't have had access to. Some people were trying to respond to this. We know how Democrats act. They create narratives to try to distort the truth. And so here the story tells us that top Democrat strategist pushed reporters to consider this as a staged shooting. Staged. Very curious. And who could possibly be behind the staging? You guessed it, my friends. It's going to be the Russians. Here's the scoop. Top political advisor to the Democratic mega donor, Reid Hoffman, who has funded the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit against Trump and who has shown up in the Epstein case many times, suggested that the attack on Donald Trump could have been staged. Reid Hoffman, even as Hoffman was criticized for joking before Saturday's attack about Trump becoming a martyr. And we saw that at there was a Silicon Valley type of meetup, I forget where it was being held, where Reid Hoffman said, "I wish I would have made Trump an actual martyr," before the shooting took place. He joked at last week's billionaire confab in Sun Valley. He says, I wished I had made Trump an actual martyr. But then on Sunday, after the assassination attempt, he said, I wasn't referring to actually shooting and killing the man. No. He said, first, there's no place for political violence in our society. So Reid Hoffman got the same stupid talking point that the rest of the Democrats are trying to shove down everybody's mouth. They are trying to call this political violence, like it's the summer of love with BLM having fiery but mostly peaceful protests. That was not this at all. This was also not a shooting. This was an assassination, a political assassination. Yes, it also was a shooting, and yes, it also was political violence, but an assassination attempt is not those other things. It is dramatically different in terms of scope, category, implications. It's not political violence like two people got into a brawl at a bar because someone wore a MAGA hat. Okay, this is an assassination. So they're all trying to now tone this down. They're trying to dumb this down. It's political. There's a dead person who got his head blown off, okay? There's other people who got shot, and it was by someone trying to take out Trump, not random people somewhere, right? As bad as that is. It had a political connotation to it. It's an assassination, but they're going to try to diminish that. Assassination is wrong, they said. Assassination is not only categorically wrong, but it's also the assassination of democracy. What? Okay, so he's saying it's yeah, it's wrong. It's abhorrent. So he's actually using the word assassinate a lot. But then he calls it political violence. So it's a soft confabulation, right? They don't just replace it. They water it down and mix it. They're all saying political violence, and it's not. It's an assassination. All right, so that's Reid Hoffman. Now, We go back to the story. Now, the scale of Hoffman's political donations isn't public, but the political advisor said in a recent private conference call, he said, Reed and I have invested 9 figures of our own money to prevent Trump from getting back into office. 9 figures, 3 sets of numbers with 2 commas. So smallest amount of money they're donating, $100 million, right? A lot. Now, after Semaphore published the story, Melhorn, the guy who's advising Reid Hoffman, apologized, saying that he drafted that without consultation from team members or allies, right? So Semaphore just published it. Now watch this. In an email that came out on Saturday at 7:34 p.m. that appeared to be addressed to sympathetic journalists, which was also sent to Semaphore, which is not going to be sympathetic. So Melhorn, right, late at night on Saturday, he's sending this email to a bunch of journalists. This guy who has 9 figures of political backing behind him in terms of money through Reid Hoffman. Emails a bunch of journos. This is the truth of what's happening here. And he writes one possibility in his email, and he thinks that Semaphore maybe is not on the list or it accidentally gets sent to them, but he thinks it's all a bunch of friendlies. He says, you know, one possibility which feels horrific and alien and absurd in America, but is quite common globally, is that this, quote, shooting was encouraged and maybe even staged so Trump could get the photos and the benefit from the backlash, right? We predicted this yesterday. Clear. Watch this. This is a classic Russian tactic, such as when Putin killed 300 civilians in 1999 and blamed it on terrorists to ride the backlash to winning power. See that? These people are nuts. And we called this so hard yesterday, and I don't generally like to go back and say, oh, God, we called that one. But boy, oh boy, did we call that one hard. If they could tie this to Russia in any way, we said if they could tie the shooter to Russia, right, that would even be the icing on the cake. But Russia, everywhere we turn, they have nothing else to say. This is a classic Russian tactic. He should have said this has all the hallmarks of a classic Russian operation, like the 51 intelligence people. Saying others who have embraced this tactic of committing raw evil and then benefiting from the backlash includes Hamas, right? If any Trump officials encouraged or knew of this attack, that is morally horrific. And Republicans of decency must demand, watch, that Trump step down as unfit. So Trump staged him getting shot in the head. Yeah, just get close. Just hit it right here. No, not right here. No, not over here. Okay, because if you go too far out here, I'm not going to bleed, and I need you to make me bleed. But if you go over here though, my brain's going to be exploded. So do you understand what you need to do? Yes, sir. I understand. Okay, great. Wild. Now, the other possibility that Melhorn wrote is that some crazy anti-Trumper in this chaotic moment decide to assassinate Trump. Yeah, just some crazy person. He also co-founded the fund called Investing with USA with Hoffman. Melhorn made clear his impulse toward the false flag theory. He says, you know I'm prone to bias on this, but this is a classic Putin play. And given the facts, it seems more plausible. Look at the actual shot. Look at the staging. Look at how ready Trump is to the rally. This pampered baby, he says, poops his pants when an eagle lunged at his food. Look how quickly Trump protects himself at the expense of others, but showed few of those lifelong instincts in this moment. And consider how often Putin makes his allies run this play. Guy's a lunatic, an absolute demented lunatic. He continued, I know it feels yucky to discuss such a possibility, but in this case, the odds are high and are so high and the stakes are so consequential that we must ask the question. He wrote that he was disappointed that journalists were not already raising the possibility of a fake shooting. He says, ask the question, people. If it proves wrong, we should respond appropriately to a non-staged act of political violence as outlined above. But your credibility and our entire system of truth and justice depends on being certain of the answer. Now, so he sends this email. They publish it. Melhorn said in a response to a follow-up question that his words were not a public statement. And I'm not going to answer any questions about it. Okay, this is not a public statement, and I'm not going to answer any questions. So this dude just accidentally copied Semaphore on it, and Semaphore published this article. So this guy controls $100 million because he's buddy-buddy with Reid Hoffman, and they're going to now tell journos to start seeding in this staged story. Why aren't you asking this question? Blame the Russians. They think we are so dumb, we're so idiotic, that we'll just go, yeah, Trump shot himself. Literally, Trump literally shot himself because he wanted to fake the whole thing. We're dealing with lunatics, my friend, like absolute psychopathic people. And Reid Hoffman is one of them. Now, you'll notice the rest of the media was also trying to frame this. You don't have to be a genius, and you don't have to wait hours to learn that it was a shooting, okay? You don't have to be like a private investigator or smarter than Jake Tapper, okay? It's pretty, even Jake Tapper should be able to figure it out. I don't know if he was able to or not, but even he should figure it out. Here's the Washington Post. They have the photo and the video of Trump with blood on his face, and their headline is, Trump escorted away after loud noises at the Pennsylvania rally. Couple, little things popped off, morons. Here's NBC. Secret Service rushes Trump off stage after popping noises heard at the Pennsylvania rally. It's like, well, was that, even if it's in the first 5 minutes, you maybe say suspected gunshots, right? That would be more accurate. Popping noises? You think these were bottle rockets? He's got blood on his face. You got this one. Trump removed from the stage by Secret Service after loud noise startles the former president. Yeah. A gunshot will do that. And ABC, same thing, right? All these people they're copy pasters, as we mock them all the time here regularly because they're idiots. They just copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. So somebody said loud noises, libs of TikTok, clip that one. Saw the same thing here from this fella here. This is from Inverse Kramer, not Jim Cramer. New York Times saying the same thing. Trump rushed off the stage after chaos at the rally the next day. It was an assassination attempt, you maniacs. It wasn't chaos. They tried to assassinate him with a bullet to the brain. Dishonest lunatics. All right, so we now know that the media will do everything it can to blame the other side. ABC News' Martha Raddatz says, Trump's supporters are probably responsible for a lot of this. And I was thinking about this earlier. No matter what Trump does, every time he opens his mouth, something bad happens. Haven't you noticed this? If he speaks, he's either going to incite an insurrection or get himself assassinated. No matter what he says, someone's gonna die. It's either gonna be someone else or himself, or maybe it's a judge that they make up. No one knows. But every time he speaks, someone dies, even if it's Trump. Trump's even getting himself shot. Unbelievable.
Also, George, we have to point out, no matter who the shooter, what the shooter's motives were, no matter who the shooter is, you are going to hear conspiracy theories going forward.
No question about that. But as you point out, those statements from J.D. Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy, of course, President Trump and his supporters have contributed to this violent rhetoric as well.
Well, absolutely, George. We were just looking back this morning at some of the things that former President Trump has said. He warned last March of potential death and destruction if he were charged by the Manhattan District Attorney. Our country is being destroyed as they tell us to be peaceful. Trump in January warned of bedlam in the country if the criminal charges against him succeeded. And of course, in March, he said, now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the...
Guy just gets shot in the head. They run through a list of how Trump contributed to his own shooting in the head. Unreal, right?
Oh, that's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That will be the least of it. He said he was partly joking and that was taken out of context. But those are indeed his words. And you have heard it from supporters
the
as
economy,
well.
Bitch.
And supporters are certainly in some
Not
parts
like
angry.
Killing people.
And let's remember January 6th in so many ways for the campaign.
Which was created by you and the media, which was instigated by the feds, with dozens crawling all over the place from the FBI, HSI, and many other agencies. Trump wanted 10,000 national security there. You didn't have that. Muriel Bowser denied the request.
January 6th will probably be in the background after yesterday's event. This is a very difficult time for this campaign. I'm sure this week in Milwaukee that President Trump will highlight this, and President Biden is going to have to figure out how to go forward with his campaign and what exactly they say.
Martha Raddatz, thanks very much. Let's bring in
the worst of the worst, these people. So New York Times also posted this one this morning. There's like zero even opportunity for grace at all. You can see what the print edition of the New York Times is running with this morning, saying he failed the test of leadership and betrayed America. And betrayed America. So that's just incredible, right? It's like, wow. Maybe they should shoot him again, I guess, since he betrayed America. You want to just like shoot him again, or what do you guys want to do about that? Like, what's your problem? So Joe Biden also said stuff similar, right? Donald Trump is a genuine threat to this nation. Genuine. He's a threat to our freedom. He's a threat to our democracy. He's literally a threat to everything that America stands for. Everything. So somebody should, I don't know, maybe shoot him, I guess. I don't know. I mean, what do you want? Sounds like stochastic encouragement of violence. It sounds like incitement to violence, doesn't it? Maybe the FBI will investigate them. I doubt it. Now, this was a weird one. This came over from Destiny, which I don't know if he's had any follow-up to this or not. I saw this was clipped. It looks like July 14th, 7/24. I got to tell you, at least this one's honest.
This dude is implicit in fucking treason right here.
Destiny, the omni-liberal, says a person in a crowd cheering for and supporting a traitor to this country caught astray. I'm so sad, please. Dude's dead, right? So I don't know if he's disavowed this or deleted this or what, but at least it's honest, okay? AOC comes out and says, I wish him a speedy recovery. Nancy Pelosi comes out, I hope he gets well soon. Liz Cheney and all these other people, let's calm down the political violence. No. No, they want him dead. They talk about it. Joe Biden, he's danger to the democracy. He's going to take away your freedoms. Somebody who's coming to take away my freedoms and wreck American democracy, I'm not like wishing them well, wishing them a speedy recovery, to be honest with you. So if Destiny is saying this, I believe it's probably how he feels, right? It's pretty sick that he's okay with somebody being shot in the head, I guess. But I do believe he thinks that, right, okay, he thinks Trump's a traitor. He thinks Trump's Hitler, probably, Nazi, going to wreck American democracy. At least it's honest. It's sick and disgusting, obviously, but at least it's honest. All of the rest of them are good. Wild. Now, to be perfectly honest with you, I hope that this person ultimately figures it out and he realizes that living this way with this type of basically, evilness in your heart, wishing people to die, kind of a strange thing, strange perspective. Hopefully he figures that out because it's not a fun way to live, not a good way to live. DC Drano also posted this. Shout out to DC Drano. You know who he is. Says, y'all remember when Alex Soros posted this? Yeah, we do. We talked about it here. Remember Alex Soros, the son of George Soros, said last year the crime and inflation crisis largely evaporated. So did the leading theories about what caused them. And he posted a whole thing. But you'll notice he also shared this. It was a bullet hole and some cash, which when you add them up, amount to 47. So a bullet hole for 47. A bullet hole for Trump. Well, Trump got one right in the head. So here is another one, right? Remember people like Jeff Bezos? Yesterday we were sharing their post. He said, our former president showed tremendous grace and courage under literal fire tonight. So thankful for his safety and so sad for the victims and their families. Right? And, I'm sure Jeff Bezos doesn't have a lot of real interest or care about what the Washington Post is doing. Seems like he's a lot more interested in his new lady friend. But they posted this. This one came over from Mostly Peaceful Meme. Says, Jeff, this is your newspaper. Hello. Here's an opinion piece from Mike Godwin. Obviously a part of the problem. Says, yes, it's okay to compare Trump to Hitler. Don't let me stop you. Okay, on and on and on. On and on. Don't let me stop you. Our former president showed tremendous grace and courage under literal fire tonight. Yeah. And Bezos is right, but a lot of the media entities are responsible for the condition of our country. And just by the way, also, Chase Geyser, okay, he clipped this from Destiny, and he challenged him to a duel. A lawful duel, by the way, under Texas Penal Code 2206, which is very curious. So we've now followed him. I thought I was following him before, but that's very curious. So I challenged the omni-liberal to a lawful duel under the Texas Penal Code. Wow. Sounds like, I wonder if he'll accept. Let's see.
You done fucked up, sir.
I'm not sure we're going to find any information. I wonder if there'll be an acceptance. But maybe not. All right. So, yeah, very curious times out there. Weird folks posting strange things. As you saw, Elon got this one right. He said CNN was reporting on the incident with Caesar. Caesar was only injured. This is how CNN reported the attack on Caesar. Caesar was injured in a group hug. Just like when Trump was escorted off the stage because of some loud noises. Very interesting. Now, more reaction. Some here from Frank Luntz. He says, all right, you know Frank Luntz. He's the guy who was sharing bunk beds with Kevin McCarthy. Says, I'm getting swamped by emails from reporters and officials asking how the Trump assassination attempt will affect the election. So here's my response. He says, Saturday's shooting in Pennsylvania will still have huge impact on Election Day, no doubt. It will guarantee that every Trump supporter now will be a Trump supporter in November. Yes, so the foundation is hardened, right? All the concrete of the election that was still kind of being manipulated has now settled and cured. So people who were still playing the political game, who were still, well, I wonder what the second debate sounds like, and I'm going to see what his policy is on this, and I'm still curious about, no, they're done. I'm just voting Trump. I don't even need to think about it anymore. That dude is a hero. That's end of story. So it's solidified. I agree with that. In recent months, Trump has benefited more from passionate and engaged followers than the Biden campaign. Yes, this is the enthusiasm gap, the energy gap. But the shooting will turn the intensity gap into a chasm. Absolutely. People will I think even Megyn Kelly said she'll drag herself across broken glass to go vote for him now. Absolutely, no doubt. The participation gap is worth at least +1 or +2. And the enthusiasm, right? Who's going to show up on the polls on Election Day? And this is what this was a big problem in 2020 because COVID suppressed the day of turnout, right? It's about enthusiasm and energy. Who can get the most people activated? Trump's people are going to be activated. And because the shooting happened in Pennsylvania, the impact will be most significant in Pennsylvania. That's a great point. That's a great point. Yeah, I mean, Pennsylvania will be hearing about this more than anybody. Maybe that's a hard red for Pennsylvania. Now, Trump's defiant pose, fist in the air as he was being led off the stage bleeding, will be the visual people remember at the polling booth when they think about 2024. Do you want America to look like this across the world? When America gets hit, do you want America standing up and looking proud and fighting back in the face of perseverance, in the face of whatever you think, Putin or China or whatever, terrorism? All right, that's what you want. That's the visual you want. The opposite visual is Joe Biden dying on a debate stage. What do you, it's not even close. So they continue. And Frank Luntz is right. He says, it's hard to imagine either Biden or any of the potential Democratic candidates delivering a full-throated, crowd-pleasing attack on the former president now, taking away most of their ability to play the Trump card by labeling him a threat to democracy. It's basically gone. When he just survived a real threat to democracy. Exactly right. And the 2024 president's election is now Trump's to lose, from Frank Luntz. And I think that a lot of people have shifted into that category. And I also think it freezes any challenges to Joe Biden.
Holy fuck. Guys.
Nobody's going to want to run against Trump now. You think Gavin Newsom is going to want to come in here?
YouTube
Trump is like
no
an unstoppable force. This just solidifies
super chat the word
what
treason.
Democratic candidate is going to go like, yeah, I'm going to run against this train right now?
That seems to be
You have to be
related
suicidal.
to this Trump
You have to be nuts.
assassination right now.
You lose. You'll obviously
I tried
lose.
to even
So they're just going to
super
hand
chat,
it to
hey,
Joe Biden. He's going to be the fall guy. Here you go.
why would they not post somebody
just
up on
go
that
down with the
rooftop?
sinking ship.
Because you have a
So,
180-degree view.
And Frank is
with
even on
only
board
two
with
trees
that.
obstructing.
Now, Kelly Paul
It only makes sense to
was
have somebody
responding
there.
to Nancy
It
Pelosi.
wouldn't
This
go
was
through.
interesting. Kelly Paul, the wife of Rand Paul,
I just
you know who he is,
literally tried
was
to
responding
say,
to Nancy Pelosi.
I'd like to hear
We
a
played
strong
this
argument for how this
tweet
is
from
not
Nancy
treason.
yesterday.
It
And she
wouldn't
said,
go through.
as one of those family whose family has been the victim of political violence, because remember, her husband had that weird thing with the dude with the hammer at 2 a.m. He had that cocktail glass with him, and that dude had a hammer, and then he called the police and then didn't tell the police to come. Really weird. Then he got hit in the head with the hammer. It was weird. I know firsthand what political violence of any kind has no place in our society. Okay, but that wasn't an assassination attempt. I thank God that former President Trump is safe. You do? Because you called him Hitler. As we learn more about details about this horrifying incident, let us pray that all those in attendance are unharmed. So she was late on the news. Someone's dead. So Kelly said, your daughter Christine, Nancy, tweeted that the lunatic who assaulted my husband, Rand Paul, and broke 6 of his ribs was right to attack him on the same day that Rand was literally gasping to breathe from his injuries. All right. So don't send your little fake words of kindness our direction. We don't buy them. That's from Kelly Paul. We also had some more reaction from Ron DeSantis. He says, Biden tells us to trust the bureaucracy to investigate the assassin's motive. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. He says, but the feds categorize the crazed leftist congressional baseball shooter as just suicide by cop. Remember that? Yeah. Even though the shooter had a well-documented left-wing political bent, made sure the players on the field were Republicans before attacking. We also had that one too. And there does need to be an investigation regarding the security protocols used in Butler. The answer to the following question must be provided in short order. How did someone armed with a rifle get on top of the roof 150 yards away from the stage? Ron speaking at the RNC. DC bureaucratic failures almost never result in any accountability. This time needs to be different. Our country is in peril. It's in partly because the DC ruling class has consistently evaded responsibility for its failures. Josh Hawley also responded to this, says, I am now formally demanding from the Senate a full investigation by the Senate Homeland Security Committee into the massive security failure that resulted in an attempt on President Trump's life and the murder of an innocent American. Hawley says, all right, listen, Chairman Peters, Senate Homeland Security Committee. Dear Chairman, yesterday the world witnessed an attempt on Trump's life, the former president and presumptive nominee. Trump has stated he was shot in the upper part of his ear. He was nearly killed. One civilian at the Pennsylvania rally was murdered and 2 were critically injured. There is no place for this egregious violence in our republic. These events warrant an immediate, comprehensive, and public congressional investigation. Although we still do not have all the facts, the little that we do know suggests a staggering security failure. Evidently, the shooter was able to gain an elevated position on a rooftop with a clear line of sight of the president, well within accurate range, with a firearm. The details of this tragedy must be vigorously investigated by Congress, including the motive of the shooter and the serious operational failures that occurred. These matters fall squarely within our jurisdiction, and so I call on you to launch a full, public, and comprehensive committee investigation into this assassination attempt and failures to adequately protect the former president. Now, as just a reminder, the Democrats are in control of the Senate. So this is very nice politically from Josh Hawley. He's sending this over to Gary Peters, saying, it's your obligation, it's your duty now, to call this up for further inquiry. Will you do that, Chairman Peters? Will you? Do you care about assassination attempts or not? Answer, not. They're Democrats. What do they care? It's Trump. This committee investigation must include public testimony, hearings, robust oversight over the federal departments and how they responded. Sworn testimony must be heard from Alejandro Mayorkas, Homeland Security, and Kimberly Cheadle, and nothing should be classified or withheld from the public. Our prayers are with President Trump, the family of the slain American, and the innocent civilians who were injured. We owe it to the Americans, to the victims and the American people to get to the bottom of what happened. We have questions, and the American people deserve answers. From Josh Hawley. And finally, before we hear from you, my friends, we have Speaker Johnson, who is out on the media waves today. Here is what he said in the aftermath of the assassination attempt.
It is. America awakens to a rather surreal morning. This is a horrific act of political violence that ought to be roundly condemned. Obviously, we can't go on like this as a society. You know, our prayers are with President Trump, all the rally attendees, certainly the family of the individual that lost their life and those who were injured. We have gotten briefings from law enforcement. I spoke to Secretary Mayorkas last night and asked him some pointed questions with regard to Homeland Security and what happened there. I've already announced that Congress will do a full investigation of the tragedy yesterday to determine where there were lapses in security and anything else that the American people need to know and deserve to know. But in the meantime, we've got to turn the rhetoric down. We've got to turn the temperature down in this country. We need leaders of all parties on both sides to call that out and make sure that happens so that we can go forward and maintain our free society that we all are blessed to have. It is. America.
All right, so that was Mike Johnson and Congress, and they're going to be looking into this. We know the House of Representatives is controlled by the Republicans, so we expect probably some pretty quick action from them. In fact, we saw yesterday that James Comer has already sent letters out. So their committee will get moving quickly, but in the Senate, will the Democrats act? Probably not. What Josh Hawley did and what I think other senators will do, hopefully Rand Paul joins in on this, is create that wedge issue. Say, Democrats, this was a national crisis that happened, almost a catastrophe, and we want answers. Will you help us get them? The Democrats, of course, will turn around and say, we're not really interested in that. It's going to make them look like petty, vindictive Democrats, because that's what they are. And we'll see what Schumer says tomorrow. So, my friends, what an update. So much stuff is going on. We're still waiting for more details. There were also some other press briefings and some other things that took place today, but we didn't get a lot of answers from them, so we kind of skipped some of those highlights. But now, my friends, let us hear from you. Thank you so much for sending in these amazing donos and super chats. It's a beautiful Sunday. I hope your week end is coming to a nice, easy close. I know it was a stressful weekend, so hopefully you were able to calm those nerves down a little bit. Let's see who is joining us on the day. And we have our friends over on the YouTubes. Let's see who's joining us on the... Hey, Jason on Blast. What's up? Jason on Blast is here. Hey, he says, thanks for the extra shows in difficult and important times. Oh my gosh, Jason. It's my honor to be here, hanging out with you, talking through this stuff. It's history in the making. The fact that we get to have these conversations as it's all unfolding is just incredible. Hey, Uncivil Law is in the house. What's up, Uncivil? Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for swinging by. Uncivil Law, my friends, you know who he is. He's right next door at Uncivil Law on YouTube's and elsewhere. Says, thanks for the recent support and love for my friend Joe Neerman getting to 100K. We appreciate you. Thank you, Uncivil, man. That was super fun. And did you see it? I'm sure you did. We filled in for you when you got up there for a minute. So it's good to see you, my friend. And we'll be looking forward to connecting soon. Thanks for stopping by and saying that. Shout out to Joe. And I think I saw Joe send one in too. What's up, Joe? We got JB says, are conservatives going to finally demand something for their vote? Like demand the GOP stop signing checks until we have a secure border? Anything? Well, I think we got to win first. So I think if we win, we're going to get a lot of the things we want. Don't know that we're going to get everything that we want, but I think we'll get a lot more of what we want than currently. Hey, what's up? Uncle Ruckus became a new member. Thank you, Uncle Ruckus, for becoming a member on the day. Great to have you. And we'll see you tomorrow. We're going to do a members-only morning stream tomorrow. Time TBD. Probably same time. We got this one from Voice of the People. Says, this has been insane to watch happen. I have so many questions I need answers to, but no, we'll never get. Yeah, what's been interesting about this shooter's name is that apparently there's like no social media. Everything seems like it doesn't exist or has been scrubbed. We're not seeing virtually any sign of a presence, which is strange, especially in this day and age if you're a 20-year-old dude. What's up, Hope Arising? Says, thank you for being here with us through this crazy weekend. I think we all needed you to calm us down and be a voice of reason. Here's a little secret, Hope. I needed you. Thanks for being here with us to go through it. I'm like, oh, what's going on? This is crazy. This is American history, like happening in real time, and it's
like his mods can
surreal. So I'm really glad we got to go through it. Thanks. We got Treason, this one from Leon Lately in the house. Says, thanks be to God. President Trump is alive. My sincere condolences to the patriot who lost his life yesterday, Corey. Sending love from Dublin, Ireland to all Trump supporters. Please support Robert. Thank you for that, Leon. Yeah, and my friends, honestly, there's some great ways to support those in need. And we shared the links in our description below, wherever it is you're watching this. Hey, what's up? Hope Arising brought in a new membo. Thanks, Hope Arising. And you know who you are. Welcome aboard. We'll see you on the membos only streams, Hope. Hey, what's up? It's Good Logic. Good Logic.
Right mind watches the
Man,
news
you're
channels.
so great. Good Logic. Look at this. First of all, very nice dono. Thank you for that. Says, yeah, Good Logic's the man. Says, first time I ever spoke to Rob, I had 1,500 subs. He spent an hour by phone pushing me to keep plowing when YouTube denied my monetization. On Friday, he stopped his stream for my final push over 100K. Thank you. You're an awesome friend, content creator, lawyer, and human. Good Logic. Oh, man. Thanks for saying that, man. Look, I'm honored to be in the company of amazing people like Good Logic. Good Logic is a real force of nature, and I mean that genuinely. We've had some great conversations, and he's great. So I'm just thrilled to be able to help Good Logic. That's all. Happy to see you do well, my friend. Thanks for stopping by. You've always been very supportive of us. I know you send love back our way. So I feel like I'm honored to be in your company. And I hope we have many, many years together and a lot more future success, because we're here trying to save our country together. And I want more people involved in that. I want more people to be on the right side of history. And I know you're doing amazing work. So I'm happy to be in your company, my friends. My friend, thanks for saying that. And thanks for the nice dono. I appreciate that. We got this one from Mark. Do you actually think this will make the GOP fight? I think it will take a lot of the GOP fight against Trump out of them. So it's going to be the reverse of what's happening with Biden. So there's going to be a lot less people who want to challenge or to replace Joe Biden, because nobody's going to want to compete with the Trump juggernaut. Same thing's going to happen on the right. All the whiners, all the people, Trump, they're going to see the same thing. They're going to say, okay, writing's on the wall here. We better shut up. I think Trump's going to get, he's going to be seen as the heir apparent. He's going to be seen as the next person coming in. And once you have that, once everybody recognizes that big T's in the room now, I think that a lot of the friction, a lot of the people putting speed bumps in front of him will slowly start to evaporate away, just like Biden's challenges will. What's up, Kelly R? Says, hey, 5 membos coming in. Thank you, Kelly R, for bringing in the 5 membos. And I can't see exactly who they are, but I know they're grateful to join us. And you know who you are, friends. Make sure you thank Kelly R for your invite. We got Quoeth Anon. Says, Ephesians 6:15, for shoes, put on the peace that comes from the good news so that you will be fully prepared. For shoes, put on the peace that comes from the good news so that you will be fully prepared. Ephesians 6:15. Good news capitalized, so like the good news of the Lord. What's going on? Revco says, strong argument for divine intervention on this one. 1/10 of a second. A miracle, right? Divine intervention. He just goes like this, avoids getting shot. Unreal. ELF is in the house. What's up, Elf? Thanks for bringing in 10 new membos. And the 10 membos, you know who you are. Elf brought you in. So when you're watching the members only streams, remember to think about Elf. What a great person Elf is. Amazing. Hey, Jeffrey Adams. Eric Prince is the founder of Blackwater. That's right. That's right. That's what I forgot. And he didn't have it in his bio. Where do I know this guy from? That's right. What's up? Thank you, Jeffrey Adams, for that one. We had this one from Albert Chrisman. Says the Dems screwed up. They made Trump bleed his own blood. You made me bleed my own blood. Yeah. Not good. Don't want to do that. Because then he's now, you don't want to make me angry. You've made me angry. What's up, Brooks Kelly? He was only a 7-iron away from Trump. Yeah, I'm not a golfer, right? But you could easily hit that, right? 7-iron. I don't know. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, you could, right? That's not that far. What's going on, Kelly R says, did you see that Benny Johnson showed the pastor who said he was shown this would happen back in March? I did see some of that. Yeah, I think I watched that clip. Maybe from Benny Johnson. Yeah. Some pastor basically predicted this, said Trump was going to get shot, fall down, have this resurrection, this rebirth, this new sort of rebirth with Christianity. Wild prediction. The fact that dude nailed that is wild. Hey, what's up? Bruce Probert. Bruce Probert. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. There's a funny story in law school. I had a substitute professor come in and pronounce my name Robert. I'm like, it's Robert. She's like, oh, it's not Robert? I'm like, no, it's Robert. But your name might be Probert. I don't know. Or it could be Probert. I don't know. Anyways, thanks for becoming a member either way. Glad to see you. We got this one from Mima. What's up, Mima? Says, did you know that? Crazy. From the Gateway Pundit report. Secret Service resources were diverted to Jill Biden's Saturday campaign event in Pittsburgh and away from Trump's. Many agents assigned to Trump were temporary replacements. I did not know that. Yeah, and I think there's going to be a lot of people inquiring about this. What were all the changes that happened right before? Who made those changes? Why were those changes made? Were there any resource shifts? I mean, the other guy just said, Guglielmi, that we just read from the Secret Service, said they added resources. So, okay, why did you add resources then? Why didn't you add a lot more? And how many did you have at the outset? Why'd you have so few? A lot of questions like that. Mima, thanks for the nice dono too. Great to have you here. We have this one from Test Channel Wow. Says, Destiny called Corey Compatore, the hero firefighter killed at the rally, a retard on Twitter. Wow. Is he like okay? Is that person like okay? I've watched some of his debates. I watched a little bit of him with Jordan Peterson, I think it was, and he didn't seem that insane, but maybe things have changed since then. JC says, Rob, don't forget a hole in the jacket on the chest. I saw the hole, but I haven't heard anything about that being a gunshot. But I did see that hole. I don't know what that was from. And I also heard stuff like maybe a bullet went through the teleprompter, glass broke. I don't know. But it's very curious. Hey, this one came in from Jeremiah Greger. What's up, Jeremiah? Says, it's Trump's fault, okay? Not the talking heads on the so-called news networks that have said he needs to be taken out. Yeah, or Dan Goldman saying he needs to be eliminated. Or thank you, Pritchie, for the membo. Hey, what up? What's up, Pritchie? Thanks for the membo. Yeah, everything is Trump's fault. Every time he speaks, someone's going to die, even if it's him. So he shouldn't be able to speak. Hey, Zulu's here. Says, there are claims of failed super chats, which isn't any good. That's not good. Should register Democrat and get the free speech super chat perks. Is that what you have, Zulu? Are you a registered Democrat? I don't know. They seem to be working on my end. I think we're getting them loud and clear. So hopefully the super chats are working, but I guess Zulu gets free super chat perks courtesy of YouTube. Is that what they do? Zulu says treason. I don't know what's YouTube or what. Good to see you, Zulu. Thanks for modding the fort down. K Bean is here. Voice of the People wants a strong argument as to how this isn't treason. The assassination attempt, I guess the assassination attempt being treason, I mean, I guess you could make the argument that it is. A strong argument as to how this isn't treason. Well, I mean, an American citizen taking out their own leader, maybe working on, yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the definition of treason, right? So here, like, let's take a look. Yeah, it's like the kind of the definition of treason. So I don't think I can do that, actually. It's like betraying your country, treason. So I think you can do that on behalf of a foreign enemy or perhaps on behalf of your own entity. But here, let me share this screen because I just looked up the definition of treason. And so let's just look at it together and see what it says. So as we can see, this is the definition. It says, the offense of attempting by overt acts, like shooting someone, to overthrow the government of a state or to kill or personally injure the sovereign or the sovereign's family. Okay, so maybe the example would be, if we use this definition, Trump's not the president. So I think that's the example. You want that it's not treason, Trump's not the president. Trump is just a candidate. So he's not the president, so it's not an actual offense against the state yet. It's just an offense against a private citizen who wants to be the state, so it's not treason. It's just an assassination attempt. That would be my example. We have this one. Thanks, K-Bean. This one came in from Kelly R. Says, those saying YouTube AI censors are blocking SC and comments on vids. Really? Okay, so that's what's happening. Yes, it's happening. It happened on a non-political channel to me today. Certain people, I believe, are flagged, as are certain words. So they're not going through. Interesting.
I'm fucking flagged.
I wonder what words those are. Someone should take a screenshot. Send me an email. And I'd be curious to see what it looks like. Jennifer, what's up? Says, thanks, Rob. Also, let the fam know that YouTube won't let us super chat the word treason. Weird. Kind of strange. It's not a swear word. Okay, so that's more specificity. So you can't say treason. But that's interesting because didn't K-Bean just said it? Yeah, there it is. K-Bean just said it. Huh. So maybe it's only you. Maybe they're just worried about you, Kelly R. Yeah, and you, Jennifer. They're like, Jennifer might be actually committing treason. But I don't know, K-Bean, no, I'm not. Nobody here commits treason, okay? Everybody here is law-abiding. But if you're going to, I know K-Bean has some very good skill sets that would be useful. But we would never do that here because we're law-abiding. Spud says, Hollywood will double down and they can't lose. Hollywood will double down. They can't lose. It's a good idea, Spuds. Hey, Ellen Thompson says, thank you. I appreciate the perception. Thank you for saying that, Ellen Thompson. Thanks for being a member for 2 months as well. Great to have you here. We got Brian Cardoza. Robert, as always, your details in video and print media is awesome in an insane world. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Thanks for saying that. I love going through all the details, just kind of going down these rabbit holes and assembling all the links and all the clips. So I have a lot of fun. I feel like we're getting a ton of knowledge. We're hopefully learning some useful things. What's going on, LB? New membo, LB. Thanks for becoming a new membo over on the YouTubes. Same to you, John. John H., good to see you. We have a members-only stream coming up tomorrow morning, so new members, we'll see you tomorrow. We got Spud says, hey, good logic. It's all about track suits and polo shirts. Yes, we're going to lead the polo revolution to make America great again and look great again. Hey, Leslie A. says, thank you. God and Red Beard saved Trump. Prayers. Yeah, it was a very, very close call. Good to see you, Leslie. Thanks for that one. Linda, what's up, Linda? Thanks for sending this in. No comment on that, but thanks for the nice dono. Very appreciative. And Kathy B, what's up, Kathy? 4 months as a membo, saying treason from Kathy B. 4 months as a membo. And Joe's in the house, says, did you see the tangled flag at the rally? It looks like an angel. Amazing imagery. Look it up. I did see that. Yeah, the flag was kind of twisted up, and it had like a looked like somebody was like this, like, you know, like an angel type of a thing. It was pretty interesting. Thanks, Joe, for sending that one in. And my friends, amazing donos. I really do appreciate all of them. Let's say hello to our friends on X. And I think I saw some donos coming in over on the locals. And so let's see what's happening on locals. Yeah, wow, here's one. Okay, so this one came in from Nokawakin. Says, let me share this. Oops, here we go. From Nokawakin. So this is over on our locals, my friends. We have an awesome community on locals. You can see some great comments here. A lot of activity here. We'd love to have you join us. Come on over, watchingthewatchers.locals.com. So Nokawakin says, I read many comments on YouTube and many liberals were, quote, sorry that they missed. I saw that. Yeah, pretty sick people. Angel says, golfing is his best way to relax and unwind over just about everything. Hey, Sergeant GPS says, Rob, thanks for the stream tonight. I've had so much angst these last 36 hours, been a pendulum between anger and sadness. God, I know, man. It's like an emotional onslaught. I totally understand it, Sergeant. Glad to decompress a little with you all. Trump 2024. Oh, same, Sergeant. Same. We're getting debriefed together and keep it together. Angel says, thank you, Robert, for keeping us up to date on everything. Definitely still loving your brain. Thanks, Angel, for saying that. Yeah, I don't know about my brain having anything to do with anything, but I'm glad to be going through this with you together. Bonnie says, my guess is all the Dems will be backing Joe in name only, but they'll hardly mention Biden in the campaign speeches. They will be focusing on winning their own seats. I agree with that. I think that the Biden challenges, the Biden debates, they're just going to start saying, all right, look, dude, this guy is going to get obliterated. So politically, so we're just going to focus on our own stuff. The House, the Senate, the money will come back, but it's going to go to them. I think that there's going to be a real push. The point, like, who are they going to swap Joe with? That's the real concern. I don't think they have anybody. Jay Dizzle says, since we know how much surveillance they have over all of us, you can't tell me that they didn't know. Seems sensible. Nutter says, the fist pump and everyone yelling USA was the most powerful thing I've ever seen. It's up there. It's up there. After watching somebody get shot, you wonder how can someone have so much courage and fortitude to just do that instinctively. We have Boopsy says, I heard this was Trump's SSB team. That his A team was at the convention location. Maybe. Lady I says, I have been to that same place in Butler, Pennsylvania for a dog show years ago. Crazy times. We had Not Brandon says, Rob, you need to see the video of him floundering on the roof while the people are alerting the police. That's the first domino that failed. Ravicus says, Candace Owens talking about how she thinks men should have been protecting Trump. That's a good link over there. Nutter says Fox News needs to be on blast also for downplaying the story. Terry B sending in some emojis. Thank you, Terry B, for that. Very nice dono. And I don't know what that emoji was, but I'm sure it was amazing. Thank you, Terry B, for sending in and supporting us over on Locals. Bonnie says, even Nikki Haley will be speaking at the RNC. So yes, even the never Trumpers are gonna come around. No doubt. Rub some dirt on it. Says, thanks, Rob, for all you do. And thanks to the whole Watcher family. I spent the day helping others deal with their feelings about what happened, trying to make sense of things. You are an amazing source of detail and an even better comrade. Thanks for that. Rub some dirt on it. Yeah, having a lot of fun. Going through, it's not a fun topic, but I'm enjoying the process of learning and debriefing with you versus being holed away, talking through these things in my own mind, right? It's a lot more, I think, toxic in that way. We want to get it out, air it out, have conversations about it, and move forward. So thanks, Rub some dirt on it. Londo says, the only benefit to a claim of treason would be more strongly to condemn the left and the media for trying to minimize it. And Spud shared this one from Scott Lobedo. He says, my overnight therapy. And I can't believe he did that in one night.
Watching the Watchers, watching the Watchers watch.
Unreal. And an epic painting. Oh, gosh. All right. So amazing stuffs. Comments over from Locals. And so we will, of course, we're going to head on over to Locals and we'll take some of those comments exclusively on Locals, some of the remaining comments over there. And so if you want to come and join us, that is where we will be heading right now, and we'd love to have you come over and join us to wrap it up on the day, my friends. But let's see.
All right, y'all go check that man out. We're gonna go ahead and end it here because I gotta get my ass to bed here soon. I got work in the morning. I got a trip coming up. So yeah, this was fun, I guess. Y'all have a good night.